Be cool, be kind, be classy. A cupcake so sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. Not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. Is a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Machegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proceed, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcake's sweet and sassy. Not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Good morning, my friends. And thank you so much for coming to spend part of your Tuesday, April 8th, 2025 with me. Today's day 7 of the Dr. Harry Tuerk trial in Norfolk County, Massachusetts. And we go today to the courtroom that Karen Reed was tried in. It's courtroom 25. It's an amazing judge by the name of Mark Hallal, Hallal. Dr. Harry Tuerk is on trial for first-degree murder of his wife, Katie McLean, who was 45 years old at the time. This happened all the way back in May of 2020. Katie left 3 children, very sadly. One of her daughters has been watching this show, and so this is a gentle reminder to you to please be kind in the chat because the family is watching. They started a little bit early in court today. They started off doing a voir dire of an expert witness because the Commonwealth says this expert should not be allowed to testify because what this expert is going to testify is within the common knowledge of the jury or within the Ken, K-E-N, like I'm just Ken of the jury. So this is going to be interesting for those of you that are following the Karen Reed case with me because Judge Cannoni has already excluded Michael Easter from testifying with regard to proper police procedures and protocol because she says, without a hearing, that police procedure and protocols should be within the common knowledge of the jury. I strongly disagree with that decision, as do many of you. Prayers up for Sophia and her siblings. Thank you very much, Jay-Z, for that reminder. And so this is going to be interesting. It's a doctor that is going to come in and testify about the panty. We're not allowed to say that word on YouTube for some reason, or the C word that caused the panty in 2020, because for some reason, YouTube doesn't like it. I know it's stupid, but not my rules. Welcome to YouTube, everyone. This doctor is going to come in and testify that Dr. Harry Tuerk, who was a robotic surgeon, he did robotic urology, mostly prostate surgeries, I believe. However, he was fired from the hospital St. Elizabeth that he worked for in 2019 because of Medicare fraud. He had to pay something like $150,000 in fines, and he was fired from his job. Then the panty happened, and then he was unemployed. And this doctor wants to testify that he was so afraid for his life that it may have added to his state of mind. Because of that, we have a little bit of buffer zone time to FF through some breaks, but I'd like to play this for you because I think it's important for us to see how a different judge handles this than Judge Cannoni, even in the same building, and how this is the proper way to do it. Bring the witness in outside the presence of the jury ask him the questions about what he's going to testify to, and then the judge makes the decision about whether or not his testimony is relevant. Okay? I don't know. Somebody complaining about my volume already? Turn up the volume on your end. I think mine, let me just see if mine is set to auto. Hold on. Okay, now it's on auto. It was a little bit low from yesterday. Okay, sometimes we have to modulate with the court volume. And so if we need to do that, we will let you know. I'm not here to talk about Karen today. Today we are here to talk about Katie McLean, and this is about justice for Katie McLean. All right, so let's go into courtroom 25 in Norfolk Superior, where we see, I want to show you the footage because I was watching this earlier while I was getting ready, of Dr. Turk being unshackled in court. He's enormous. I believe the medical examiner testified that Katie was 5'7". Okay, here we go.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Ingolf Tuerk, 20 CR 138. The parties are present. The jury is not present. The matter is on for trial.
All right, so here he comes. He's enormous. He's going to be unshackled. Captions are on, but don't rely on them because they're often wrong. Sometimes it takes them a minute to find the mic, and so we'll wait to modulate. There's being unshackled. Handcuffs and legs. Oftentimes, he's wearing a shock vest, I think, of some sort. Oftentimes the judge says that it's more, it's prejudicial for them to be shackled in front of a jury.
So the Commonwealth submitted 2 cases for review. The Chisholm case, which is a new SJC case dealing with expert testimony, and the Polk case. I've read both of them. Do you want to be heard prior to the voir dire?
And a hammer haircut.
I was asking Ms. Beatty.
Yes.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
So just to sort of narrow the Commonwealth's concern, in order for an expert to testify, I'm sure the court's well familiar with the standard, it needs to be beyond the common knowledge of the jury. So I don't know exactly what Dr. Zeisel is going to say, but the pandemic has been introduced already, the fact of the pandemic. All of these jurors lived through the pandemic. This isn't a situation where it's a pandemic that happened 30 or 40 years ago and there could be jurors who didn't experience it. They did. How is this case different than every other case that's been tried since 2020? That's the question. Perhaps this witness is qualified to testify about this topic. Certainly he's a qualified forensic psychologist. I'm not challenging that in any way. And what exactly is the opinion that's relevant in this case that's based on facts and data that are also reasonably relied upon by other experts? I'm not clear about that because the article that was provided to the Commonwealth and the defense is general. It's not specific to this defendant. I assume he hasn't examined the defendant in any way. But really, the theory that I expect based on this article that he's going to be testifying about is that the pandemic was stressful and traumatic to people who lived through it. There are certain populations that were experienced who were more vulnerable to those traumatic experiences. But it's not clear the applicability to the facts of this case or to the defendant. And I think that's what we really need to focus on in the voir dire and what the Commonwealth's not on notice for at this point in time.
Mr. Reddington, do you want to respond before calling Dr.
Go forward with the voir dire, that you can put it in context with the testimony that's presented and make a decision as to whether it's in this.
Can you tell me what the ultimate opinion, if you will, is?
This is not a matter where there's an opinion from a forensic psychologist based upon statements made by the defendant, such as on your typical lack of criminal responsibility case, diminished capacity case. Dr. Zeisel is not testifying based upon discussions that he had with the defendant. Dr. Zeisel is familiar with the case. He's familiar with the facts of the case. He's also familiar with the fact that there are, as you know, numerous contemporaneous emails. This is not something pulled out of whole cloth. These are emails sent to the attorneys and various people where he indicated his fear and concern of the pandemic. To suggest that blithely, that just because the jury, as all of us have lived through the pandemic, removes that from the ken of the jury. The fact that a jury was in their kitchen on a computer trembling for the period of time of the pandemic is not sufficient to allow a jury to determine, compartmentalize the state of mind that one would have as a result of pandemic depression that he talks about, pandemic anxiety that he talks about, and the fight or flight syndrome, if you will, that he talks about. This is all beyond the ken of the jury. So I think if we have him testify to what his opinion would be, I know you read the report that he prepared, very comprehensive report, and then you make a decision.
All right, you can call him.
Thank you, Dr. Z.
Okay, so the doctor's coming in outside the presence of the jury to give an offer of proof, also called sometimes a proffer, also called voir dire of the witness, as opposed to the voir dire that's going on in the courtroom next door for jury selection for Karen Reed. Somebody said, is that Judge Cannoni in the back of the room? No, she's in the next room doing Karen Reed's jury selection. Still, they only have 10 jurors, 5 women, 5 men. They haven't made a lot of progress, and there's only about 47 on the panel next door today. I have excellent show notes below this video, so if you don't know what this case is about, it's all in there. And also, so if anybody comes in and they have no idea what's going on, I also have the witness's name usually scrolling along the bottom, and I make those banners as we go. And also, all the information is in the show notes. And moving on, this is Dr. Zeisel, proffered expert witness by the defense. The state rested yesterday. The defense started its case yesterday. They've called 2 witnesses. This would be the 3rd witness, and it is expected that the defendant will testify today.
Morning.
Oh, Lisa.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court in the matter now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Rada.
Boys, will you tell us your name, spell your last name for the record?
Paul Zeisel, Zeizel.
And can you tell us, Honor, what your profession is, sir?
I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist.
And can you tell us, please, briefly, your your educational experience as it relates to clinical psychology?
I have a doctorate in clinical psychology from William James College. I have a master's degree from Harvard University, master's degree from Boston University, and a bachelor's from Queens College.
And have you acted in any particular capacity as it relates to a forensic consultant with that educational background?
Yes.
And can you tell us, Honor, time frame that you have acted as a forensic consultant?
So I've been licensed since 1989. I've worked as a forensic consultant and psychologist since 1993. I've testified in various cases dealing with criminal responsibility for murder trials, sexual offenses, competency to stand trial, mitigation cases, probate matters, matters of dangerousness, prediction of dangerousness. I'm a psychologist for the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Administration, where I deal with critical incidents that occur from agents engaged in various violent episodes. I was a forensic psychologist and clinical psychologist for the State Department, and I was in Afghanistan from late 2007, November 2007 to February 2011 for a period of 38 months, doing debriefings of traumatic events that have taken place, doing trainings, engaged with various governmental and federal agencies, and helping with debriefings as well.
And have you also been involved for about 4 or 5 years, actually, with the Department of State, Department of Defense?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that?
In those cases, I've done fitness for duty for evaluations of individuals who serve in the capacity of security personnel at various embassies throughout the world.
And for example, can you tell us where you actually served in that capacity in other countries
I was in
that were involved in wartime?
Yes, I was in Cambodia early on 2 separate occasions, part of 2004, part of 2005. And then, as mentioned earlier, I was in Afghanistan. I also did some debriefings in Thailand and Bangkok at the U.S. Embassy there.
And in the course of your experience working with the Department of State law and various other law enforcement agencies that you described as well, you have a private practice as well.
Yes, I do.
Have you focused on things such as stress control, post-traumatic stress disorder, battlefield chaos, for example, things of that nature?
Yes.
Have you focused in your studies or your involvement as a psychologist with the concept of depression?
Yes.
Anxiety?
Yes.
And without going into it, have you also published hundreds of articles as far as psychological matters that you are involved?
I have published some, but not many.
How about peer review articles?
I did not.
Now, in this case, sir, have you had a chance or occasion to review the emergence of what we refer to as the coronavirus disease?
Yes.
When did the coronavirus disease occur in the world?
I believe the onset occurred in early 2020. There's some questions and debates about whether it was earlier than that in various parts of the world, but in the United States it affected and impacted most people here in the early parts of 2020.
And in your opinion, sir, have you had occasion to review other articles, peer review articles, statistical analyses as it relates to the escalation of the pandemic into a global health crisis?
Yes.
Can you tell us on the basis that you, what you actually reviewed as far as other peer review articles?
I reviewed many of the articles that were published by the World Health Organization, through the UN, through the CDC, Centers for Disease Control's various prestigious journals in the United States and worldwide, namely New England Journal of Medicine, and there have been articles published through the VA where a meta-analysis was done, which is a combining of other journal articles that were written discussing these themes and topics of the psychological sequelae and consequences of the worldwide pandemic. And the meaningfulness of a meta-analysis in a research article is that it makes the sample size a lot larger. So instead of having a sample size that could be 30 or 40 people, the meta-analysis has samples of 4,000 patients. So the statistical significance is more meaningful with a larger size in the research population.
Now, as it relates to adverse psychological effects of the pandemic, is it your understanding that the technique or theory has been tested by individuals in your field?
Yes.
And in what capacity have they been tested?
They've been tested using standard psychological instruments that measure things like depression, anxiety, PTSD, a post-traumatic stress disorder on different levels, whether it's acute, chronic, or complex.
Now, as it relates to the concerns, if you will, that an individual had as a result of this overwhelming pandemic, there are two factors, anxiety and fear.
Yes.
Can you explain that, sir? What is passive anxiety? What is pervasive anxiety? And what, if any, effect does that have on a person's depression?
Well, so everyone experiences anxiety. It's part of normal living. The issue from a psychological point of view and a mental health issue is when anxiety becomes elevated to the point where people cannot function in their normal way of dealing with the world on an everyday basis. So when they face challenges and their anxiety is elevated, they end up often having problems figuring things out. There is a cognitive diminishment in, it means they can't think straight. People forget things. They have a reduction in their ability to problem solve. Pervasive anxiety is essentially overwhelming anxiety, and that can sometimes immobilize a person where they can't do their work, they can't work at home, they can't go to school, They have problems doing the most simple things, going to the market, trying to make decisions about what food to buy. And the element of anxiety from a treatment point of view has always been easier to manage when there's engagement with other people, because the human condition is a social condition. People are in groups. Healthy people have friends. Healthy resolution for anxiety and depression often requires people to gather with each other. So this becomes particularly problematic when people had to shelter in place and be isolated. Shelter in place means you stay home, you do not go out, you do not subject yourself to the possibility of being infected by someone who may be a carrier of any disease. Obviously, COVID-19 would be what we're referring to, and you don't expose others in case you are asymptomatic, though positive for the disorder.
Now, in your studies or in your evaluation of the effect of the pandemic on human beings, is fear a major factor?
Yes.
That is a mediator of the psychological distress.
Yes.
What does that mean?
What it means is that fear is always the cornerstone of anxiety, because anxiety is often about what is going to be happening around the corner. It's future-oriented. Although people are anxious in the moment, if you speak to people who have panic attacks and significant anxiety, it's about what's going to happen next. So whether you're on an airplane and the flight is fine, it's not the anxious person who worries about what's going on now, it's they worry about what's going to happen the next minute or the next hour. So fear becomes the cornerstone because it's all anticipatory, it's all future related. And that's why when you have a pandemic where the world's leading experts are at a loss to provide guidance and therefore psychological comfort and support for the citizens of the world, it only rotates the dial of that anxiety measure, and people become extremely anxious. And we're not referring to just simply people who have a pre-existing mental health disorder of some type of anxiety disorder, but normal people who have never been exposed to these things before, and normal people who are engaged in work and social opportunities where they've always been productive, had meaningfulness, had what we call hope, the triad of hopefulness, hopefulness about the world, hopefulness about themselves, and hopefulness about the world around them and their future. And when you are struggling to make sense of things and you're isolated, it has a synergistic effect where you become far more anxious than you've ever been. And these are for people who generally don't have a great deal of anxiety. That's the hard part.
Now, in your report, for example, on page 2 of your report, you're making reference to the research as it relates to fear and leading to anxiety. Is that correct?
Yes.
You cited a study that was performed, looks as though it was March of 2025, actually dealing with the emotional, behavioral, and psychological impact of COVID-19. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did that study have a statistical analysis of the percentage of people in the population of the United States of America reporting anxiety?
Yes, it did.
What is the percentage that they determined that to be?
That was 30.9%, almost 31%.
Now, as it relates to your report, and you're making reference to statistical analyses, for example, is there a known potential error rate that these citations can be subjected to?
Yes.
What is that?
So the issue of error rate is about when implementing testing, what are the consequences of what we call false positives and false negatives. So a false positive is a test where someone scores as if they are having a issue, let's say a health issue, when in fact they don't. A false negative is a test result where someone is testing clean, let's say for a disease or for a virus of some sort, when in fact they are in fact carrying it. The most classic example is the issue of the lie detector, which has a false positive rate of, let's say, roughly 20%. So in other words, people who take a lie detector test appear to be deceptive when in fact they are not. They're just highly anxious. Conversely, people who will seemingly pass a lie detector or a polygraph test appear to be telling the truth when in fact they are not. So those types of error rates are significant because we don't rely on error rates that are very high because they can be misleading and actually inaccurate.
You also make reference to the fact the COVID-19 pandemic, in fact, impacted society significantly as it relates to sadness with specific association of isolation leading to surge in depressive symptoms as well as anxiety. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did that also make reference to a statistical analysis of the adults in the United States of America that were reporting these depressive symptoms as a result of the sadness and isolation caused
Yes.
by the pandemic?
That's correct.
And what was, as it relates to general adults in the United States, general population as it relates to lockdown?
So we found that there was a 25% increase in those issues for people in the general population in the United States.
How about suicide? Was there a study or any indications in the studies that suicide spiked during the course of the pandemic?
Yes, there was.
And
There
why
was.
is that?
Pardon me?
Why is that?
Well, people who are suicidal often will feel they have no hope and they have nothing to live for. And therefore, in their opinion, a rational way to solve the pain and to reduce the pain is to hurt themselves and to kill themselves. And when you have a disorder or have great worries about having a particular disorder where you feel there's no hope for you, you sometimes think about suicide and have suicide ideations, and then sometimes you act on that.
And you indicate that
I'm going to point out to you two things. Number one, Dr. Turk was a surgeon. If he wanted to cut his wrists in the way that would actually take his own life, he would have done it properly. He, of all people, would know how to do that. And number two, I'd like to know the statistics on children. The children that were out of school, that were in middle school or elementary school or high school when this thing happened and were out of school for 2 years, having to go to remote school and being dropped by their school districts. What are the statistics on the children? I'm really up in arms about that, but that's a topic for another day. The jury should get the case by tomorrow afternoon, no later than tomorrow afternoon. I have a conflict on Thursday, so I'm hoping they wrap this up before then. But let's see how far we get today. Hopefully we'll see Harry on the stand today.
significant percentage of individuals reported negative shifts in their outlook on life, expressing a diminished hope in the future. Is that correct?
Yes.
You make reference in the study to the PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell us what impact, in your opinion, in the studies that you were able to access in your field, that post-traumatic stress was an offshoot, if you will, of the anxiety and the depression and the isolation caused individuals from the pandemic?
So the baseline for individuals with PTSD is roughly 6 or 7%, depending on the sample size you look at. And it went up to 50% of people being so impaired that they met what's called the DSM-5-TR, the Diagnostic Statistical Manual Text Revision 5th edition, which is a code book for assessing mental health issues, and it went up to as high as 50%.
You also made reference to the fact of the impact of social isolation and reduced social support on a human being as a result of the pandemic. What does that mean, and what were your results?
The simple definition is that the more you isolate yourself from others, the more difficult it is to function in the world around you. And you habituate or you get used to being isolated. So every day becomes the same. You lose contact with people lose contact with you, you become impaired and depressed and unable to function, and you don't have what we call expectancy. the goal to be able to be productive and to do things. So it's a downward spiral of depression and anxiety and fear.
Now, can you tell us, Hunter, whether or not what you've been testifying to and what you researched has been subjected to publication and peer review?
Oh, yes, it has been.
And basically, what is publication and peer review?
Publication and peer review is that a journal will accept the presentation of your facts and research, and they look at the methodology involved, and they look at the sample size, and they do a assessment of a qualitative review, meaning do you meet the criteria for good research, and sometimes a quantitative review too, which is the sample size that's large enough. And a peer review is when research articles are shared to other independent examiners who don't know who else has the research articles, and they comment on them, and they make either corrections, or they reject them, or they accept them.
You also made reference to COVID-19's extreme demands on individuals, causing what's referred to as a fight or flight freeze and the erosion of rational choice. What is that?
So fight or flight is a phenomenon that often occurs in a physiological way. And the best way to describe that is when someone, a normal, everyday, average person, is confronted with either a horrific man-made experience, like a bank robbery, let's say, or car accident, or a natural disaster like a hurricane, or, if you will, maybe a COVID outbreak, and they go into a series of powerful physiological responses. And initially what happens is your brain interprets that information and makes the assessment that this is very dangerous. You need to leave. You need to leave now. And there's a physiological response, a adrenaline shunt. You have excessive powerful energy where you can, although you may have been tired, all of a sudden you have the capacity to get up, to run far distances, to lift heavy weights if something's blocking you, to get out of the way. And then you leave the site where you view that you are at risk and you flee. That's the flight part.
As it relates to concepts of hyperarousal and intense fear that was created by the pandemic, is it your opinion that it generates impairment of cognitive functions leading to impulsive and irrational decision-making?
Yes, it does. So impulsive irrational decision-making is exactly what it sounds like. You make a decision that's sort of a knee-jerk response.
I'm not buying it.
We sometimes look at that as a visceral response, no thinking, just acting. If someone touches
Bankruptcy
a hot
made me do
stovetop,
it. I've
for
never heard that
example,
one.
A small child who's told by their parent, please don't do that, you'll hurt yourself. They don't understand what that means. They may touch that hot stovetop. When their hand is on that stovetop, they don't have to think, my hand is burning, there's a great deal of pain, what should I do? Without thinking, they move their hand back and they avoid the continuation of pain. And it's a powerful learning experience. We often call that Pavlovian conditioning, or classical
Pavlov has
conditioning,
entered the
where
chat.
you learn powerfully, but your reaction doesn't involve thinking. It just reacts with responding. And that part of the quick response is mediated by a part of the brain called the amygdala, which is the size of a walnut in the center part of your brain. That's the amygdala, and it deals with fight or flight. It deals with rational or amygdala. Welcome. And that's the part of the brain that tells us, is this or asks the question, is this a dangerous situation or is this fine?
And to point it out, Mastad says that this is also the defense expert in the upcoming Lindsay Clancy case. Lindsay Clancy is also represented by Kevin Reddington, who's the defense attorney here, who also represented Jennifer McCabe in the Karen Reed case when the defense team was trying to obtain Jennifer McCabe's Google search records.
Dangerous situation, we become powerfully and acutely aware of what's around us. We pay close attention to things that are going on, and we make a quick decision to either leave or stay. If we make the assessment that there's no reason to be fearful, we carry on with the business and dealing with the vicissitudes of everyday life, just going through everyday existence.
Did you find that in your studies here, in review of the other peer review articles as well, that the COVID-19 pandemic led to increased fear, depression, and anxiety, especially in those individuals displaced from their homes?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Well, the outcome, which I personally am very aware of because I spend a lot of time going to psychiatric hospitals to do evaluations, were so profound that there were not enough beds in the Commonwealth. Now, fair enough to say that there is a shortage to begin with, but there was an overwhelming shortage of beds in the Commonwealth to take on patients who needed to be hospitalized to become stable. And that's just not in Massachusetts. That's essentially throughout the United States and I believe all over the world, where there were so many impaired individuals who did not know what to do, that they needed to go to receive treatment, and the treatment systems were flooded with not just ill people, but people who had psychiatric emergencies.
Now, in the course of your review, sir, have you determined whether or not your opinion, as well as that of the others in the learned treatises that you reviewed, has attracted widespread acceptance within a relevant scientific community?
Yes, it has. Well, by and large, in the world we were living in then, although it's not that long ago, it feels like for many people so far back, there were many conferences, all remote, symposium, all remote, and meetings of clinicians who work for different agencies getting together to brainstorm on trying to help people. And therein lies some of the changes that we see today in 2025, where telehealth became acceptable, reimbursable from insurance companies, which wasn't the case before, and is a standard way of doing business. And I know as a person who deals with crises, I was often on Zoom meetings. In one case, when I was in Alexandria, Virginia, dealing with HHS, where there was a death of 2 agents, we had 700 agents on Zoom throughout the United States dealing with the consequences of their own loss from their colleagues, but more importantly, on how they were coping. And they were not doing well. We had upticks in people, and these are highly trained agents who felt suicidal, who were able to get treatment, turned in their weapons for a short period of time. And those are people who are at a high level of functioning because they get vetted and they get tested and they get assessed every which way. So we did see that throughout the United States, that many people just could not cope with the changes in the world around them. Things weren't getting better fast enough, and hospitals were flooded with patients, and people were home and fearful.
Now, your conclusion would be that it's crucial to acknowledge the profound psychological suffering endured by individuals throughout this pandemic. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And would you agree, or is it a matter of your review of the peer review articles and your own opinion that there was indeed a significant mental health crisis that was triggered by the COVID-19 demands?
I do agree with that, yes.
Can I inquire?
Okay, remember this is outside the presence of the jury.
Have you
Good
ever
morning, Attorney.
testified on this topic before?
Not in court, no.
When you say not in court, what do you mean?
I'm sorry, yeah, that's misleading, I'm sorry. No, I have not testified. I've spoken about it in conferences, but not testified on it.
Okay,
Because
what
nobody's used it as a defense yet.
With the DEA and with HHS.
And when you spoke at those conferences, were you speaking about the collective experience of psychological distress that people experienced as a result of the pandemic?
Yes, in part, but there were also the practical applications of what to do now going forward, helping agents and agents' families going forward, and it would spread to other areas and other arenas of discord for many of the agents. So how to deal with the anger and frustration that they had, how to deal with parenting of an adolescent who was struggling themselves. So it affected the family from the parents down to the children, and extended beyond not just the stressors, but how to cope with it. And it was oriented not to simply acknowledge the problems that people were having, but to develop some strategies for people to get healthy and to get better.
And this article, the conclusions in this article are really about the need for continued treatment, intervention, and support for communities as a result of the pandemic. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And this article has a lot of research. In the first couple of pages, your citations are to recent research. Is that fair to say?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And is this article published in any way?
No, it's not yet, no.
When did you finish this?
A few weeks ago.
A few weeks ago.
Yes.
Okay. And have you submitted it to any peer review journals yet?
I have not.
Are you still revising it?
Well, I don't know if I am, but I might be.
Might you still revise?
I might, yes.
Okay. And the paragraph or the chapter on fight or flight, that's 9, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And all of your citations in that section on fight or flight are from older research, that's fair to say, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Do you have current support for your statement that the pandemic's confluence of life threats, economic stability, and social isolation created an environment ripe for activating fight, flight, or freeze responses, fundamentally altering behavioral and psychological states?
I don't cite a specific research article because that's a difficult topic to pin down, because fight or flight becomes sometimes a idiosyncratic interpretation. So fight or flight for one person may not be exactly the same for another person. And you need a large sample to make it valid. And I not researched that part.
All right. So the theory that you're outlining in section 9 is widely accepted regarding what our bodies do when confronted with some sort of a threat or danger, right?
Yes, that's not debatable. It's a physiological outcome.
All right.
That's correct.
But what I'm asking about is the application to COVID-19. Is there any peer-reviewed research that you're aware of regarding that specific application of COVID-19 and fight or flight?
No.
Have you ever met with Dr. Tuerk?
Yes.
Could we approach?
Lisa, I just went to delete your comment and I banned you by accident. I have to go to the back channel to, that was my mistake because of my mouse. I have to go to the back channel and unblock you. So just give me a minute. Let's fast forward this. This is to determine whether or not this expert's going to be allowed to testify. Another gentle reminder, please do not use the C word or the P word in the chat because it's not my rules, it's YouTube rules. And if my channel gets banned before the Karen Reed trial, I'm not going to be happy. So please, just guide your comments accordingly. I think it's stupid too. It has nothing to do with me. It has all to do with YouTube. They don't like it. Thank you. Thank you, Scott.
Just a minute, please.
Yes.
Scott, isn't that list a pain in the ass? You have to go through like so many names. There's no order to it. There's no rhyme or reason to it. Love you.
Do you have a time period that you would consider I'm struggling for the right word, but does the literature contemplate a specific time period for the duration of the pandemic?
I'm not really sure I understand the question.
Yeah, like how long did it go on for? That's a great
days,
question.
Or months, or what time period is the pandemic?
Well, it's sort of like the 5 blind men and the elephant. It depends where you are at the time. So the time period has shifted in terms of accuracy of when it first started. depending where one is in the world.
So I mean from a medical perspective
Okay.
about when people were getting sick. What I'm asking for is about the literature that you're talking about, the collective stress or anxiety. What's the time period for that?
I can't answer that question because there are ebbs and flows with outbreaks with COVID-19. Currently, there's an increase. So it's still technically a major problem. I'm not sure whether it's certainly not as bad as it had been, but
Don't test him.
there was a period of time where you did not need to demonstrate WHO vaccination cards if you were to travel. Some countries now require that. Some countries have quarantines. So I can't really answer the question because it's still going on.
Okay, I want to make sure you're understanding my question. My question isn't about the physiological, medical COVID pandemic itself. I'm talking about the mental health crisis that you're describing. Is that still continuing?
It is still continuing because I go to hospitals every week and I hear about it every single week. And I get sometimes tested, depending where you go. Sometimes wearing a mask. It's still going on.
All right.
Some places worse than ever. Some are shut down. Some units are shut down. It's still a crisis.
So in your opinion, the phenomenon that you're describing and the increase in psychological distress is continuing till today?
Yes.
All right, no further questions.
That's all I have.
Okay, you may step down.
Thank
All
you.
right, let's see what the judge decides. Guess I'll wait until the doctor leaves the room.
Thank you, Ron. Basically, this is, I understand it being a Daubert hearing. We have to have certain items of evidence, if you will, submitted to the court, and I think that we've hit on all of the Supreme Court's factors that they recommend. Number one, whether the technique or theory in question can be and has indeed been tested. Doctor indicated and positive to that, gave Your Honor specific indications as well as statistical analyses. Number two, from the Supreme Court, is whether it has been subjected to publication and peer review. Doctor indicated that indeed these have been subjected to publication and peer review. I asked him about potential error rate and the existence and maintenance of standards controlling operation. And then finally, whether it has attracted widespread acceptance within a relevant scientific community. So understanding that this is a proffer of a witness basing his testimony on significant scientific sequelae, if you will, of the pandemic, it goes beyond the ken of a juror or a layperson. These are specific phenomena that indicate and show the impact of this pandemic on individuals as it relates to depression, as it relates to anxiety, as it relates to suicide, as it relates to fight or flight, and freeze syndrome. So counsel can ask Dr. Zeisel anything she wants on cross.
This is interesting because this would be, he's a very qualified expert. Let's agree on that. But this would be the first time that he has ever testified to this specific topic. So it'll be interesting to see what Judge Hallal does here. Thank you, Mike, for gifting 5 memberships. You're always such a kind and generous member of this channel, and we love you. And to the 5 who are randomly selected by YouTube to become cupcakes, welcome.
Examination, certainly. I mean, any proffered expert's opinion is subject to cross-examination, but to suggest that the court, which I think the government is suggesting or asking, that the court totally block the testimony from this very, very qualified witness who obviously has, I suggest to the court, adhered to the landscape, if you will, of the Daubert opinion, is depriving the defendant of being able to present proofs on his behalf, which is obviously guaranteed by the Massachusetts Constitution, as well as the Due Process Clause of the United States Constitution and effective representation of counsel. So I don't think that it's appropriate to exclude the doctor's testimony based on some squishy argument that, well, the jurors
Squishy
all went through it, we all
argument.
went through it, we all understand what happened. That's not right, and I would ask
That's
that you allow him
squishmallow.
to testify.
It's a stress ball.
So I'm concerned about the layering of different topics here because there's I'm not arguing that he's not a qualified forensic psychologist. I've said that. testifying about anxiety, that's one thing. Testifying about, first of all, he can't, it's not proper for an expert on direct to testify about the research. So I didn't object to that because this is a different kind of hearing, but he's not going to be able to get up there and testify about statistical analyses. And certainly I think it's improper for him and overly prejudicial to be commenting on topics such as lie detectors, his personal experience of going to psychiatric hospitals, Zoom meetings, agents having suicidal thoughts and having to turn in weapons. All of that is overly inflammatory and shouldn't come into evidence. However, he's never testified about this topic. This article is not published. The article doesn't necessarily relate to this case or this defendant in any way. And in particular, I have concerns about the flight aspect to this, because Dr. Zeisel testified, and the court can see when you read this article that I would suggest is essentially his own research or opinion that's not based on anything to do with the pandemic. And so I would suggest that paragraph or chapter 9 does not meet the Daubert-Lanigan standards. And that's sort of the most egregious aspect of that.
Can I just say that I'm so appreciative that both of these attorneys pronounce it Daubert rather than Daubert, because when I went to law school in Denver, by the way, University of Denver, shout out, University of Colorado undergrad, Sco Buffs, Deion Sanders is here, and this is going to be a great year. And he extended his contract through 2029, I think. But I digress. My law professor in law school pronounced it Daubert. That's how I've always learned it. And every other attorney I've ever seen lately says Daubert. So shout out to both of them.
Zeisel be excluded because I think that the prejudicial impact to the Commonwealth where the defendant is not pleading a lack of criminal responsibility or a specific diminished capacity. And in the particular facts and circumstances of this case, I'd ask that he not be allowed to testify.
So what about the fight or flight apart from?
Kaylee, where did you meet him? At the Golden Buff?
I think that would be the body's physiological response to stress, similar to anxiety. If that's all he was going to get up there and say, that would be fine. But application to the pandemic, and if he's going, but also if he's going to testify about the pandemic in general, and then he starts talking about fight or flight, I think that's making the link without making the link, in particular where he holds this particular opinion. So if you're going to allow him to testify about the pandemic, then I think that's where it becomes problematic.
It's French. I like it.
Observation
Yes, like Colbert.
that he's not making a link without making a link. He's testifying as a forensic psychologist as to the concept of fight or flight as it relates to anxiety, as it relates to depression. And I think clearly that, again, is something that's outside the knowledge of a juror. And I would ask that the court would allow him to testify. And I did read those cases, and I actually was going to bring to the court's attention the Polk case of POLK.
And I did read those cases. It's like the first time ever. He's got people for that. I think Chisholm and Polk were the two cases that Alessi also cited, but Judge Cannoni didn't even have a hearing on that for Michael Easter in the Reed case.
Counsel also cites the Chisholm case. I think Chisholm is on other unrelated issues than what we're dealing with here. The Polk case is exactly dead on, talking about expert testimony of a psychologist about dissociative memory that was excluded in a general sense, and the exclusion was determined not to be harmless error. Clearly, the defendant was entitled to present expert psychological evidence as it relates to dissociative memory, because obviously jurors wouldn't know what dissociative memory meant. Whether or not they applied that to testimony presented from other witnesses in the case is up to the jury, obviously. But as far as the expert testimony, limited in a general sense to what we've brought out under the Daubert standard, then clearly I think it's admissible.
All right, so the first foundational requirement, if you will, under the Daubert standard is.
He said
the role
Daubert
of
too.
an expert witness is to help jurors
Praise be.
interpret evidence that lies outside of common experience. To the extent there's testimony by Dr. Zeisel about things such as shelter in place, people being afraid of getting exposed to the virus. Bear with me for a minute.
Was he super nice, Kaylee? Deion Sanders, we're talking about the coach of the Colorado Buffaloes. CU Buffs.
Having increased anxiety, increased mental health issues, exacerbated by isolation, having increased fear with respect to the virus, isolation, and sadness. Those don't lie outside the common experience of the jurors. We all went through that, and I say that we all experienced many of those feelings. If not, we knew people who did. So that portion does not meet the first foundational requirement. Moreover, I do find that it is more prejudicial than probative with respect to prejudice towards the government. However, the fight or flight impulse apart from COVID would be admissible to the extent you lay the proper foundation, but that's apart from COVID.
I understand the court's ruling, just no my objection, that's all.
Ms. Beatty, do you want to add anything?
I would just ask that if Mr. Reddington decides to call Dr. Zeisel, that it be clear that on cross-examination or on direct, that he's not to offer any sort of an opinion about the defendant and whether or not the defendant was experiencing any of these symptoms, and he's not here to testify about the facts of this case.
I don't need to be lectured by the DA. I would never go that far, Judge. I already represented the sidebar that I'm not getting into specific.
I don't need to be lectured by the DA. Hold on a second. Let's take that back. What did she lecture him about?
Testify about the facts of this case.
I don't need to be lectured by the DA. I would never go that far, Judge. I already represented at sidebar that I'm not getting into specific statements of this gentleman. This is a general opinion testimony from an expert witness. I know better than that. I'm not going to elicit from him what the defendant told him or anything like that.
This ain't my first rodeo,
I'm
Lisa.
not concerned about Mr. Reddington. I'm concerned about the witness and the witness understanding.
I will talk to him.
All right, and I just want to add that the Commonwealth developed a record on cross-examination, but Dr. Zeisel has part of my ruling rests on the fact that he's never testified on this topic before in court, as well as the fact that there's no published article, it hasn't been peer-reviewed. That is the article that was provided to the court, along with everything else the Commonwealth elicited on cross-examination. Okay?
Understood.
All right. Are you proposing to have a witness on Zoom this morning?
Yes, Your Honor. I would propose that we, and by the way, we were able to pretty much get through all the emails. I think we're going to be okay in that regard as it relates to Laapasada and the other gentleman, Hoffman.
Ms. Hoffman, is that correct?
I haven't been able to look over the redactions that have been made, but we did have a conversation this morning. I would just ask for a few moments to look at the redactions, and then I think we will have an agreement.
Then I will have, obviously I have Dr. Laapasada is available. I also have Mr. Chiten will be available, and Dr. Vandor.
Dr. Laapasada is also testifying in the Karen Reed case. She's also a Karen Reed expert, correct? So that'll be interesting. We're going to get to see her testify. So here's what the judge ruled. The judge ruled that the anxiety that was created by the panty, the lockdowns from the C word that we're not allowed to say, the anxiety is within the common purview of the jury. They all understand it. They all went through it. However, that doctor will be allowed to testify. The Harvard-educated doctor, we talk about this a lot on this channel, that everyone who went to Harvard will let you know about it within the first 5 minutes of the conversation. They'll work it in somehow, some way. Oh, yes, when I was in college in Cambridge, or, oh, I know him from Harvard. he will be allowed to testify about the fight or flight response. And so since Harry's going to testify, Harry can talk about how much anxiety and fear and panic he had during the lockdowns and how he was deathly afraid of dying from the panty. Do I think it's going to mitigate what he did to Katie McLean? Hell no. But that's why there's a jury. The jury's here to decide that.
Treating doctor of the defendant just to testify to the fact he was treating him and what he prescribed him for depression, that's it. As far as Zooms are concerned,
So there'll be 3 Zooms?
Dr. Vandor, and someone told him he didn't, yeah, and Mr. Chiten, that's 2. And, of course, Dr. Laapasada is the expert. So that'd be 3.
All right, so I just want to clarify, there's no objection from the Commonwealth with respect to these witnesses appearing by Zoom.
As long as the technology works.
All right, and you've spoken to,
Do you think Brennan would ever allow a defense witness to appear by Zoom? Ever? No chance in hell. I love how these two get along. They have a friendly banter. The ADA's name is Lisa Beatty. She's an ADA with Norfolk County. And she's so far, she's cool. And Reddington is cool, and they get along well. Sometimes when she objects to the things that Reddington is asking the witness, she'll laugh during her objection. Like, really, Reddington? It's interesting.
client about his right to have witnesses
Oh, yeah.
appear
Yep.
here in person.
Yes,
Okay, may I ask him a few questions, please?
of course.
Could you stand up, Mr. Turk?
Would you like me to swear him in?
Yes.
Okay, he's going to ask.
Right answer?
He's going to ask the defendant some questions about understanding his rights. This is interesting. Oh, the jury's not in the room. That's why they're not doing it at sidebar. So we're going to get to hear Harry speak. A lot of people think he speaks like Arnold Schwarzenegger. You let me know what you think. And look at how enormous he is compared to his attorney, Mr. Reddington. Those of you who have met Reddington in person, any idea on how tall he is? This guy's huge.
Swear that you shall make true answers to any such questions that are put to you by the court and the matter now in hearing, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, good morning, Mr. Turk.
Good morning, Your Honor.
So your attorney tells me that 3 witnesses are going to testify on your behalf by Zoom. So they'll be coming through the television screen. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you've talked at length with your attorney about your absolute right to have those witnesses appear here in person?
I did.
Okay. Have you had enough time to talk to him about that?
I believe so.
Do you want some more time to talk to him about that?
No.
Okay. And you understand that the jurors sitting over here to my left, when a witness is on the stand, the witness is more or less right in front of them in person, and they can make evaluations of that witness's demeanor, facial expressions, etc. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And when a witness appears on Zoom, some of that is lost. By that I mean there's a less of an opportunity to evaluate demeanor because the witness is on a TV screen as opposed to appearing in person.
I fully understand that, Your Honor.
Okay. And again, you've talked to Mr. Reddington about that, and you're willing to waive your right to have these witnesses appear here in person on your behalf.
Under the circumstances was explained to me, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you want me to ask him anything else, Mr. Reddington?
No, Your Honor.
Does the Commonwealth want me to ask him anything with respect to the Zoom witnesses?
No, thank you.
Okay, all right. I find his waiver to be knowing and voluntary after due consultation with counsel. All right.
Thank you, Mike, for gifting
So
another 5.
Who are you proposing to have testify?
Mary Elizabeth and X, we left off with her yesterday.
Okay.
Then Mr. Hoffman.
Both
Then,
in person.
yes, both in person. And then we would have, I would suggest, hopefully determining is Mr. Chiten on, is Mr. Vandor on? Someone told Chiten he didn't have to be on till noon, but I told him he should be on at 10:30. Yeah.
And if we could just, if we could also just have a conversation about Dr. Vandor at sidebar as well.
Reddington's throwing his papers down. He's like, really?
Who is handling Zoom? Let me ask that.
Him.
And have you talked to the Commonwealth about that to make this run smoothly?
Yes, Your Honor, we've ran a test this morning, making sure the audio, video,
And it
everything
worked this morning?
It worked this morning, Your Honor, yes.
All right, it worked this morning, I'm asking the Commonwealth.
Yes.
All right, Ms. King, you're all set with the Zoom? No,
As far as I know.
okay. All right, okay, I'll see you at sidebar.
We have some room to FF. Thank you, Becky, for your super sticker. Thank you, Kale, for gifting a membership. And also Becky's Blue Eyed Paranormal for gifting a membership. Oh, there's the fan. And Laura R for your super sticker. Thank you. And Midnight Mike with another 5. Midnight Mike wants to get this to be the coolest chat. So he's giving all the gifts today. He's gifting, such a giver. See how far behind we are here. Oh, looks like they took a little bit of a break. We may catch up to real time, I gotta say. I don't know that we've ever seen a witness on Zoom in Norfolk Superior, so this will be interesting. Susie's here. Thanks, Susie, via 10. Went for jury duty yesterday in Toronto, and the case was dismissed. I really wanted to serve as a jury member. Have to wait 3 years before I can be called again, yeah. Here, I think it's 6. I think last time I went, I got dismissed or excused, and it was like, okay, you're good for 6 years. Tom's a new member, welcome. Conserva Knitter is a new member, welcome. Yanetti's Venus Blue Flannel has been here for 2 months. No go on the Arnold, haha. Austrian and German accents are so different, but I grew up with a German grandmother. Yeah, I guess she would recognize the subtle differences, and I really haven't heard him speak enough to really get a good glimpse of it. But when he takes the stand, we will. Patty has been a member for a month. Thank you so much for being here.
Could we just have 1 minute, please, Your
Yes.
Honor?
All right, good.
You spoke to your witnesses pursuant to what we talked about at sidebar?
Except for Dr. Vandor, who's not on the Zoom yet. Dr. Laapasada is on the Zoom, and
Okay.
We did have an opportunity to talk and redact the email, so they are all set.
Okay. All right, so we set for the jurors?
yes.
That is what we call the jailhouse haircut.
We're not able, would you please raise your hand? Okay, no hands are being raised. So we're going to continue on. There is a stipulation between the parties. Ms. Beatty, do you want me to read that now?
Please.
Okay, so there is a stipulation, so you can consider these facts as proven. The parties stipulate to the following. The defendant's serum plasma result of 226 corresponds to a blood ethanol concentration between 0.189 and 0.200. And that's agreed to by the parties. You can consider that as proven. It's also been marked as an exhibit, the stipulation, so you'll have that with you.
Okay, this is super interesting.
Okay.
The parties have agreed on the blood alcohol content. They've agreed. Remember in the Karen Reed case, the witness that testified for the Commonwealth from Massachusetts, maybe he was from the hospital or the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, I don't remember. But whatever it was, the extrapolation of her blood alcohol content was such a wide swing. It was something like, yeah, it could have been between 0.13 and 0.29. That is a huge, something like that. Don't quote me on the exact numbers. They've agreed here that based on his, I think it was based on his serum plasma, I'm not sure if it's his or Katie's, that it's between 0.189 and 0.200. That is a very narrow margin. Why is it so wide in the Karen Reed case? And they've agreed on it. So nobody has to submit any testimony about it. Very interesting. The stark differences between this and the courtroom next door.
Mr. Reddington.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Mary Lucivita, please.
Okay, so Attorney Lasivita is going to resume the stand. She was on at the end of the day yesterday.
If you're ever confused about who's testifying, it is scrolling at the bottom of the screen. This is Harry's defense attorney. I mean, his divorce attorney. They had a Vegas wedding in December of 2019. 5 weeks later, Harry was consulting with a divorce attorney. They had had a wedding planned for August of 2019. Harry canceled that.
All right, welcome back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Catherine, thank you so much for your super generous $50 super chat. Catherine Carroll says, thanks, Mel, for all your time and hard work for all of us. Love you. Former Long Island residents. Oh, we miss you. We miss you, Catherine. Finally, the sun is out today. It's been a long, long time. Thank you so much. I appreciate you more than you know.
Do you have what you need, Mr. Reddington?
Yes, they just handed it to me. I'm just showing it to Mr. Verno. Perfect. Good morning.
Good morning.
Find the mic.
Just for the record, tell us your name, please.
Mary Lasavita.
And you are an attorney and you represented Harry Tuerk, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, at some point you set up a meeting with him in your Dedham office, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
The meeting was on January 31st of 2020.
All right. I'm going to approach you and show you an email from Mary Lasavita to Harry Tuerk, excuse me. And is that the email that you're referring to?
Yes, this is the email where I confirmed that January 31st appointment.
What's the date of that?
January 29th, 2020.
Can you pull that up, Steve, please? Thank you. Now, this is an email that you mailed in the due course of business on January 29th to Harry Tuerk. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you were confirming that you would see him at 9 o'clock on Friday, January 31st, correct?
That's correct.
And the rest of that is pretty much just instructions as to how to get to your office.
Yes, instructions on how to make sure he's not lost. Yes.
No objection.
Okay, maybe admitted.
The exhibit 329.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to hand you something.
Do you want to mark 329 first? Thank you.
Now, Saturday, February 1st.
I don't know what to tell you on the volume. It's the way this courtroom is. It's the way law and crime has been. I'll turn my mic down again. It depends on what device you're listening on. It depends on whether you have earbuds or not. Depends on whether the attorney is in front of the microphone. I'm turning mine down, so maybe it'll equalize, maybe it won't. I'm not a cupcake. I can't make everyone happy, but I try.
Write another email to, that's right, Harry Tuerk. That's okay.
Yes, I do
Goodman.
recall that we had some email exchanges over the weekend, beginning on Saturday, February 1st.
And this was emailed to his account, correct?
Yes, it was.
All righty. Sorry after that.
Just double check. No objection.
All right, maybe Mark.
Exhibit 330, 330.
Steve, would you call that up, please? February 1st letter?
Thank you so much.
Okay. So now looking at this, that is with accessing exhibit, this is another email from you to Harry Tuerk, correct?
Well, that one's actually from him to me, but the one below it is from me,
Okay,
yes.
so he was saying it was a pleasure to meet with you.
Yes.
Spending time and regarding marriage certificate, you ordered one, right?
Yes.
Next one up would be on January 31st that he was responding to. You indicated that you were attaching your fee agreement, right?
Yes, correct.
Any questions, sign it, scan it by email, and return it to me, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you also indicated that you needed the marriage certificate.
Yes.
And you filed a complaint.
Yes, that's correct.
And then you would be representing him on the complaint for divorce, right?
That is correct.
And again, this was dated on January 31st and sent to him by email, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, you can put the lights on. Now, ultimately, did you represent Harry on the divorce itself?
I did not enter an appearance.
Tell us why.
There were two reasons. One was that when we initially met on January 31st, I told him that I was busy. I had other commitments, and that I wasn't going to be able to file any paperwork until until the next Friday.
And you got sick.
And then I got sick, yes.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No questions, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you so much. Have a good
Thank
day.
you.
Well, that's easy. Thank you, Auntie Bev's Newports for your 20.
I'd like to call Attorney John Hoffman, please.
She says, I guess I've had 18 removed comments and 1 timeout in about a year. Put this in my swear jar. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Does Auntie Bev smoke Newports? I don't know. I can't confirm or deny. We have a little FF room here.
Court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Sir, tell us your name, spell your last name, keep your voice up so all the jurors can hear, please.
Good morning. John Hoffman, Hoffman.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a lawyer.
And where is your office?
My office is currently in Newton, Massachusetts.
Now, I'm going to ask you, sir, did you at some point have occasion to represent a gentleman by the name of Harry Tuerk?
I did.
And what did you represent him on?
It was in connection with a divorce matter.
And was that a divorce from a Mary McLean?
It was.
I'm going to approach you and hand you a document and ask if you can identify this. It appears to be dated February 5th, 2020.
Yes.
And can you tell us what that is, sir?
This is correspondence dated February 5, 2020, that I wrote to Ms. Kathleen Mary McLean Roca.
And what's the date of that letter?
February 5, 2020.
Okay, thank you. Right off of that letter.
No objection.
Okay, maybe a minute.
You follow it up.
Exhibit 331.
Now, looking at Exhibit 331, sir, this is what you were just referring to, the letter to Kathleen McLean Roca advising that you were retained by Harry to represent him in probate court proceedings, that if you need an attorney, have the attorney contact you, try to resolve the issues, et cetera, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you, fair to say, represented Harry for the months of, all the way up till May 2020.
That sounds right, yes.
So you also communicated with him by email, is that right?
I did.
I would hand you a document, this is dated March 18th, 2020, and just ask if you can identify that document.
Yes, I can.
All right, what is that?
It is an email from Harry. I'm copied on it.
Okay. So this is kept in the normal course of your business, right?
Yes.
I'd ask if this be offered, please.
No objection.
Maybe a minute.
Exhibit 332.
Follow that, Steve. Now, as it relates to Exhibit 332, sir, that would be March 18th of 2020, correct?
Yes.
And this was sent from Harry, and that would be Harry Tuerk, correct?
Yes.
And it was a copy to you, as you said, John Hoffman, right?
Yes.
And in the course of that email, can you read that from here?
No, I can't.
Okay, don't worry about it. It says, "Hi, everybody," meaning Harry saying hi to everybody. "Due to the ongoing drastic developments regarding Corona, I urgently came back from Germany yesterday night. I was able to catch on, meaning one of the last flights, bringing U.S. residents back from Germany. They're shutting all flights down now. However, I have flu symptoms, mild but unconcerned. I have the virus. Spoke yesterday with my primary care physician. Looks like I'm getting a test. I am staying at the Hampton Inn in Norwood right now. Must prepare myself for self-quarantine, but where? I have no place to go right now. practically homeless. Given the extraordinary circumstances, do you guys see the possibility of an emergency room so I can go to the basement of my house for quarantine? Separate entrance door and door to the rest of the house, so it will be safe to stay there to quarantine for the next 2 to 3 weeks. Do you remember receiving that, sir?
Yes.
Is that a fair indication, sir, as to his state of mind as it relates to his fear of the pandemic in March 2020?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Lights. And approaches, sir, on March 19th.
All of these emails are going to go to his state of mind about his fear of the panty and also about what was going on between Katie and Harry, how they were reconciling and they were entering into a post-nuptial agreement, and how Harry signed over half the deed to his house in contemplation of that post-nup and the reconciliation.
20, and ask if you received another email from Harry Tuerk.
Yes.
Okay.
Menthol cigarettes are gross. Why would kids even want them?
Yes.
Ew.
What date was that? I'm sorry. No objection.
Maybe admitted.
Thank you.
Exhibit 333.
Pull up 333, please. Now, sir, this is another email that was sent on March 19th, 2020 at 10 o'clock in the morning from Harry with a copy to you, correct?
Yes.
And he's asking if you could file a motion for a hardship under the current circumstances that he would be allowed back into his house or the house. No job, no income, can't get a job, nobody's hiring, savings are depleting rapidly. Can't afford an apartment given the current cost of the house and legal costs. Friends don't take me into their houses because of COVID-19 fear. I should be allowed to stay in a separate part of my house like my basement that has its own access and a lockable door. Is that correct? I read that right?
Yes, I believe you did. Yes.
Okay, lights. And you continue to move forward with negotiations in the course of this litigation, the divorce, right?
Yes.
So at some point, is it your understanding that he had been living in Boston with a guy named Richie Kovitz and his wife or significant other, Carol?
I
Did you know he was living in Boston?
don't recall that.
Okay. At some point, did you know that he ended up going to another state?
Yes.
Where did he go?
I believe you went to Florida.
Florida, okay. Did he in fact, on March 26th, now we're talking, send you an email, or send an email and copy to you?
Yes.
Okay. And that's kept, again, in the normal and ordinary course of business, right?
Yes.
So I would offer that.
No objection.
All right, maybe admitted.
Exhibit 334.
Pulling up 334. You agree, sir, that this was an email, March 26th, 2020, at 4:03 in the afternoon, where Harry wrote to John Hoffman, that would be you, right?
Yes.
On this one, he indicated now, that it's March 26th of 2020, I cannot stay at my friend Richie's anymore. The building is closed, a non-permanent resident. I am on my way to Florida. Right now, a friend of mine has a camper and an RV park on Rock Ledge. I'll stay there for a couple of weeks. It's free. Remember receiving that?
I do.
And then as a result of that, he did move to Florida, right?
As far as I know, yes.
And then you continued on representing him through the month of April, right?
Yes.
And at some point, you recall that he sent you and a couple of other friends or people an email on April 13th of 2020, sir.
Calico has a great question. Did he waive attorney-client privilege for emails? He waived
Yes, I
attorney-client
do
privilege
recall
for
that.
both of these attorneys
Kept in the normal and ordinary course of business.
Yes.
that testified for him.
No objection.
Okay, maybe admitted.
Exhibit 335.
Pull up 335, please. Now, looking at 335, sir, this is now April 13th, 2020 at 7:35 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
And he sends an email to you, right?
Yes.
And again, he says, is there any possible way to get me into my house as a safe shelter? As it looks right now, the lockdown may go on for months. In a couple of weeks, I have to leave the camper, come back to Mass. No friend will give me a place to crash right now because of the COVID. They can't rent an apartment. They want to see income. Hotels are expensive. Not very, it says save and safe. Is there a possibility to have removed the Mount's condo in Belmont? If it's available, which is available. Let me move back into my house and protect myself. I need help here regarding a safe place to stay. Do you remember that, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. To your knowledge, sir, he did indeed come back to Massachusetts, right?
Yes.
He did not go into his house, did he?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Went to a hotel, right?
Yes.
Now, on April 15th of 2020, you recall that he sent you an email, sir, that was kept by you in the normal and ordinary course of business.
Thank you. Maeve points out Harry's 6'3" and his bio states he was a 1980 alternate for the Olympic team in the decathlon. I think in Germany, right? But the other members of that team don't remember him. That's another interesting twist. Thanks for pointing that out, Maeve.
Yes.
Thanks, sir. Good afternoon.
No objection.
It may be admitted.
Exhibit 336.
So finally, on Exhibit 336, which has been called up, is another email. This is dated April 15th at 12:20 in the afternoon. He writes to you, a gentleman by the name of Stu. I'm really getting desperate. I have no home in a dangerous disease environment where everybody is asked to stay home for safety. I'm staying in a trailer park now, but I have to come to Mass in a couple of weeks and have no place to go. No one's giving me a couch because of the virus. Hotels are closed and too expensive. John, can you consider filing a motion explaining my situation so that you can move to mother's condo and I can take shelter in my own house? Everybody has a safe place to stay. Schools are closed, no reason anymore. Stay at the house due to any orders. He's not allowed to be there. Being homeless would make all the sense in the world. She moves to the condo and I have a safe place to stay. And this was the email that he sent to you on April 15th of 2020, correct?
Correct.
Okay, Whites. Now, did it come to your attention around the end of April into May of 2020 that he had come up to Mass and was staying in a hotel,
Yes.
and you were still representing him in the divorce, right?
Yes.
And
You mean
there
Turk,
were
Jeannie?
some negotiations that were going on between the two of them, meaning McLean and Harry Tuerk, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Ultimately, at some point, looking at Exhibit 292, was a deed signed and recorded at the Registry of Deeds.
Yes.
And you recognize that document, sir?
Yes.
Can you flip it over and tell us the date that the deed was signed?
April 29th of 2020.
Notice this judge allows
So on April
exhibits, which they call chalks in Massachusetts for some very antiquated reason, back when blackboards were the thing. And they're talking about the deed to the house that he put in her half in her name.
29th of 2020, Harry signed a deed placing McLean as an owner of that property, correct?
Correct.
Did he also sign, to your knowledge,
I'm taking it back
Yes,
for the
sir.
date because I missed it.
9th of 2020.
over and tell us the date that the deed was signed?
April 29th of 2020.
So on April 29th of 2020, Harry signed a deed placing McLean as an owner of that property, correct?
Correct.
He killed her on the 15th of May, a little more than 2 weeks later.
Did he also sign, to your knowledge, yes or no, a post-nup agreement?
Objection.
Sustained.
They can't talk about the post-nup?
Can I approach side?
Yes.
A lot of people don't know that a postnup is a thing. Postnup is a thing. It is similar to a prenup, but is something that is signed after you are already married that covers the same terms as a prenup would, such as what will happen in the event of a divorce. I believe that in the postnup that Harry signed with Katie because she wanted to reconcile, he agreed to give her $100,000 up front in case she ever needed to hire a divorce attorney. He agreed to sign over half of the house to her, and there were some other terms as well, but they may not be allowed to get into it. Let's see. Signed by. Coming back. They were only married. They got married in December 19. He filed for divorce in January 2020. They tried to reconcile. It must have been in April because that's when he signed over the deed, and then he killed her in May. 5 months. However, they were together for a while before that. I think she and her kids moved into his house in spring of 2018. They met on Bumble. He killed her on 5/14. Lori? I thought it was the 15th. Or maybe she was found on the 15th. They talked to him on the 16th. Okay, thanks.
Good afternoon, Attorney Hoffman. My name is Dr. McLaughlin, and I'm an ADA here in Norfolk County.
I can't hear her.
I'm going to ask you a few questions about your testimony here today.
Certainly.
So you stated that you have been an attorney for approximately 47 years, is that right?
It's a little less.
A little less than that? You would agree with me that your primary practice is family and probate matters, is that right?
Yes.
And your goal when you get hired by an individual or a client is to get the very best settlement for your client, isn't that right?
Yes.
You work for a retainer, is that right?
Yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but a retainer is a lump sum payment, and then you work off of that in billable hours. So every email you send, every phone call you have, that starts chipping away at the retainer, is that right?
Yes.
And once the retainer is depleted, then you would, if the settlement hasn't been resolved or the divorce hasn't been resolved, you would then charge your client an hourly rate or ask for another large lump sum?
Well, I would ask for an additional retainer, yes.
Okay.
18 Wheels of Outrage. I love you, man. I love you. And I'm so happy we can keep you company while you're trucking across the country. Keep on trucking. But you can't write that P word in the chat because YouTube hates it. So I got to delete your comment. Don't be offended. Don't hate me.
So you don't work off of, you wouldn't start charging them hourly, you would ask for another retainer in order to chip away at that, is that right?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that divorce proceedings and probate court matters can be lengthy,
Yes. Yes.
especially when they are contested, right?
Yes. Yes. The only reason I'm having difficulty answering is that each case is different. Some cases are much more expensive than others. That's all. That was my hesitancy.
So you would agree with me that if there were a lot of contested items in a divorce, you would have to spend a lot of time working with the other party's attorney in order to come up with some sort of an agreement in order to resolve those issues, is that right?
That is correct.
So it can be very time consuming,
It can be, yes.
and that continues to chip away at the retainer.
Yes.
And the more disagreements there are, the longer it could potentially take, is that right?
Yes.
You would agree with me that a postnump or a prenup can help alleviate some of that disagreement in a divorce proceeding?
Yes, I would agree with that.
The defendant retained you, or you wrote that letter that was made an exhibit on February 5th of 2020. You sent that letter to Katie McLean after the defendant had retained you, is that right?
Yes, I believe so.
Were you aware at that time that Katie had obtained a 209A order against the defendant on February 3rd of 2020?
I don't recall, but I'm not saying that that's wrong. I just, off the top of my head, I don't recall.
Once you sent that engagement letter to Ms. McLean, she in fact hired her own attorney.
She
Is
did.
that correct?
Yes.
And that attorney was Jolie Vaki, am I saying that right?
I believe so, yes.
And you had a lot of correspondence with Attorney Vaki about this matter, is that correct?
I don't recall a lot of correspondence, but there certainly was.
At the time that you first were retained, there was no prenup, right?
That is correct.
And so you had to talk to Attorney Vaki about all of the property and everything that was going to get divided up in this divorce, is that right?
Yes.
You would agree with me that Katie's main focus, or the main focus of the divorce proceedings, was Katie staying in the house for her children, is that right?
It was very important. Yes, I recall that.
You stated
She wanted to
earlier
keep
that
her children in the
read a
Dover
couple
schools.
of-
They lived in Dover. She wanted to keep them in the Dover schools.
You did read a couple of emails that were between you and the defendant during your representation of him, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that the defendant went to Germany in the beginning of March 2020,
Yes, I believe that's correct.
and you had an opportunity to review an email where he stated around March 17th, I believe, the email is in evidence that he was coming back from Germany because the COVID-19 pandemic had hit. Is that right?
Yes, I believe that was the email. Yes.
Okay. At that time, the defendant and Katie were still moving towards divorce, right?
As I recall, yes.
And the defendant was looking into selling the house?
I don't recall that.
Okay. The house was still a source of disagreement when it came to the divorce, is that right?
I would say that's true, yes.
When the defendant came home from Germany, you said that you believed he moved to Florida for a period of time.
That was based upon the email that I saw, yes.
Do you remember that?
I do. I believe I do, yes.
And after he went to Florida, you would agree with me that there are several emails in evidence and the defendant wanted to go home, is that right?
Yes.
He wanted back in 29 Valley Road.
Yes.
Any way he could get in, right?
No, I'm not.
Well, he was willing to stay in the basement.
I'm sorry. Yes, you're right.
And then he wrote an email, I believe, on April 10th of 2020 saying that he wanted to go back to 29 Valley Road, right?
Yeah. Yes.
He wrote another email to you on April 13th, 2020, that he wanted to go back to 29 Valley Road.
Yes.
And in that email, there was a suggestion that Katie and the children move to Belmont. Is that right?
Yes.
So he could have the house to himself.
I believe that's correct, yes.
And April 15th of 2020, he sent you yet another email, again, requesting to return to 29 Valley Road, right?
Yes, if that's, yes.
In that email, which is in evidence, he stated that he again wanted Katie and her children to move to Belmont, right?
Yes.
I believe he was talking about how school wasn't in session, so they should have to leave the house. That's right?
Yes.
And on April 17th of 2020, you sent an email to Katie McLean's attorney, Attorney Beatty, talking about Harry had a change of heart and wanted to reconcile. Is that right?
I didn't see that email, but that's possible.
Okay. If I could just have one moment, Your Honor.
You can catch up a little bit. I just heard somebody's phone go off in the courtroom. Hear that? How do people not know that their phone can go on silent?
You sent
My memory's exhausted.
Is your memory exhausted as to whether or not you sent an email on April 17th of 2020 to Katie McLean's attorney stating that the defendant wanted to reconcile?
Yes.
May I approach your
You
honor?
may.
I apologize, the font is very small. If you could just read this to yourself and let me know. You can look at the date and then read the contents and let me know when your memory is refreshed.
Hi, Stephanie. Thank you for your super chat. So the attorney can't show them a document to refresh their recollection. We would say in New York, you know, does this refresh your recollection? They say in Massachusetts, is your memory exhausted? And then if the witness says yes, then you can show them a document to refresh their recollection.
As to the email.
Yes.
You would agree, is your memory refreshed as to the email?
Yes.
You would agree with me that you conveyed, or you sent that email and were conveying the defendant's request to reconcile, is that right?
Yes.
You initiated the reconciliation at the defendant's request, didn't you?
Yes.
In that email, you discussed the defendant wanting to give Katie security in the reconciliation, is that right?
Could I just have a moment?
Yes, absolutely.
Katie had a domestic violence 209A restraining order against him that was taken out in early February. That's why he was not living in his house, because he was not allowed to come back to his house.
If you're referring to he wants to offer, yes.
And
If you're referring to he wants to offer a greater commitment to be engaged in the marriage with the reassurance of her security, that's,
yes, and
Yes.
prior to that, within that email, you also conveyed that he wanted to maintain the living situation for 2 more years, is that right?
yes,
And that was so the kids could have a stable living environment, is that right?
yes,
That they could graduate from school.
yes,
You conveyed that this was so Katie would be reassured in her security and the children's security, is that right?
yes,
And on April 29th of 2020, the defendant signed a quitclaim deed to give Katie and her kids that security, didn't he?
he signed the deed, yes, he did.
And that deed, in that deed, they became tenants in the entirety, is that right, in the house?
I would have to look at the deed, but,
I would agree to that.
okay, thank you.
And you would agree with me that tenants in the entirety mean that they would have equal rights, is that right?
Yes, I believe
It's
so.
essentially 50% of the house, right?
Yes.
He's like, I'm not
So
a
if
real estate
one,
lawyer.
dies, the other one would get the entire house, is that right?
That is correct.
It basically gives them equal footing.
Yes,
It provides security.
yes.
If I could just have one moment, please.
I'm not sure why he would do that when he has a couple of kids of his own that are not Katie's, but I wasn't a lawyer.
Was the one that reached out to him.
I have no further questions.
Did you know that in fact, Katie was the one that reached out to him initially through Kurt Steele to reconcile? Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
You indicate that he signed the deed because he wanted to give her a sense of security, correct?
I said that, yes,
Yeah?
yes.
And counsel asked you whether or not the house was a source of disagreement. Do you recall that, sir?
I recall that she asked me that, yes.
Right, and that.
Notice, listen, notice how Reddington called this witness. This is his witness. And now he's treating him hostilely. He said some things on cross that Reddington doesn't like, and now he's going at him.
As to whether or not the house was a source of disagreement and whether or not it was ultimately resolved by him signing the deed so that she was a half owner of his house, right?
Yes,
You knew that they were together for 2 years, living together, and then were married for 5 weeks.
yes, I did.
And in fact, sir, one of the sources of disagreement was the fact that the house would be sold and she was going to get half of it, right?
Yes, I mean, it was an issue, if that's,
And counsel asked you about the issues arising in the course of the divorce. You'd agree with me, sir, that in your experience, not mine, but the experience would be that there are alimony factors and child support factors, right?
in cases, yes, absolutely.
And he wasn't the father of the 3 kids who were living with him, was he?
No, he was
He
not.
was paying for the expenses of those kids, though, wasn't he?
He was.
And the alimony factors, one of those alimony factors, sir, is how long the marriage is, right?
Yes,
Contribution of a party to the marriage itself, right?
yes.
And in a 5-week marriage, in your 40-something years' experience, what is the alimony factor on that type of a marriage?
Objection.
No, overruled. He can answer, you know.
There shouldn't be any.
Thank you.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman.
He's like, get me out of here. Get me out of here. I'm not used to being a witness. I'm a
Your Honor, I
lawyer.
believe, thank you, Mr. Hoffman. I believe, Chiten, we're going to give Mr. Chiten another shot.
I'm going back to the Zoom.
All right, jurors, we're going to try to get the next witness on Zoom. We had an issue yesterday, as you know. Try it again today.
This courtroom needs,
Again, if you have
this
any
courthouse
trouble
needs to get
seeing-
better technology, okay? Last year before the Reed trial started, they just got Wi-Fi. They just got air conditioning because when the witness doesn't speak loudly enough, they have to turn off the air conditioning and the fans. Come on, it's 2025, people. Free Billy Tibbetts. Those of you who know. Oh, there's Aiden Carney sitting right there at the media high top. For those of you who are local, is your local media covering this trial at all? Because many people have said they're not even covering this trial at all.
Or hearing, please just raise your hand, and it's just as if the witness was on the stand here in front of you.
You want me at the podium, right, Judge? I do.
Can somebody change the orientation so we're just looking at the witness's face instead of the other boxes of people on the call?
May I swear him in?
Yes.
There we go.
Our Attorney Chiten, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, if you could just raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, it's a little warbly. I barely pick up the words.
Do you want me to try again? Is it any better now? Our sound just improved in here.
I wonder if you need to be closer to whatever microphone we're using.
Mr. Reddington, can you do a quick test?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, can you hear Mr. Reddington better?
I can hear you. I heard that it was a DA. I heard she was one of those the clearest.
Right, that was the DA, and then now this is me,
Yeah.
Kevin, and the judge was also talking to you.
Yeah, I can hear Attorney Reddington.
Okay, do you want me to call
Okay,
it
jurors,
down?
can you see and hear okay? All right.
Do you want me to swear him in over there?
I think Ms. Sandel should come over
Sure.
here because I think, is this the microphone?
Yeah.
I think this is
Yeah,
the microphone.
Okay.
That's the clearest. It's right there. I heard.
No worries. Okay, if you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
See you, Ron? Yes. All right, so will you tell us your name and spell your last name, please?
Sure. David Chiten, Chyten.
And where do you live, sir?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
Oh, well,
So where do you live?
I say, where do you live? Do you live in Florida? Do you live in Mass?
I actually think that maybe if Mr. Reddington was at council table, he'd be closer.
Judge wanted me to guess.
I know.
All right, 1 second.
Pivot.
It's going to be a problem if you
I'm
can't hear
happy
the
to move
questions.
also if that's easier.
People, you should have worked this out before.
Seems to be working with the Zoom.
It's
Can you hear me
2025.
now?
I can, thank you.
Okay, great. I don't want to interfere with the
If you would like to sit so they can see, that's fine.
We can see on here.
All right, let's do it this way. Tell us again, tell us your name, please, and spell your last name.
David Chiten, Chyten.
And where do you live, sir?
I currently live in Florida.
And what do you do for work?
I'm an attorney.
And do you know an individual by the name of Kathleen McLean?
I do.
And do you know an individual by the name of Harry Tuerk?
I do.
And can you tell us, were you friendly with them?
Yes.
And back in 2020, just to refresh your memory, that's around the time that the pandemic hit all of us. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. In 2020, April 27th specifically, do you recall receiving a text from Ms. McLean asking you how long does it take and what is the process to get a name put on a deed of a home? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you have the text, the copies in front of you, or?
You emailed me them, so I do have.
Okay, as long as you had a chance to look at it, that's all.
Yes, I did.
Pull
Yes.
that up, please, that text. That would be the April 27th, 2020, at 6:19 in the morning, I guess. Can you make it bigger? Okay. That indicates, good morning. How long does it take and what is the process to have a name put on a deed of a home, correct? Yes, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And that was from Ms. McLean to you, correct?
Yes.
Looking at April 27, 2020, you recall, sir, that you received a text from her indicating that she's negotiating, drafting an agreement, that he is apparently willing to sign putting my name on the deed. I need it put on. If he were to die, then his one half is my half. You recall receiving that text on April 27th?
Yes. Yes.
How's long to get it done? How's long?
And then, would you agree, sir, that you're waiting for the attorneys to have the lawyers to draft the agreement of the post-nup as well and the deed, and then that would be given to you to have her sign, correct?
No, I was drafting the deed. I had no involvement in the post-op or really any knowledge.
Okay. I'm just looking at April 27th text, but, so your response on April 27th, if you recall, was I can draft the deed for you, Harry can take it to a bank, get it notarized, and I will need the original to be recorded, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall on April 27th, the same day at 9:22 in the morning, that she then said, and it should reflect me as the sole, SIC, as they say, SOUL, sole owner, if he dies, I believe it means dies, etc., right? Do you recall receiving that? You can pull that up, Steve.
Yes.
Okay. And then your response was, yes, you will own the property. A husband and wife as tenants by the entirety means if one of you dies, the property goes directly to the other, correct?
Yep. Yes.
And in fact, he signed the deed. Ultimately, it was recorded, right?
Correct.
So, yeah, thank you.
No questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chiten.
Free my boy, David Chiten. Well done, Mufasa.
Ms. Vandor? Yeah, see if he answers.
Harry's
Just trying to
patched.
get Dr. Vandor, now you're on.
All right. Chairs, I believe the next witness is going to be by Zoom also.
Hopefully they can fix their technology by then. What are we doing, sidebar? Hold on.
Yes.
Do you guys remember Brian Albert on the stand? Every time he would say yes, he would say, yes. Laughing at that to this day. Yes. What is that? Yes. Like Y-A-Y-U-S. Oh, we've got a lamp now to look at, or a light fixture hanging from the ceiling. Oh, okay, looks like we got somebody on Zoom.
Okay. Should I,
Okay.
it's okay if I go down again?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
This one? Hello, doctor, if you could just raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, doctor. Can you hear me?
Okay, one more time?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Tell us your name, spell your last name for the record.
Stephen Vandor, Vandor.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a physician.
And what kind of a physician are you?
I practice internal medicine.
And you also, on occasion, I guess what's called a PCP, primary care physician?
Correct.
All right. I want you to listen to my questions when I ask you, and just answer the question that's asked, okay?
Okay.
All right. Do you know Harry Tuerk?
Yes.
And how do you know Harry Tuerk?
Harry was a colleague when I worked at St. Elizabeth's.
Were you also?
And I was his primary care physician.
All right. Now, you recall when the pandemic struck us, right?
Yes.
Okay. Had you been treating him for any medical conditions at that time?
Yes, without the benefit of records in front of me, I do recall that at the time I was treating him for, yes, a couple of medical issues.
All right. One of which was depression?
Depression and anxiety are the two that I do remember, correct.
All right. And when did you stop treating Harry?
Once again, that's difficult with the timing, but it was around the time of the pandemic. But once again, I don't have the records in front of me.
Maybe you should have reviewed your records before you testified.
Records that you're unable
Just
to
saying.
get in front of you, can you tell us
Considering that your
why-
buddy's on trial for first-degree murder, you might have wanted to dig into your file a little bit, because I'm assuming this has been on your calendar, because Harry's been sitting in the Norfolk County pokey for 5 years. You knew this day was coming, and I'm pretty sure it was on your calendar for today, but whatevs.
get the records?
Yeah, so unfortunately, the St. Elizabeth's Hospital in Stewart has been in bankruptcy, and so
Oh, that
getting
explains
records
it.
has been, their record keeping has been in disarray, and it's been unfortunately very difficult for anybody to get their medical records from the system at this time.
All right, but you made a good effort to get them.
Yeah,
And you were unable to get them, but you do remember treating Harry, right?
correct.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir. Hold on, DA, my next questions.
So, Dr. Vandor, I'm going to stand here just for a second so you can see me, but then I need to go to a different location where I don't think you're going to be able to see me.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'm blocking the jurors, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so my name's Lisa Beatty. I'm an assistant district attorney here, and I just have a few questions for you.
Sure.
Okay, now I'm going to move.
Mm-hmm.
So you said that you were a colleague of Dr. Tuerk's?
Correct.
How long were you a colleague of Dr. Tuerk's?
I don't know exactly. I worked at the hospital since 2006, so Harry came sometime after me. I'm guessing at least about 10 years.
Did you refer patients to him?
Yes.
Did he ever refer patients to you?
I don't recall off the top of my head, but it wouldn't be unusual sometimes for friends or family to at times get referred, but I don't remember anybody specifically.
Did you consider him to be a friend?
Collegial colleague, sure.
Okay. And when did you become his primary care physician?
Once again, without the records, hard to say, but I'm thinking somewhere 2018, 2019.
And you said that you treated him for depression and anxiety. Do you know when that started?
Once again, that's difficult to say. I believe it was around 2019, but I can't be positive without obviously looking at my records.
All right, and then you said you stopped treatment in 2020?
I believe so, but sorry, but without the records, it was 5 years ago. I don't, and I'm not sure. Yeah, probably 2020. Yes.
Okay. Could it have been in 2019?
No. I think no. It was past that.
And how do you know that?
Thanks,
Just because I'm thinking about the events that transpired after that. That was around the time when I was no longer able to take care of him as a patient.
Okay. And do you recall how far into 2020 you treated him?
No, I can't say for sure.
How often did you see him in 2020?
Just going off of, once again, without records, usually for something like that, somebody may come in every 3 to 4 months, perhaps.
And do you know if that happened in this case, or is that just your standard practice?
That's my standard practice. I'd be speculating on the frequency of his visits.
Okay. Nothing further.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. All right, so George, we're going to take a brief recess so we can, the next witness, I believe, is going to be by Zoom as well.
Yes,
Okay,
Dr.
we're going to
Laapasada.
try to set it up a little better for everybody. So
That'd
maybe
be
10, 15
great.
minutes at most.
Thank you.
And then we'll come back and we'll go until 1 o'clock. And then we are sitting this afternoon, as I told you.
That'd be great. Let's see how far behind we are. We might be able to fast forward all through the break. Look at us. Not quite, but we are on real time. So there's that. I do have a fun thing queued up for us to watch during lunch. A cool, fun video about Colin Albert and Allie McCabe that you may find interesting. I know I want to see him on the stand too, and I hope he... Oh, look, the break is over. I hope he testifies today. Fingers crossed. And they're back. Google has told us that the defendant, Dr. Harry Tuerk, is 6'3". Look at his hands. His hands are enormous. And imagining his hands around her neck is heartbreaking. I don't care how afraid he was of the panty. No excuse in my book. Jody Mitchell is here. Thanks, Jody, for your 10. Dr. Turk operated on my husband's back in 2010. He's not a back surgeon. He had a Harley Davidson scrub hat and fist bumped my husband and said, let's do this right before putting him under. I thought he sounded just like Arnold. Except he does have a Harley and he was on billboards for the hospital. But he's a urologist. So maybe your husband had a different operation by him, but the rest of it sounds right to me. Thanks, Jody, for your 10. Attorney Wannabe is here. Lisa, can you explain the charges again? Harry wanting a divorce and being afraid of the panty makes it okay to kill his wife. Well, he's charged with first-degree murder, which requires premeditation. And it's Reddington's hope to get him a lesser included offense of manslaughter, like a heat of passion crime. I have some jury instructions here, so for me to get into like explaining the difference to you right now would take too long. However, if I pull up the jury instructions, we can go over it a little bit later or perhaps during lunchtime. Unless they're going to take too long, and I can just read this very quickly. Well, these are the Commonwealth's proposed jury instructions. Commonwealth wants jury instructions regarding murder in the first degree with deliberate premeditation, murder in the first degree with extreme atrocity and cruelty, and murder in the second degree. And while they delineate those in their proposed jury instructions, they don't put the actual jury instruction in here, so that's going to take a little bit more Googling for me. What say you thus far, without hearing yet from Harry? We'll get back to that, Lisa, though. Nina, I don't know what the jury selection process was like in this case because they didn't televise it and nobody's reporting on it. The only reporter that we've seen, the only journalist we've seen in the courtroom is Aidan Carney. And he comes in there when he's bored watching Karen Reed's jury selection. So I don't know. If anybody in the chat has been in the courtroom at all during this trial, let us know how jury selection went. And if it was the same, if they called the jurors up one by one. Postmenopausal New Hampshire woman thinks he snapped in the moment. I would have agreed with you if, well, we're going to see what Harry testifies to. But remember we saw Kurt testify, the friend that had been texting with Katie in an inappropriate way. We don't know if they were having an affair or not. I'm not saying that that's a reason at all. But if Harry discovered something, because remember they were looking at each other's phones all the time. So I'm thinking if that night Harry grabbed her phone because she grabbed his phone and he found some stuff from Kurt in there that was inappropriate. And then he thought Kurt was his best friend. And then that made him snap. If there was any evidence of that, maybe I would think that. Her throwing a glass at him and then him trying to defend himself with his hands around her neck, not really falling for that. So I really have to see what Harry testifies to. However, the next morning when he sent Kurt, who was the most uncomfortable witness in the history of witnesses, he said, "Hey, brother, I'm so sorry. She fooled us all. She's the devil," or something like that. He wouldn't be calling Kurt brother if he found all that stuff on Katie's phone. Then indicated to him
The
that
lawyer who's making objections needs to say that loudly so the witness knows, because now at this point in time, the lawyer not at the podium's far away. So it's Ms. McLaughlin's witness, and she has a nice loud voice, but I'm just letting the court know that we're not yelling at you.
All right.
and also, this is not the same McLaughlin that is in the Karen Reed trial. This is a different ADA McLaughlin. There's more than one in the Norfolk County DA's office. Imagine they've got 50 attorneys, at least maybe 51 attorneys in Norfolk County DA's office, and not one of them would agree to retry Karen Reed. So they had to hire a hired gun in the form of Hank Brennan, who also looks like a weasel, but that's just my own personal opinion. Yeah, alcohol did play a big part as well. I agree with you, Jules, but I don't think alcohol is an excuse, right? I don't think that downplays the charge. So I need to hear from Harry, and I'm hoping he's going to let us hear from him today. And this judge also gives, I think, an abbreviated lunch hour. I think he only gives them 45 minutes. He doesn't give him an hour. So yeah, thank goodness he wasn't a dentist, right? Okay, here we go.
We're all set for the jurors. They're on the way. Thank you.
There was some testimony from Kurt that he asked, I don't know if he asked for a picture of her boobs or if she offered to send him a picture of her boobs. No, I think he asked her for a picture of her boobs And then I think she declined. Still not a reason to murder somebody.
All rise, please, your attention.
I mean, if you are with someone that you feel like you have to look at their phone all the time, I think you're with the wrong person. That's my own personal opinion. I'm sure a lot of married couples or partners do that all the time and they don't think it's a big deal, but I just think it's, you're with the wrong person, in my opinion. He asked and she declined. Thank you. That's what I thought. Yeah, I agree, Cusco. Prayers up for the children of Katie McLean. She has 3. 2 girls and a boy. There's never a reason. Self-defense would be a reason, right? Another vice, I think. In defense of yourself or others. Harry left Katie topless, but her top was found attached to a branch, Ashley. So I think it's we don't know if he left her that way
All right,
or
do you want
if
to call your next witness, Mr. Reddington?
at some point while she was in the pond, her top snagged on a branch, because remember the detective who went to the scene talked about collecting the evidence, and that's where they found it. So I'm not sure, Ashley. But if Harry's asked about it, we'll know.
Elizabeth Laapasada, please.
Okay.
Okay.
Elizabeth Laapasada is testifying for Karen Reed as well.
Dr. Laapasada, if you could just raise your right hand.
Certainly.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Tell us your name and spell your last name for the record and keep your voice up for us, please.
Certainly. Dr. Elizabeth Laapasada, Laposata.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a medical doctor, specializing in forensic pathology, which deals with the specialty of determining causes of death and injury.
And have you been working with me on this case of the Commonwealth versus Harry Tuerk?
Yes, I have.
And can you tell jurors, please, your educational background?
Certainly. I graduated from Bucknell University in Lewisburg, Pennsylvania in 1975 with honors and a Bachelor of Science in Biology. I then attended University of Maryland School of Medicine, where I graduated with a Doctor of Medicine in 1979.
Go Terps.
I did my internship and residency at Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore, where I studied anatomic pathology, which is the study of the diseases of the body. Then I did my 2 years of fellowship training in St. Louis in forensic pathology, which is the understanding of causes of death and injury. In 1983, I sat for my boards in anatomic and forensic pathology and became a diplomat of the American Board of Pathology. Since that time, I've worked as an assistant medical examiner for the city of St. Louis, the state of Delaware, the city of Philadelphia, and 12 years as the chief medical examiner in the state of Rhode Island. In 2005, I opened an independent consulting practice where I review and study cases to determine how death and injury occurred.
Thank you. And you're obviously testifying in this case, not in person.
Okay, hang on. I have to move the captions off her face because we need to look at her face, just like the jury should be allowed to look at her face, which is why Karen Reed's team asked to move to the smaller courtroom, because in the larger courtroom, half the jury was looking at the back of the witness's head. Even if they've done it that way for 100 years, doesn't make it right.
But on Zoom, and that is because of a medical condition. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I hope she comes in for Karen and is not on
You did
Zoom.
mention that you're a diplomat at the American Board of Pathology. What does that mean?
That means that I trained in anatomic and forensic pathology in my internship, residency, and fellowship programs in programs that were certified by the American Graduate Medical Association as being, meeting certain high standards for training in those areas. And then I sat for a 3-day examination in those areas and passed, and then became a diplomat of the Board of American Pathology, recognized as an expert in those fields.
So is that many times, somebody may say that they're board certified, is that what that means?
Yes, it does.
So you're board certified in pathology, is that correct?
Anatomic and forensic pathology.
All right. Now, in reference to this case, can you tell the jury what materials that you had access to that you were able to review?
Yes, I reviewed the entire medical examiner file, including autopsy photographs. I reviewed scene photographs. I reviewed police reports, scene investigation reports, and some medical records.
Now, can you tell me, please, your opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, pathological certainty, and anatomical certainty as to your opinion regarding the death of Kathleen McLean?
Yes.
Can you tell us, first of all, from your review of the discovery of the materials, about the body, where it was recovered and what condition was it in?
Yes, there are 2 points in a evaluation like this. First is the evaluation of the cause of death, which is why the body stopped functioning. And then there is the understanding of what changes occurred to the body after death.
Okay. And do you have an opinion from your review of the discovery and the materials that you've related as to the circumstances that resulted in the death of Ms. McLean as it relates to the cause of death?
Yes, Ms. McLean died from asphyxia due to manual strangulation due to the application of pressure to the neck.
And what were the circumstances, if you know, according to the discovery, of the application to the neck of the pressure?
And there was a argument between the 2 individuals, both consuming beverages.
When you say beverages, that would be alcoholic beverages?
Alcoholic beverages, yes, thank you.
And it's your understanding that there was an argument, and as a result of which something happened in a physical sense?
Correct.
And what was that happened in a physical sense?
From reading the records.
Objection, Your Honor.
Dr. Tuerk was.
Hold up, you have to wait.
How much do you want to bet she's going to testify that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car, that the injuries to John O'Keefe's body are not consistent with a pedestrian versus automobile motor vehicle accident?
If the DA objects, you have to wait for the judge to sustain.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Why don't you rephrase it, Mr. Reddington?
Sure. Thank you. So from reviewing the materials, is it your understanding that there was a verbal argument and that escalated into a physical argument?
Correct.
And what were the nature of the 2 arguments?
Objection.
Sustained.
Objection.
You have to really listen, because if they object and he sustains it, you can't continue.
This is
on,
one
right?
of the many problems with Zoom. If she can't hear the objections, she's going to keep talking. You can't unring the bell, even if the objection is sustained. They also need to give these witnesses on Zoom directions, instructions. They need headphones. Here's the problem. When they're on Zoom and they're using their computer speakers and microphone, first of all, they're getting the feedback because it's coming out their speakers and then going back in. And second of all, it's harder for them to hear. Like, if you know your witness has to appear on Zoom, send them an Amazon package with some earbuds for whatever device they're going to use, because it's a necessity. It's the strongest testimony, says Nosy Rosie. Agreed. With regard to whatever just happened with Aiden Carney and allegedly Katie McLean's brother outside the courthouse, no drama in the chat. If you are on Twitter and you want to go read about it, that's great. I don't like the drama in the chat. I'm here for Katie McLean and her family and her children, and my heart breaks for them. And I don't think we need to get sidetracked because this is, as always, about the victim in this case. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Love you so much. Let me just take that back to before the objection. Yeah, the delay on Zoom is bad too, Mike, right? Hate it. Hate it.
There was a verbal argument and that escalated into a physical argument.
Correct.
And what were the nature of the two arguments?
Objection.
Sustained.
Objection.
You have to really
Right. What was the nature of the arguments? Then she was about to talk about what they were arguing about, and that's hearsay. Luckily, she didn't say anything.
listen, because if they object and he sustains it, you can't continue on, okay?
Okay, well,
So-
I really can't hear the objection. I'll listen very carefully.
Okay, that's the problem, it must be the language.
Why don't you ask her to just pause for a moment before she starts answering? That way you can let her know if there's an objection as well.
Send her a hand signal like, talk to the hands.
So you have, obviously, as you testified, expertise in determining the cause of death, correct?
Correct.
You examined in your autopsy, or reviewing the autopsy performed by another person, whether or not there was an injury that caused the death or a disease, for example, correct?
Correct.
Now, in this case, tell the jury, as a result of your review of the photographs, you also had access to the report from the medical examiner, Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, Michelle Matthews, correct?
Correct.
And you had occasion to review her report, correct?
Yes.
And based on the autopsy photographs, based on her report and the information that was provided to you, and your understanding of the discovery in the case to date, do you have an opinion as to the circumstances surrounding and attending to the death of Ms. McLean?
Yes.
Tell us what it is, please. To a reasonable degree of pathological certainty.
Yes,
Those are the key words. The magic words.
Body was found floating face down in a pond. She had last been seen about 12 hours or so before the body was found. So there's some changes to the body from floating for that period of time in the water.
Explain that.
And then,
Can you explain that? What do you mean by that?
oh, yes, certainly. So Ms. McLean had changes to her body after death because of the placement of her body face down in a pond and the time that elapsed between her being placed in the pond and the body being found. And what that causes is the body, when it was placed, she was found face down, so her body is in a dead man's float position.
Yeah, I don't like that term.
And then due to gravitational forces and the gradual breakdown of small blood vessels after death, that position caused some hemorrhages in the back of the neck and in the muscles on the side of the neck, which were small, but due to
She said side of the neck, but she put her hands on the side of her head, on the side of her skull. So that was confusing to me. I'm going to take that back a second.
Hemorrhages in the back of the neck and in the muscles on the side of the neck, which were small, but due to the post-mortem effect of gravity and the fluids accumulated in the body. So that there were changes after death in the temporalis muscle. There were small broken blood vessels.
Can I interrupt you? What is the temporalis muscle? I don't understand. What is that?
So underneath the scalp, if you look underneath the scalp, there are muscles on either side in the temporal bone area. And because the body was face down for that prolonged period of time, the effects of gravity and early decomposition cause those blood vessels to break and make small hemorrhages, which are not due to the application of force, but post-mortem changes to the body after death due to the time after death and the position of the body in the dead man's float position.
So that's very important. It's your opinion that the observations that you made were as it relates to any, what is the word I'm looking for? Hemorrhages or anything that in the back of the head or the side of the head? And that is because, that's because.
All right, this is going to be important with regard to John O'Keefe because he did have a lot of hemorrhages in his brain and many different locations in his brain. So I'm going to take this back a second. Yeah, did she mean side of head when she said neck? That needs to be clarified. I think she's also looking at her notes or her records, which probably would not be allowed if she was a live witness unless special permission was given. So let's take that back a sec.
That you made were as it relates to any, what is the word I'm looking for? Hemorrhages or anything that in the back of the head or the side of the head? And that is because, that's because of the dead man's float and gravity, correct?
Correct, time after death.
Time
yes.
after death. Now, there's no injuries to the back of the head or the side of the head, is there?
Correct, there's no application of force.
Now, as it relates to your continued observation of the discovery and the photographs, did you make an observation of any bruising in or about the area of the neck?
Yes,
Tell us where the bruising was in the area of the neck.
there was evidence of manual strangulation or application of a hand grasp to the neck with a bruise on the skin that would correspond to the thumb of the assailant, and then a bruise on the skin on the other side under the jaw corresponding to the fingers of the assailant.
And
that
I'm
was
not
the
sure how this helps him exactly. I'm not sure how this helps him. Remember, his guns were taken away because of the 209A, is it a 209A restraining order, which is a DV restraining order in Massachusetts. And his guns were taken away. So he used his hands. And this was not the first time she obtained the order because of what probably wasn't even the first time either. And the saddest part about this is that this is not the first relationship apparently that Katie was in where she was or found herself victim / survivor of DV. And it is a cycle for those of you who know. And a lot of that evidence was not allowed in because it's prejudicial more than probative. And I do not think that the prior instances of the DV in this case were allowed in either. So yeah, it's sad.
There's a very slight discoloration of the skin under both sides of the jaw corresponding to the place where the hand grasped the neck.
Now, when you have application of force by a hand as you described, if there are two hands, for example, there could be a circumferential bruising. In other words, the entire neck would be encapsulated. Is that correct?
Well, a circumferential bruising usually has a different hand placement.
Okay.
So it has, in order to do that, you have your thumbs in the middle, which is, we don't see that here because the hemorrhages, the slight bruise on the skin under each jaw, then when you do the dissection deeper, there was bruising and bleeding in the muscles of the neck directly under that. And that can only occur with a hand grasp. There are no marks on the skin of the back of the neck, and that blood vessel rupture that was deep in the muscle of the neck was from the face down position and the effects of gravity and decomposition causing a small hemorrhage. And importantly, the autopsy photos show how small those were. The autopsy report itself did not measure those, so it was good we had the autopsy photographs, so that those hemorrhages were not due to the application of force.
So to your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, you have a one-handed, bilateral, if you will, application of force to the front and the side of the neck. Is that correct?
Correct, on either side. And the hemorrhages in the muscles of the neck, the so-called strap muscles of the neck, which kind of go up and down, and the strap muscles are layered one upon the other. So there was hemorrhages directly under the subtle bruises on the skin, and then directly under that on the layers of muscle. So the
I have to pause here because I'm getting the chills from this testimony, and I am not related to Katie McLean. And Sophia, I hope you're not in the courtroom. Miranda Scruggs wants to know how Sophia is holding up today. Sophia is Katie's daughter. She's been in chat. She's thanking us for covering her mom's case. And this is horrific testimony. I know she has a victim witness advocate that has been with her. And I imagine that they would have moved her out of the courtroom for this, and I don't think that she should ever have to listen to this. I don't even want to listen to this. Yeah, maybe just to prove her that he didn't beat her up before he strangled her, as if that's, better. All right. If anybody needs to take a break, go take a break.
hemorrhage was confined to just that one area, which would correspond with one hand grasp.
And when you say the strap muscles and the layers, if I suggest that there's slides that were taken of bruising one layer after another, is it your understanding that these are not separate bruises, but the same bruise?
Just one choke.
Layers of
Just
muscle.
once. He only did it once. No big whoop.
Yes, absolutely, because those muscles are layered one on top of the other. So when you press on the top one, it causes bleeding in the top, then it causes bleeding in the muscles under that. So it's only the one point of application of pressure, because those muscles are stacked on top of the other.
Now, do you have an opinion as to the point of application of pressure and whether or not it caused any damage to the neck itself, or the interior of the neck?
Yes, it did.
And what was that?
It caused bilateral or hemorrhages on both sides, one where the thumb was, one where the fingers were, and corresponding to the bruises on the skin were the hemorrhages into the underlying strap muscles. Then on the left side, there was a small fracture of the hyoid bone, which sits just above the voice box, and that also is caused from, it's a sign that pressure is applied to the neck.
Fracture of the hyoid bone, everyone's asking. Yes, the medical examiner had testified to that earlier. How much force needs to be applied by a hand, one hand, to fracture a hyoid bone? I don't know. Maybe he'll ask. Maybe the Commonwealth attorney will ask. The giant drunken hands, yeah. Yeah.
Is not important as far as its function, but those like the hemorrhages and that fracture, the hemorrhages themselves and the fracture are not damaging, but it's a sign that there was pressure applied to the neck that shuts off the blood vessels carrying blood to the head. So they're markers of a death from asphyxia.
And that is consistent with your opinion of the, let's say, one-handed grab, is that correct?
Correct. The injuries are consistent with that pattern.
And you had a chance to review the photographs as well, and were able to examine the location and coloration of the various bruises that we know, correct?
Yes, I did.
Now, depending obviously on the size of a person.
Hi, thanks to whoever's asking for my Venmo name in the chat. If you close out the chat in the video description, there's always a link to the Venmo there. So I appreciate that. Thank you so very much for asking.
Person's hand in these.
I'm taking it back a sec. Hold on.
Obviously on the size of a person's hand in these how large it is as opposed to the size of the neck of the person. Can you tell us, if you know to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, the maximum grip strength of an adult male would be how many PSI, pounds of pressure, if you know?
Objection.
Yes.
Sustained.
The average.
Objection.
Sustained.
Can we approach, please?
Yes.
Hang on, little cupcake, you don't need to type it in the chat. The link is sufficient. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Love you so much. Hang on. Let's turn that back. What are they? Let me take it back.
Sustained.
Can we approach?
Yeah.
Medical certainty, the maximum grip strength of an adult male would be how many PSI, pounds of pressure, if you know?
Objection. Yes.
I think
Sustained.
that's outside the scope of her
Objection.
expertise. How many PSI?
Sustained.
Can we approach, please?
Yes.
Oh, Carrie says, Mr. Google says 35 to 46 pounds of pressure to fracture a hyoid bone. I didn't want that in my Google search history, Carrie. It's not too late, little cupcake. You can delete it. Thanks.
Mr. Reddington. All right, why don't you ask it again, Mr. Reddington?
Dr. Laapasada, are you familiar with the maximum grip strength of an adult male?
Yes, I am.
And what would that be in PSI, pounds per square inch?
As measured with a grip analysis, it's a thing you grip and you compress it, and that tells you how many pounds of pressure the grasp applies. And a healthy adult male, that grasp, the maximum grasp pressure can be about 100 pounds.
And in your experience dealing with, how many autopsies would you estimate that you've performed?
Oh, several thousand. And I supervised 4,000 or 5,000 more.
As it relates to your experience and training, and obviously what you reviewed on this case, were you able to determine the obstruction of the jugular vein requires application of approximately how many pounds of pressure?
To obstruct the jugular vein, which is a thin wall blood vessel, drains blood from the head and brain. To compress that blood vessel takes about 2 or 3 pounds of pressure.
And to obstruct the carotid artery, do you have an opinion as to how many pounds of pressure it would take?
Yes, because the carotid artery has a thicker wall, takes a little more force to close off that blood vessel, and that's usually like 10 to 20 pounds of application of pressure.
So you agree that to close off the jugular vein would be 2 to 3 or 4 to 5 pounds of pressure. To obstruct the carotid artery would be about 10 to 20 pounds of pressure. And the maximum grip strength of a healthy adult is 100 pounds of pressure, correct?
That's correct.
So
He's trying to say he didn't know his own strength. He didn't know. He's a surgeon, by the way, right? He's a world-renowned surgeon. He didn't know how strong his grip was. He didn't realize in the heat of the moment that he just grabbed her lightly around the neck. Because, the average grip strength is 100, and it only takes like a very small amount of pressure. And so he didn't mean to. That's what they're trying to show.
do you have an opinion as to the degree of force that would be necessary to actually cause one to have these vessels closed off with a lack of oxygen causing death?
Several pounds of pressure as the grip is applied and compresses the jugular and the carotid on both sides of the neck. So it's not a forceful grab and crushing. The voice box isn't crushed. There's just compression of those blood vessels, and that then causes the brain not to get any oxygen, and the brain then dies, and that's called an asphyxial death due to lack of oxygen to the brain, because the blood flow supplying oxygen is stopped.
Okay. Now, do you, this is important, in your experience, in your training and education, are there artifacts that are left, for example, on a body from defensive wounds, scraping of the neck, trying to get the hands off the neck, things of that nature?
Well, they wouldn't be artifacts, they would be actual injuries. And so you can see fingernail scrapings as either the person applying the pressure is moving around and scratching the skin of the neck, or the person who is being attacked can take their hands and fingernails and try to pull off the assailant's hands. So it's a common, or you can see scratches on the neck from either the assailant's fingernails and with movement, or the victims trying to pull the hands off.
And would you agree with me that in this case there were literally no scratches or fingernail marks on the skin of the neck, as would be expected? There were none. There were none. There were no defensive wounds, in other words, no clawing of his hands or anything like that?
Correct.
No defensive wounds on her, so she didn't have a chance to fight back because it was so quick? Or no defensive wounds on him? Hold on a second. Thank you, Shira, for your very, very generous Venmo. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for joining and for taking an interest in this case, because there's no local media even reporting on this case. It's a travesty.
Movement, or the victims trying to pull. You can see scratches on the neck from either the assailant's fingernails and with movement, or the victims trying to pull the hands off.
And would you agree with me that in this case there were literally no scratches or fingernail marks on the skin of the neck, as would be expected? There were none. There were none. There were no defensive wounds, in other words, no clawing of his hands or anything like that?
So she couldn't fight back.
Correct.
So to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, it is your opinion, if I understand correctly, that there is one forceful application of pressure to the neck without a prolonged struggle resulting in the death of Ms. McLean. Is that
Hey,
correct?
way to read her report right into the record, Reddington. Well done to you. The report's not evidence, but he's going to read it right into the record by asking her this question. Take a listen at what he's doing, because it's a sly move. I didn't hear an objection yet.
So to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, it is your opinion, if I understand correctly, that there is one forceful application of pressure to the neck without a prolonged struggle resulting in the death of Ms. McLean. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's what the autopsy findings show.
And finally, many times would you see reapplication of force? In other words, a person would grab somebody and apply force, causing bruising, and then, because of struggle, apply a different area of force to the neck. There's none of that here, correct?
No, there's one application of force.
Just one.
The two
That's all
small
it took.
bruises on either side of the neck under the jaw. There's no, with the corresponding hemorrhages directly underneath that in the muscles. There's no reapplication of it further down or on the side, just the sign of one application of a hand grab to the neck.
Thank you very much, Doug.
Yeah, he's supposed to ask her, do you have an opinion with a reasonable degree of medical certainty or pathological certainty? And then she says yes. And then you say, what is that opinion, doctor? And then the doctor gives her opinion. You don't say, so it's your opinion that blah, 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 with a reasonable degree of medical certainty. And she says yes. I would have objected if I were on the other side. Commonwealth attorney did not object. It's in there. Here's Cross.
Good afternoon, Dr. Laapasada. My name is Beth McLaughlin. I'm an assistant district attorney here in Norfolk County. How are you today?
I'm very well, thanks.
I'm just going to ask you a few questions about your testimony and about the report that you did.
Sure.
You testified that you had previously been a medical examiner in Rhode Island for approximately 12 years.
Yes.
And in 2005, did you stop practicing medicine in Rhode Island as a medical examiner?
I resigned my position because they were going to cut my budget, and I didn't feel that I could continue. I've been on call for, 24 hours a day for 12 years, and I felt it was time to move on. So I started my own independent consulting practice.
And that was in 2005, is that right?
Correct, June of 2005.
So approximately 20 years ago, you started running your own business?
20 years, well, yes, that's correct.
Okay. So you haven't actually examined a body as a medical examiner in approximately 20 years, is that right?
I've done a handful of private autopsies in that time, but when I work on cases such as the case here, I rely on the autopsy documentation as written in the report, the entire medical examiner file, all the autopsy photographs, the scene investigation, witness and police statements, so the entire investigative body of information. And
So
the
you
purpose of-
haven't, I'm just going to stop you there.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay.
So you have not performed an autopsy as a medical examiner in 20 years, is that correct? I understand that you've done some private autopsies.
I don't think that
and
that's
that
fatal.
now
I don't think
you
that's
review
fatal.
Other people's
Great choice of words, huh? I don't think that's fatal to her testimony that she hasn't done an autopsy in 20 years. I think she said she graduated college in something in the 70s. Like, she's been around a long time. A lot of doctors do segue into something else other than actively practicing in their golden years of the back nine, as it were. Right, Kat Randall. She's implying that she's been running a brothel for 20 years now. I mean, come on. You can do better than that. I mean, I think, first of all, I think this was a good witness for the Commonwealth. So, I mean, why do you want to alienate her? She's got everything that you needed her to say. In my opinion, like, I don't know that she needs a cross.
examiner in 20 years, is that correct? I understand that you've done some private autopsies and that now you review other people's reports and make your own opinions, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you are now called by defense attorneys to testify in criminal matters, is that right?
I am, yes.
And those matters include cases that involved autopsies, and sometimes you're also called to review records of living victims, is that right?
Yes,
And in the cases with living victims, you never actually examine the victim, that's right?
when I was in the medical examiner's office, I would examine the patient, the living victim. In my independent consulting practice, I would examine photographs of any injuries of the living victim.
So I'm just talking now about your work in your practice, okay? So you do not ever examine living individuals in your practice that you've been doing for the last 20 years, correct?
Correct.
In your individual consulting. And in cases that involved autopsies, you don't actually perform the autopsy either, do you?
Correct.
You just read the reports and documents provided by the defense attorney, and you make an opinion based on other people's reports, right?
Well, I look at the autopsy report, which is meant to put down findings so any other qualified forensic pathologist would have been right there looking at it. That's the whole purpose of having an autopsy report. Plus, I have to rely on other information that we use to determine the cause and circumstances of death, which is the autopsy photographs, the scene photographs, witness statements. So there's more to examine than just the written autopsy report, but certainly that is part of my examination.
So you're basing your opinion on other people's reports and photographs, is that right?
Correct.
And you get paid in order to review these things, don't you?
I get paid for my time, yes.
And you get paid an hourly rate?
Yes.
How much money do you make an hour?
Let's see, I think we charge $4.75 an hour.
$475 an hour. And you've been working with Attorney Reddington on this case, correct?
Yes.
And you've reviewed documents. You talked about them earlier. You reviewed the report of the medical examiner, correct?
I did, I reviewed the entire file, yes.
Okay, and photographs, you said?
Correct,
And police reports?
yes,
And Norwood Hospital records?
yes.
Approximately how long did that take you?
I can't tell you, right offhand, probably several days if you put all the time together.
So how many hours do you think that is?
I can't give you an estimate or an exact time, maybe 16 hours, maybe 10, maybe 18.
So
I mean, she
approximately how
should
much
have the
money?
bill as part of her file, right? Her invoice. I mean, they ask this in every single case of every single expert witness. There's no shame in getting paid. You're a doctor, $4.75 an hour for an expert witness. Not a whole hell of a lot of money. Thank you, Love My Flip Flops, for gifting 5 memberships. And to the new 5, welcome. There's actually 6 because Carla, Ohio also gifted a membership. So thank you so very much. Appreciate you.
Have you made reviewing this case as well as doing your report and testifying here today?
I really don't know. I haven't, my assistant usually sends out the invoices.
So you have no idea? 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, what do you think?
She should be prepared for this question.
5 to 8. That's just a guess.
$5,000 to $8,000 at $475 an hour. And in turning your attention to this particular case, you did not examine the body of Katie McLean, did you?
Obviously.
I examined the photographs and the autopsy report.
So that's a no. Is that right?
No, I did not, I think we know I did not do the autopsy.
Okay. And you said that you reviewed pictures from the autopsy. Are you aware that there were 2 sets of photographs from the autopsy?
I think I saw photographs that were from the medical examiner's office and the police.
And you said that you reviewed photographs from the scene, that's right?
Correct.
And are you aware that there were 2 sets of photographs from the scene?
I don't remember how many sets there were.
Did you review all of the photographs from the scene?
I reviewed all I had, of course.
Did you review pictures of the defendant?
Yes.
And you understand that there were 2 sets of photographs taken of the defendant, is that right?
I don't know how many, quote, sets there were, but I reviewed photographs of him.
There was 1 set from the cell phone of Sergeant Kukowski. Did you look at those?
I don't recall.
Well, objection, she's going to review the discovery that I get from the DA and I provide to her. I don't know about Kukowski.
Right. How would she know who they're from?
If she knows.
Do you know if you reviewed the cell phone photographs that were taken during the defendant's interview?
I reviewed photographs of his injuries.
What about the crime scene services photographs that were taken of the defendant? Did you receive those?
I'm not sure who took the photographs, but I saw photographs of the scene where he was found and photographs of him.
And
There
you
were
would
2 sets of photographs because 1 set was taken by Trooper Kukowski, who was the first to find her body with his cell phone, which the audit has said they shouldn't be taking pictures with their cell phones. They should have digital cameras. The second set was taken by Crime Scene Services when they came to collect the evidence because while the CERT team was there to conduct the search for the missing person, Katie McLean, they do not collect evidence unless, 34 Fairview. And this was in 2020, May of 2020.
agree with me that the police have professional grade cameras, is that right?
Objection, how's she going to know that?
Yeah, how would she know that?
I would imagine.
Overruled if she
No.
knows.
I'm sorry, you said you would imagine?
How would she know what the police have to take photographs with? Hold on a second. That objection should have been
And you're
sustained.
saying-
Hold on. Why is this not stopping for me? Hang on. She doesn't know what kind of. They take pictures with their cell phones. How, in fact, in the murder of John O'Keefe, they didn't take any damn pictures. We would all imagine. That doesn't make it true. And Judge, you really should know that, being based on what's going on in the courtroom next door, the Karen Reed trial. I'm sure you heard about it.
Great cameras, is that right?
Hold on.
Scene where he was found and photographs of him.
And you would agree with me that the police have professional grade cameras, is that right?
Objection, how's she gonna know that?
I would imagine.
Overruled if she knows.
I'm sorry, you said you would imagine?
I'm not familiar with what sort of cameras they have.
And you're saying that the defendant did not have any defensive wounds on his body?
I didn't say that.
So you agree that the defendant did have defensive wounds on his body?
From what I recall, he had injuries to his face where a glass was broken, allegedly broken against his face, and he had some injuries on his arm that fit a pattern of a serrated knife. And my understanding was that he was trying to kill himself and had consumed.
So my question, I'm just gonna stop you right there.
No, can she finish, please?
All right, let her
She could
finish.
answer the question, which was, did he have any
She was.
defensive wounds?
All right, rephrase the question, ask it again, please.
Let her finish.
I'm gonna just ask you a question again. So you're
I don't
saying
know why the
that he
ADA,
did
the ADA's name is Lisa Beatty. I don't know why she's being so combative with this witness. I don't think that this witness really hurt her in any way. It's not a good look in front of the jury. I think we were all listening to her testimony saying, this is very helpful for the prosecution. So I'm a little bit confused. Read the room, right? Right? No cross was needed. Harry's going to testify. Let him talk about it. Don't be belligerent with a doctor with tons of experience. No need to be combative here. She may turn the jury off, and they may be more willing to listen to what Harry has to say now because they may be mad.
not observe any defensive wounds on the defendant,
Correct.
correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
They could be, yes.
Okay. And you said that you had reviewed police reports.
Yes.
Which agencies did you review police reports from?
Oh, I don't recall right now.
Okay, if I said the Dover police reports, would you agree with that?
Yes.
What about the Dedham police reports?
If there were police reports, I reviewed them if they were available to Attorney Reddington.
What about state police reports?
I'm sorry, is this Elizabeth McLaughlin, Jeannie? Thank you for correcting me. So this is ADA Elizabeth McLaughlin. We haven't heard much from her, have we? Lisa Beatty was the one questioning most of the witnesses. I thought okay, thank you guys. Elizabeth McLaughlin, not to be confused with the other McLaughlin in the Karen Reed trial, whose name is, what's her first name? Because now I'm confusing her with Katie McLean. Katie McLean is the EMT in the Karen Reed case. ADA McLaughlin, Laura McLaughlin, I think is her name in the Karen Reed case. Thank you, Mr. Crosby's orphaned methodology. We're getting all the McLaughlins straight. Okay, got it. You guys are so collaborative. I love you all. Let me just take it back a question. So it was Dedham and Dover that were there. And MSP.
Would you agree with that? Which agencies did you review police reports from?
Oh, I don't recall right now.
Okay, if I said the Dover police reports, would you agree with that?
Yes.
What about the Dedham police reports?
If there were police reports, I reviewed them if they were available to Attorney Reddington.
What about state police reports?
I probably reviewed those, yes.
And you listened to the defendant's statement that he made?
No.
You didn't listen to the defendant's statement?
Correct.
You mean his confession?
You reviewed Dr. Matthews' report, you said that.
Yes.
And you would agree with me that all steps taken by Dr. Matthews were correct?
I disagree with that.
You don't think that the autopsy that the report of the autopsy that Dr. Matthews did was correct?
I disagree with some of her conclusions, yes.
But I'm talking about the steps that she took during the autopsy.
That's not what you
No,
asked.
I disagree with
That
those
wasn't your
two.
question. Hold on. I agree. I don't know who said this. Was it Mike who said this? That the Commonwealth is taking a bite at this witness because this witness is going to testify for Karen Reed. And you may be right. I just don't think it's a good look in this case. If you're looking to get your first-degree murder conviction, ease up a little bit, eh? Lay off. Take a step back.
The report of the autopsy, you don't think that were correct?
I disagree with that.
You don't think that the autopsy that the report of the autopsy that Dr. Matthews did was correct?
You don't think that the report of the autopsy Dr. Matthews did was correct? That was the question. The report of the autopsy, not the way not the steps she did during the autopsy, right? Is it me?
I disagree with some of her conclusions, yes.
But I'm talking about the steps that she took during the autopsy.
It's not what you asked.
No, I disagree with those two. There were no measurements of the hemorrhages she describes in the muscles around the face and the head, and she did not recognize those as being changes to the body after death.
Now you just
Those are
shot
very
yourself in the
significant
foot,
errors.
McLaughlin. You just shot yourself in the foot. Okay? Never know an answer. I mean, a good attorney never asks a question they don't already know the answer to. And this is a perfect example. Because now this witness is going to tell you why your medical examiner, employed by the state of Massachusetts, did what they did wrong. And they did not measure the hemorrhages. Remember, in the autopsy of John O'Keefe, they had Dr. Renee Stonebridge examine the brain specifically. Didn't do that here. So here's a good way to not open the door for all the future trial lawyers that are watching. Don't ever do this. Don't ever do this. Here, I'm taking it back.
I disagree with some of her conclusions, yes.
But I'm talking about the steps that she took during the autopsy.
No, I disagree with those two. There were no measurements of the hemorrhages she describes in the muscles around the face and the head, and she did not recognize those as being changes to the body after death. So those are very significant errors.
Wow, very significant
So you
errors.
agree that the cause of death was manual strangulation, right?
Correct.
And
Quit.
in your report, you stated that Katie McLean's injuries were consistent with only a one-handed grab. Is that right?
Correct.
And you said that primarily because you showed us here today that the one-handed grab would cause bruising from the thumb and the forefinger on her neck. Is that right?
Well, not just the forefinger, but the rest of the fingers, yes. So looking at the injuries on her neck, those are what we call a pattern injury, which means they correspond to something. So the injuries that I saw corresponded to one application of force on either side of the neck under the jaw.
Okay. But then when you were talking about the two-handed grab, you put your hands out like this, and you would agree with me that the two thumbs could hit right where you're saying the two bruises were, right?
Well, only taken in isolation. But you have to look at the bruising then underneath and see how that corresponds to the changes on the skin surface. So we know that there was not just one pinpoint of like one thumb, but there was the hand grasp.
But it's possible that where you're saying the two bruises are, they could be from thumbprints from a two-handed grab. Isn't that right?
No.
Oh, see?
So you would agree,
Again,
but
you should have stopped while you were ahead. The Commonwealth wants to show that he used two hands because remember the medical examiner, when she testified, I think she said that there was bruising on the back of the neck. And so to her, that indicated a two-hand grab. And this witness who has a lot more experience, I mean, that medical examiner was a good witness. She was a lot younger. She seemed to be newer on the job. I'm just going to say newer. This witness is the more she digs, the more she's saying, no, it was definitely one hand. It was definitely one hand. It was definitely one hand. And so what are you doing? You might have had the jury right where you wanted them. And now the jury is like, you know what? I don't like you. And listen, it's a terrible thing to say, but a lot of times juries sitting back there thinking, not so much to do with the evidence, it's kind of about maybe the attorney that I like better. We heard from some of the jurors in the Karen Reed case, and listen to what they were, what they were thinking. They were thinking the ARCA witnesses were hired by Turtle Boy or Karen's car insurance company. They think, who knows what they think back there? It's like the Wild West. You never, in my opinion, you never want to leave your fate in the hand of 12 strangers. And they may be totally turned off by this Commonwealth attorney right now, this ADA, and they may be thinking, you know what? I don't know. Maybe it's not that outlandish. Maybe he didn't mean to do it. This is bad, 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 bad. Don't ever do this. If you're an attorney.
That it could be from a two-handed grab, correct?
No, she's like, no.
No, the evidence does not correspond with that at all.
Okay. So you reviewed the autopsy pictures, you already said that, and you saw the bruise to the exterior of Katie's neck, right?
Yes,
And you said that there was one area under the right jawbone and one area under the left jawbone, correct?
correct.
Okay. And you examined the internal pictures of Katie's neck too, right?
Yes,
And you saw the 4 layers of hemorrhage in the front of her neck. You talked about that on direct.
well, there's 2 layers on each side. There's 2 layers of muscle on each side, well, actually 3, and they're layered one on top of the other. And there was bruises that would correspond to injury and compression on top of those layered muscle groups.
Okay. So you would agree with me that one layer is skin, is that right?
You could say that.
Okay. And her skin had a hemorrhage, it had an ecchymosis, right?
It was very, very faint.
But it had you would agree with me that you testified on direct that there was.
Oh, Jeannie, he didn't plead guilty. He pled not guilty. He's in prison despite his not guilty plea because there would be no trial if he pled guilty, number one. But number two, first-degree murder does not entitle you to bail in the state of Massachusetts. So he has been incarcerated for 5 years. But I agree with the rest of your statement. Oops.
Was bruising to her external neck, is that right?
Yes, very faint under the jawbone on the neck.
And the next layer would be, and I am probably not going to say this right, so you'll have to correct me, but the sternocleidoid mastoid muscle, is that right?
If you want to really go from the skin down, you have the skin, and you have a very thin sheet of muscle called the platysma. Then you have the sternocleidomastoid. Then you have the sternothyroid and the sternohyoid, as they're all layered one above the other.
And those muscles had hemorrhaging on Katie's neck, didn't they?
Yes, they had 1 point application of hemorrhage.
And you would agree that bilaterally means both sides of the plane of the neck, correct?
Correct, on both sides.
So Katie's neck had 4 layers of hemorrhages.
If you want to count each muscle layer, sure.
Okay. And you would agree that that indicates a significant amount of force was put on her neck?
Well, not significant. That's where you're wrong. It does not take a huge amount of force to compress those very thin muscles and break the blood vessels, and also to compress the blood vessels on the side of the neck to cause a lack of blood flow to the brain. So it's like 5 pounds of pressure, which compared to what a adult grasp maximally can do, which is 100, it's not a huge amount of pressure.
It only takes 5 pounds of pressure to choke someone out.
Sure.
Okay. And you would agree that the injuries, the hemorrhages that we're talking about, the internal hemorrhages in Katie's neck, they would have occurred pre or peri-mortem, right?
No, they caused her death. So peri-mortem means around the time of death, but pre-mortem means occurring when you're alive.
So
When she was alive, and the pressure on those blood vessels caused her death.
So those injuries, the 4 layers of hemorrhages, are what caused her death.
The pressure that those are a marker of.
So she was alive when those injuries were, when she sustained those injuries, right?
Yes.
Okay. You also examined the pictures of Katie's hyoid bone, right?
Yes.
And you agreed that the left greater horn of the hyoid bone was fractured.
Correct.
And you would agree that a broken hyoid bone alone does not cause death, right?
There is nothing about the hyoid bone that you need to sustain life. Again, that is a marker that pressure was applied to the sides of the neck.
So it doesn't cause death alone, right?
Well, the fracture of the hyoid bone itself does not produce death, but we use it as a marker to understand that pressure was applied to the sides of the neck, which stopped the blood vessels, and then that's what causes the death.
I understand that, but my question is, a broken hyoid bone alone does not cause death,
She just
correct?
answered that question 3 times. She said it 3 times, right? Is it me?
And you already said that you examined the internal photographs of the back of Katie's neck, correct?
Correct.
And you saw that she had bilateral posterior neck muscle hemorrhage, right?
I disagree with that. The photographs don't support that. There was very deep bleeding.
This ADA is getting schooled. Elizabeth McLaughlin, you're getting schooled. You would agree with me that the photographs of the back of her neck indicate, and she's like, no, I disagree with that. Again, you're not helping your case here. You're hurting your case. I'm going to rewind it a little bit. It's a great example of what not to do, future trial lawyers.
Neck muscle hemorrhage.
Correct.
And you saw that she had bilateral posterior neck muscle hemorrhage, right?
I disagree with that. The photographs don't support that. There was very deep bleeding around where the spinal column is. And again, that was not a result of application of force there because the skin was not injured. The muscles above that little bleeding were not injured. And that is due to the changes after death of the position of her body.
Well, you're saying that it happened after death, right?
All right.
Correct. Those are post-mortem, meaning after death changes. That's why it's so important to know the circumstances of the discovery of the body.
Okay.
And be able to separate damage to the body after death from injuries that actually cause death.
So I'm just going to ask that you listen to my question and you answer it with a yes or a no.
She's answering the question.
She is.
Overruled.
She's answering the question. She was overruled on that.
So you saw the bilateral posterior neck muscle hemorrhage. You believe that it was post-mortem, is that correct? But you did observe the muscle hemorrhages, correct?
Deep central muscle hemorrhage, bleeding that was after death.
So deep alongside her spinal column, right?
Correct.
You would agree with me that hemorrhages occur pre-mortem, correct? Because death, your blood stops flowing, right?
Well, they can occur both because the heart is pumping around blood and those blood vessels are damaged in life, or the changes after death due to hydrostatic pressure of gravity that pulls down. We see the livor mortis, the settling of blood, and also it will give us a indication of the position of the body, so we know the position of the body, and those are hemorrhages, meaning there's small bleeding into the tissue from the forces of blood settling.
If you weren't watching the screen, she put air quotes around hemorrhages.
Longer under the force of the heart pumping, so blood settling, in addition to the early decompositional changes of dissolution of the small blood vessels. So these, we call them hemorrhages, but they are not caused during life and not caused by use of force.
So when the, to unpack, so I just want to back you up a little bit. So when the heart stops pumping, blood stops flowing, right? Do I have that right?
You do.
Okay. And hemorrhaging occurs when blood is flowing, correct?
It can, yes.
And you saw hemorrhages within 3 layers of muscle in the back of Katie's neck, correct?
No.
You saw it in 2?
It was a deep muscle hemorrhage right around the spinal cord. So there were no layers of hemorrhage. There was some livor mortis post-mortem dissolution of the blood vessels, which showed a small hemorrhage.
Well, you would agree with me that livor mortis is different than bruising, is that correct?
Well, livor mortis can produce quote bruising, meaning that there is dissolution of a small vessel which causes release of the blood in that one area. Usually when we speak of bruising, we mean that it's caused by injury to blood vessels and then the heart pumping the blood out. So, it's important to know the difference between a post-mortem or after death artifactual hemorrhage from a pre-mortem or during life hemorrhage.
So livor mortis is different than bruising or ecchymosis, correct?
Well, livor mortis refers
She keeps correcting
to
her
the
pronunciation. The ADA keeps saying liver mortis, and this witness keeps saying livor mortis. And we saw that also in the McCarran retrial, that John O'Keefe had pooling. That's why the underside of the autopsy photos, the back of his body, his back looks very red because of livor mortis. She's calling it livor mortis, and that is when all the blood sort of pools the way that your body was laying. And so I think that she's trying to say, and maybe she will say a little more clearly, that because Katie was in the pond and she was floating face down like dead man's float, that her body, the blood pooled upwards towards her neck, and that's what caused this, what looks like bruising or hemorrhage. Right?
settling of blood into the dependent areas of the skin of the body. And then if a certain area has is more dependent, that livor mortis can change into small post-mortem hemorrhages like we see here.
So livor mortis is blood settling, not blood flowing, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you would agree with me that you talked about the deep layer of blood in Katie's spinal cord. You said it was right down, all the way down into her spinal cord, right?
No, not to her spinal cord, to the bone. It was very deep, a very small breakage of blood vessels through the position of the body after death, unrelated to any trauma during.
Well, I'm not asking you what it's related to. I'm just saying that you saw it. You're saying that it was deep in the spinal cord, right? You would agree with me that that's through layers of muscle.
No, it was, the layers of muscle were uninjured, and the back of your neck has a lot of very thick muscles, and those muscles showed no injury. The skin of the back of the neck showed no injury. There was a small amount of post-mortem hemorrhage deep above the spinal vertebral bodies due to the post-mortem time after death and the position of the body.
So Katie had hemorrhages into the deep area of her neck, is that right? And she had bilateral injuries in the back of her neck as well. I understand that you're saying that they are from post-mortem injury, but I'm just asking you, you would agree with Dr. Matthews that there was bilateral injury on the back of Katie's neck, is that right?
I disagree with that.
Okay.
Just because you keep repeating your question, ADA Elizabeth McLaughlin, does not mean that this witness is going to be flappable. Does not mean that she is going to change her answer. You've asked her 14 times. Reddington is smart enough not to object to asked and answered because he knows that his witness is going to keep disagreeing with her. I don't think she needed to cross her at all. I really don't.
interpret it as an injury, and that's an error.
You also talked
not
about the
an
injuries
injury.
to Katie's head, right?
Yes, again, those are post-mortem.
So I'm not asking you what they are, I'm just asking you if you saw the injuries to her head.
There were small areas of blood vessel disruption in the temporalis muscle, which is under the scalp on either sides of the head. They were extremely small, less than 1/2 inch.
But there were injuries to Katie's head, correct?
No, they're not injuries.
They're not injuries.
They're not the application of force during life.
You saw damage to Katie's head, is that correct?
There was post-mortem changes, as I said, they were not caused by any injury during life.
I'm not asking you how they were caused, Dr. Laapasada. I would really.
You're not a
like it if you
doctor,
could just
lawyer.
answer my question,
Well,
yes or
again,
no.
Your Honor, at the same-
Attorney
It's not a
Reddington
yes or
will
no
give you an
question.
opportunity to explain. I'm asking you yes or no questions.
I'm just asking that.
Well, if I can answer yes
Once,
or no, it's
there's
still
3 people
truthful.
talking at the same time. So ask the question again.
You would agree that there was damage to Katie's head, yes or no?
No.
No,
You didn't see any damage to Katie's head?
there was not damage that was occurred during life.
I'm not asking you that.
There's okay. A hemorrhage to the brain is not the same thing as an injury. I think this is the disconnect that this attorney is having.
I'm asking you if there was damage to Katie's head.
Damage.
Well, that's the best way I can answer that.
It's not a medical
You would
term,
agree
right?
that
Damage.
the damage in Katie's head was bilateral, correct?
There were small bleedings on either side of the temporalis muscle.
So
Brain
that's
bleeds.
bilateral, right?
Right, on either side, correct, right and left.
And you would also agree that they go into the cerebral cortex of her brain.
No, that's not correct. There was also some settling of the blood in the subarachnoid area of the coverings of the brain, again, due to the position and the time that she was in that position after her death.
And again, I understand that your opinion is that the injuries to Katie's head were postmortem. However, you would agree with me that they are also consistent with blunt force trauma, correct?
She's not saying that she's saying they are not injuries at all, that they are subarachnoid or subarachnoid hemorrhages that are not injuries. Which part of that don't you understand? Like, here's what happens when, as an attorney, you have a list of questions and you're not able to go with the flow, like many good trial lawyers can, pivot on a dime. The witness answers this, you go to something else, the witness answers that, you're able to keep going down that track. It sounds to me, we can't see the attorney who's questioning, that she has a list of questions that she's going to keep on answering until she gets answers to each of those questions before she moves on to the next question. And she's not going to get that answer from this witness. She's just not going to. Move on, because what you're doing now is making yourself look bad in front of the jury. And you guys are the mirror jury. So let me know what you think. I'm going to take it back a question because she's being so combative and it's not necessary.
However, you would agree with me that they are also consistent with blunt force trauma, correct?
No, absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Even stronger now.
You stated that sustained compression of both sides of the head can produce unconsciousness in an average of 10 seconds. Is that right?
Sustained pressure to both sides of the neck to compress the blood vessels that we discussed earlier.
Okay.
Yes,
So you would agree that that can happen in the average of about 10 seconds?
correct.
And unconsciousness does not mean not breathing, is that right?
Correct. Because the manual strangulation has nothing to do with the airway. The airway is unobstructed. It's a blood flow problem.
So when you're unconscious, you can still be breathing, right?
Correct.
And you agree that although you say an average of about 10 seconds, it could be longer, depending on the person, right?
That would be an average. I've had cases where it's been 3 seconds, sometimes longer. It depends on the exact particulars of the interaction.
So it could be longer, is that right? That's what I'm hearing?
absolutely.
Okay. You also said that death can follow within 4 to 5 minutes, right?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that not all strangulations lead to death, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that when breathing and blood flow resumes, lives can be saved, right?
Well, again, the manual strangulation doesn't cut off the airway, but people certainly survive attempted strangulations.
Okay. And medical care could help facilitate breathing to resume, is that right?
That's possible.
And if a person was brought to the hospital, a tube could be placed to help with any obstruction with the breathing, right?
Well, there is no obstruction.
Okay. Once the pressure is released, right?
I don't understand your
Okay.
question.
CPR would be helpful to resume breathing, isn't that right?
Well, it depends on the case. You know, if somebody's dead, you can't always resuscitate them.
But you just testified that not all strangulations lead to death, right?
Correct.
So if CPR was done, it could resuscitate a person after a strangulation, correct?
Depends on the case.
It's possible, correct?
Possible.
Yep.
Yep. Oh, she finally got an answer that she wanted. They're going to say that Harry was a doctor. He could have saved her life, but he didn't. She's not helping Katie. This Commonwealth attorney, Elizabeth McLaughlin, is not helping Katie. She needs to stop. I agree, Jeannie. Jeannie Bunny.
Are you aware that the defendant stated that Katie was fighting him and he kept going when he had his hands around her neck?
Okay.
Objection,
overruled.
stop.
She can
Make her
answer.
stop talking. What?
I'm sorry?
Sorry, I was talking too, so I didn't hear the question.
Are you aware that the defendant stated that Katie was fighting him and he kept going when he had his hands around her neck?
Objection, misstatement of the evidence. See how he's allowed to state the grounds for his objection in open court in the courtroom right next door to Beverly Canoni? In the exact courtroom in which Karen Reed's first persecution took place. See how easy that was? And the judge allowed it? We heard the confession. It was recorded, shockingly. All the way back in 2020, they had a tape recorder.
Okay. Overruled. She can
And he overruled it from the bench. No sidebar required.
answer.
I'm sorry?
I'm not familiar with that.
Because you didn't listen to the defendant's statement, right?
I did not listen to the defendant's statement.
And you would agree that
Because her opinion is not influenced by what the defendant said. Her opinion is her opinion based on the medical evidence that she was given. She's not going to formulate her opinion based on what the defendant's version was. I think that's better for the defense, actually.
strangulation often does not leave marks or bruises, right?
There are usually indicia of strangulation, either in the skin or in the muscles of the neck.
But you're aware that there are strangulation cases where a victim survives and there are no exterior bruising, no exterior injuries that people can see.
So you're talking about what you see on a survivor of an attempted manual strangulation?
Yes.
Okay, sometimes you can see marks or scratches on the neck. Sometimes you can see scratches in the face. You might see some hemorrhages in the eye.
And sometimes you can't, right?
Usually there are some abnormal findings on the body.
But you would agree with me that there are cases where there are no external injuries.
From a
with
strangulation?
strangulation.
If they're survived, yes.
Okay. And
Oh,
you
if
would
they're
agree with me that-
survived, right, not in the dead ones, not in the strangulations that result in death. This ADA is like I think she like chopped her whole entire foot off by now. First, she just shot herself in the foot. Now it's like it's become an amputation of the foot at this point. Is it just me? Am I overreacting to this? What we are learning here is that this witness, who is also going to be testifying as an expert for Karen Reed, is unflappable. And she doesn't get irate the way I do. And she doesn't get upset. She answers very calmly. She's like, no, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. Oh, yeah, maybe in the cases where people survive the strangulation, there might not be external signs of strangulation.
You did, in fact, observe injury on Katie, correct?
Yes,
And those injuries led you to believe that her cause of death was strangulation.
yes, manual strangulation. Yeah.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Well, good, because you cross-sucked.
So on cross-examination, the district,
Mr. Reddington, I'm not sure she can hear you.
oh, sorry.
Right. Scott McGinnis is like, is this a scene from Mean Girls?
All right, can you hear me?
She's on her second foot now.
I can hear you.
Okay. District Attorney asked you questions about the fact that you get paid money for your testimony here today, $475 an hour, as you're charging me apparently on this case, correct?
I get paid for the time I spend working on the case.
Exactly.
I don't get paid for any particular conclusion.
And it's pretty much a given.
I just want to point out to you that an attorney of the caliber as such, Alan Jackson, Bobby Alessi, David Unetti, maybe not David Unetti because it's Boston, but New York and LA, different market, right? Could make close to $2,000 an hour. Okay. So $475 an hour for a doctor of this caliber, not a whole hell of a lot. Just to put it in perspective. And they bill by 10th of the hour. So every 6 minutes, you're getting a bill for $200 at $2,000 an hour.
That in this case, in this courtroom, pretty much everybody that has anything to do with this case, defense attorney, prosecutor, judge, cops, anybody is getting paid for their time in this trial. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. She can
Well,
answer.
it's their job like it's my job.
And the fact that you are getting paid after all of these years' experience and that you're charging $475 an hour, is that going to sway your testimony so you would be less than candid to this jury?
Of course not.
Well done, Reddington. It's not his first rodeo.
Go ahead. Thank you very much.
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Dr. Laapasada.
Terry going to testify
Thank you, Your Honor.
after lunch? Thank you, Dr. Laapasada.
Right, so jurors, we're going to
Great
take
job.
the lunch recess. Plan to be back at 2 p.m. and we'll get going.
2 p.m.
This
It's
afternoon. I'll
1:32.
turn it Over the break as well to give you an update when you come back from lunch. Thank you.
Okay, it's 1:32. We have some time to watch that video I told you about because I think it's only 28 minutes. And so we're going to watch that video that I told you about before. But first, what we're going to do is look at Don Ciccio. Don Ciccio from Twitter, who had 182 Twitter followers when I first found his account. 181. I found his account. He does sketches of everyone in the Karen Reed trial and rock stars. I found his Jerry Garcia. I loved his Jerry Garcia. Here is somebody just pointed out to me that he did a sketch of Lally, and 6 hours ago he posted it. Who, if anyone, was driving the ambulance? And look at his Lally sketch. He also did a sketch of me as a shout out for shouting him out on my YouTube channel. But look at the baby shark hairdo. It's there. It's in its full glory. Don Ciccio has captured this. Amazing, right? With his baby shark hairdo. If you if you do choose to wade in the cesspool of Twitter, which I do not, here's his username. It is at Don Ciccio74. Give him a follow. Let's see what he's up to now. He's up to 2,678 followers. Yay, Chris, aka Don Ciccio. We love him. He's so talented. All right, let me see if I can get back to up and look at this. Who's this? Tristan, I don't remember times, Morris. who allegedly, it has been alleged, approached Dave Portnoy at something called IceCon in Nashville and asked Dave Portnoy, told him he was going to be a witness in the Karen Reed trial, and said, could you give me a brick watch? Because if you give me a brick watch, because apparently Dave Portnoy, the One Bite Pizza review guy from Barstool Sports, has a watch company. It's called Brick. And he apparently has this watch company, and Dave Portnoy wasn't sure who the witness was. I think it's been discovered that it was Tristan Morrison. How crazy is that? Product placement for a guy who knew nothing about what time it was in his testimony for the Karen Reed trial, that he would be promoting a watch. I mean, I think that's genius. It's glorious. I'm going to go grab a drink. I'm going to refill my drink. I'm going to let this play during the lunch break, and we will be right back. This is a video called Colin Did It, Allie Helped, by a channel called Distractors, Hyperbole, and Flummoxification. New channel, has only about 1,680 subscribers. I am featured in this video, which is just one of the reasons that I like it, although I am very, very angry throughout this video. But it's brilliant how this creator interspersed my reading of the order on the motion to dismiss in the Karen Reed trial with actual court footage and testimony from Colin and Allie. But before I do that, let me just thank a couple of people. Thank you very much. Goodman's gifted a membership. Thank you, Goodman's. I think I thanked you. Calico 26 addressed this one. Thank you. Nina, thank you. Lisa, I told you we would look at this later when we go over jury instructions. Kansas Sofa Jura, thank you for your 5. Book of Light says, from Australia, your amount and message will be public. Not sure what you're referring to. Nina says, isn't strangulation automatically premeditated? Plenty of time to reconsider and stop. I thought premeditated can be in seconds, not hours, days, weeks, months. We're going to take a look. When we get to jury instructions, we're going to take a look and see whether or not the judge is even going to agree to allow lesser includeds here, because it is at judicial discretion, right? Midnight Mike, thanks for gifting another 5 memberships. He's amazing. Book of Dark from Australia. The prosecution has the burden, not the defense. You are absolutely right. Unless you're claiming something like self-defense, then you do have somewhat of a burden. So thank you for that question. GV, Commonwealth treating this like a mock trial. They're showing that Katie's justice has less value for them because this isn't high profile. Shame. This is about her. I agree with you. 100% GV. Thank you so much. Kansas Sofa Jura has been here for 9 months and says they can't wait for the idiot with the watch. Geez, yeah, that's going to be great, right? Kelly, welcome to the Court of Massachusetts Facts. Thanks for tuning in from across the pond. Says, sorry, I'm jumping to Karen Reed, but this testimony made me see the obvious. John O'Keefe had posterior lividity, but Jen McCabe said they turned him so as lividity isn't anterior, it shows he was dead on his back and later moved. Could be. Could be, Kelly. Well done to you. Well done. Dead people can't turn themselves. I see that. You are correct. All right, let's take a look. This is the lunch break. And so here you go. Here's your entertainment for the lunch break. I'm going to go refill my drink. And we will be back by 2 o'clock. Hopefully Harry's going to testify too.
And then you said, KO, bang, bang, right?
Correct.
What's KO mean?
Knockout.
Was that a threat?
Yes.
These are threats of physical violence, right?
Correct.
You're not threatening to hurt their feelings or send them a mean text, right?
No.
You're threatening to kick their ass, right?
Correct.
To get physical, right?
Yes.
To ball up your fists and beat the shit out of them.
Can you answer that? Will you answer that, please?
Yeah, can you repeat the question?
Probably shouldn't.
But tell me how whether he's been in a fight is relevant to an issue in this case. That's what you have to do.
Because the police should have, the Massachusetts State Police should have, If they were doing their due diligence, they should have investigated this young man. They should have investigated every single person that was in that house, in or around the home of where John O'Keefe was found, the Albert home, and they didn't. They did nothing to investigate whether or not there was someone in the house who tended to fight, who wanted to get in physical altercations, who had a propensity to get in physical altercations, who was a fighter by nature, who threatened to fight, who threatened violence. That's what this young man has indicated he does constantly. I'm surprised he didn't show up in this hearing with busted knuckles.
Boy, you be knocked out, KO. Bang, bang.
And it is insufficient to support a preliminary finding that Colin Albert had the motive, intent, and opportunity to commit the crime. Before my head pops off, let me just continue reading because this may resolve itself in the next paragraph. The evidence of opportunity is wholly inadequate. There is no evidence that Colin Albert was at 34 Fairview when the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrived at the home. I'm sorry, what? There's no evidence? No, there's conflicting evidence.
Really, dude? Come on. What's up, man? Really? Yeah. Really? Really? What? I can't just go get food at my dad's store. We're just going to dinner. We're going to see if McCarthy's. What's the big deal? We're just going to see if McCarthy's. Call the police. We're just going to dinner. Bro, chill out.
So about what time would it have been that you left?
12:10.
Just because every one of Colin Albert's relatives say that he left that house at 12:10 doesn't make it true, Your Honor. It doesn't make it true.
Who, if anyone, did you reach out to get a ride from?
My friend Allie McCabe.
Following that, where did you go?
I believe home.
Do you know about what time it was that you got?
Not exactly. I would estimate a little bit before 12:30, around that time.
Now, turning your attention to the following day, at some point you woke up, correct?
Yes.
On August 25th, you told the trooper that you drove Colin straight to his house after you picked him up on January 29th, and then you went straight home, correct?
Yes, I believe.
And you have previously testified back in August of 2023 that you believe you dropped Colin Albert off at his home at around 12:15, 12:20 or so?
Correct.
Here's what she says. Wait, hold on. Evidence at the first trial was that Colin Albert had already been picked up by the time O'Keefe and the defendant arrived at 34 Fairview. I call bullshit. This is a question of fact for a jury. This is a question of fact for a jury to decide. This is not an uncontested fact that should be put in your court order as truth of the matter asserted, okay? It's up to the jury to decide that, Your Honor, not you.
At some point, did you leave your home and go out?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall about what time it was that you went out?
I do not remember.
Do you recall whether it was light or dark when you went out?
It was dark.
And where did you, upon leaving your house, where did you go?
I went to one of my buddy's houses.
And that buddy, what was his name?
Mike.
How you got from your house to Mike's house, do you recall how you got there?
No, I do not remember.
Let me ask you this. Did you walk? Did you drive? Did you get a ride?
I got a ride.
Do you recall who you got a ride from?
No.
Colin Albert didn't remember anything about anything except for he left at 12:10. There's conflicting evidence about who he passed in the foyer. Aunt Coco and Uncle Bri.
When you say you went to your uncle's house, which uncle's house did you go to?
My Uncle Brian.
Why did you go to your uncle's house that night?
It was my cousin Brian's birthday, so I went over to celebrate for a little bit with him.
And you know how old your cousin Brian Albert Jr. was turning on that night?
I do not know.
Do you recall how you got from Mike's house to your uncle's house?
I believe Allie McCabe.
There's conflicting evidence of who picked him up.
And do you know the address as far as your uncle's house?
34 Fairview Road.
And so your memory is that Allie McCabe gave you a ride from Mike's house to the house on Fairview?
From what I remember, yes.
And within the kitchen area of the house, who, if anyone else, was present in the kitchen?
From what I remember, my cousin Brian, Emily Fabiano, Sarah Levinson, and Catherine Duty, from what I remember that night.
Okay, there's Mr. Duty. He just closed the doors. I would like to ask Mr. Duty a question, actually.
Come in.
Hi, Mr. Duty?
Yes, sir.
My name is Eden Carney from Turtle Boy Daily News.
How are you, sir?
I'm good, thank you. I just had a quick question about the town. Have the police spoken with you at all about the Karen Reed investigation?
I'm in the middle of a meeting.
Okay.
I'm really sorry.
Do you know why your daughter's name was misspelled in the police report by Michael Proctor?
I don't.
Have you ever met Michael Proctor?
I have not.
You didn't know him at all beforehand?
No.
Okay, and you have no reason
No.
to know why her name would be misspelled?
I don't.
Did she leave before John got there?
That's what I'm told.
Okay. All right, thank you for your time.
Okay,
Appreciate
take
it.
care. Thank you.
Protocol as far as when you come home, where do you go sort of first thing when you walk in?
I always tell my mom and my dad that I'm home and usually go up to their bedroom, give them a hug goodnight, tell them I love them, and then go down to bed.
Why do you think the whole town is the way that they are? You're supposed to represent the town.
You're just the flavor of the week, right?
Okay.
You know that he was arguing.
You're supposed to be a representative of this town.
That's the chairman of the Board of Selectmen right there. They're not from Canton.
He's not a chairman.
Or whatever he is. He's on the Board of Selectmen.
They're not from Canton, so they're not allowed to walk in the street.
And did you do that on that occasion?
Yes.
So sort of immediately when you come home, you go right up to your parents' room?
Yes.
And when you got up to your parents' room on that particular evening, was both your mother and your father in their room?
Correct.
And you had that sort of exchange that you described before?
Yes.
And so your bedroom is then located downstairs from where your parents' bedroom is?
Yes.
And if you know about what time was it that you came into the house?
I want to say around 12:20.
You never called an investigator to say, hey, I have a copy of a screenshot of a text message conversation that I had with Colin Albert, correct?
No, it wouldn't have been relevant at that time,
Okay.
I believe, because Colin was not at the house and wasn't introduced as being there until later.
Why nobody mentioned him as being in the house at any point that night? Because remember, they rattled off a whole bunch of other people that were in the house that night that weren't around by the time John and Karen got there. They were named. Colin Albert never was. Ask yourself why. The jury should be able to ask themselves why.
Did you have any idea where your parents were or what they were doing?
I knew they were going out after the basketball game, but no, I didn't know. I have their Life 360. They have mine, so I wasn't sure though.
And as far as the Life 360 goes, is that something that that you sort of keep track of them or they keep track of you?
It's more them keeping track of me.
There's conflicting evidence of Allie McCabe's Life 360 data.
What time do you say that you arrived at home?
I'm not sure. Before around 12:30ish.
Okay. At 12:26 a.m. on January 29th, you left home again, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you leave home?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay.
All right. And at 12:26 a.m. and 12 seconds, you arrived at the Canton High School, correct?
No.
On January 29th of 2022, at 12:26 and 55 seconds, you completed a 1-mile drive where your top speed was 43 miles per hour, right?
I don't believe so.
And then at 12:26 and 55 seconds on January 29th, you left Canton High School and arrived at home on January 29th of 2022 at 12:29 and 28 seconds, correct?
I do not know.
And then after arriving home again on January 29th of 2022 at 12:29 and 29 seconds, you completed a 12-mile drive on January 29th of 2022 at 12:31 and 22 seconds. Did you not?
No.
And then you left home on January 29th of 2022 at 1:08 and 15 seconds, right?
I don't believe so.
And ultimately, you went through the home bubble and the Canton High School bubble, and you arrived at Canton High School on January 29th of 2022 at 1:28 in the morning in 8 seconds.
Can I see what you're referring to?
Sure. Did that help refresh your memory on where you were that night?
No.
Do you still dispute that you went straight home and didn't leave there?
Objection.
Sustained.
About how long a period of time was it from the time that you get the text from Colin to the time that you arrive in the area of Fairview?
I'm not sure.
And do you recall from where you were coming from as far as how did you come to Fairview? Would that have been on the Chapman side or the Cedar Crest side, or how did you come?
I don't remember.
And where in relation to the house did you park?
I believe in the driveway on the left side. Not entirely sure. I just believe that.
You didn't turn over that screenshot of a text message until about a year and a half or more after January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
When did you take that screenshot that was displayed to the jury today?
I don't remember.
Was it before or after you got rid of your old phone?
I don't remember.
And somebody else has to have the app and is in the family, correct? Connected to you?
Correct.
And with regard to, just going back to the messages for a minute, do you know that it's not like you can edit it, right? I mean, the most that you can do is what we saw on the other photo. When you provided them that screenshot, did they say, hey, by the way, can I look at your phone to see if it's on there?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did they say that to you?
I don't remember.
But in any case, you never physically showed them your phone, right?
No.
In addition to not asking you to see your new phone, they also did not ask you to do an extraction of your new phone, correct?
Correct.
And at some point in time, you realized that you'd have to be a witness in this case and have the unfortunate incident of having to talk to me, right?
Objection.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute on this. All right, counsel wanted to see me at sidebar?
We don't need to be seen at sidebar, Your Honor, but I do need to be seen about an issue from yesterday.
Like to be heard?
Well, yes, I would.
Okay, I'll hear you. What is it about?
Your Honor, we are not only renewing our objection to the alleged harassment evidence that came in yesterday, but we're specifically moving to strike that testimony and specifically asking the court, before we get started today, to instruct the jury that they are to disregard that evidence. And I wanted to point out to the court that it is our view, we didn't even come close to opening the door to that evidence. I had just asked the witness if she had turned over those text messages to the state police when she spoke to them on August 25th of 2023. I've asked every witness when was the first time that they spoke to the state police. That was the first time Allie McCabe spoke to the state police. None of that conversation had anything to do with harassment whatsoever. It was strictly related to the death of John O'Keefe and the investigation of John O'Keefe. I stayed completely clear of any discussion of harassment whatsoever. I only focused on the federal grand jury and the approach by the state police on August 25. I opened no door. I didn't even approach the door. And yet that evidence came in. It led to a moment where, that Mr. Lally, I believe, has been waiting for, which is for a witness to break down on the stand and feel sorry for themselves to gain sympathy before this jury. It was prejudicial to our client. It's prejudicial to our defense. It is error, and we're asking the court to correct it.
All right, what do you say, Commonwealth?
Your Honor, counsel absolutely opened the door as far as the questioning was concerned. It was not just the characterization of the questioning is just simply inaccurate. As far as the questions that were posed to the witness, it was more geared towards why, implying that the witness only provided this after testifying at the other proceeding or being questioned about it in that environment, and that's the only reason that she had these messages. And why hadn't she turned these messages over earlier? And that is in direct response to the harassment that that witness and her entire family, as well as Mr. Albert, had sustained as a result of actions by several different parties, including counsel. So for those reasons, it was proper. There was nothing, I don't think it was more than 5 minutes of testimony concerning it, and it was because counsel opened the door to it.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Ms. Giannetti, I remember clearly the lines of inquiry that you initiated. So I disagree with you in the strongest way possible. You've made your record. Your motion's denied.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Speculative at best? No, I would submit to you that is exactly why all that evidence should come in, so that the jury can decide why everyone is lying.
You saw the July 18 date,
Yes.
2023?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that that was the first time you were interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police?
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is watching this outraging everyone else anew the way he was doing to me? He was not even interviewed until July of 2023, 18 months after the murder of John O'Keefe. Really? Why am I being outraged anew?
Who conducted that interview?
Michael Proctor and one of his partners, I believe. I don't remember.
Michael Proctor was the lead investigator that interviewed you, correct?
Correct.
That's the same Michael Proctor that appears on the far left of the photo of that wedding party, correct?
Correct.
Did you find that that interview, by the way, how long did the interview last? Michael Proctor.
I do not remember.
Do you remember testifying at one point that it was about 10 minutes?
Oh, yes. If your outrage has been forgotten, here it comes again. His interview with Michael Proctor 18 months after the murder of John O'Keefe was 10 minutes long. And wait for it.
No.
So during the course of that 10-minute conversation that you had with Michael Proctor, what was the tone of that interview? You understand what I mean by tone?
I do not understand.
Okay. Was it hostile and accusatory?
Not that I remember, no.
Was it antagonistic or confrontational?
Can you use different words, please?
Sure.
Look at that. Baby won't have it back. Look at that. Look. All the time. You fucking loser. You gotta be a fucking loser too.
Was he being mean?
No.
Okay. He was being nice, right?
Professional, I'd say.
Yeah. Because you've known him almost your whole life, right?
Yes.
The interview.
Because you've known him almost your whole life, right? Yep. Can you use different words? Yeah. Yeah.
Was comfortable.
Correct.
You didn't feel like you were on the hot seat.
No.
Michael Proctor's partner, a man by the name of Yuri Buknik, you know that name?
Yeah.
He contacted you and said he wanted to talk about your text messages, correct?
I don't remember.
Do you remember that you told Yuri Buknik when he asked about the text messages, you did not have the screenshot anymore. You sent it to your father, Chris.
I don't remember that.
Do you recall telling Yuri Buknik if he wanted to get the screenshot, you weren't going to give it to him, he'd have to get it from your dad?
Do not remember that.
Do you remember Trooper Buknik agreeing with you and saying, sure, I'll just call your dad and get it from him?
Don't remember that.
You don't remember giving, you certainly don't remember ever giving Trooper Buknik a copy of that screenshot?
No, I don't remember.
Because you didn't, did you?
I do not remember.
But you did give it to your dad, right?
I do not remember.
Do you remember anything about this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll withdraw.
That was Jim the clerk. I
Are you
know
in that
Jim,
photograph?
how sad is it that
Yes.
I can recognize Jim the clerk's cough? Am I the only one that knew that that was Jim the clerk coughing? Listen, wow, you know too much when you can tell who's coughing in the courtroom. Listen,
I'll withdraw.
right? Was it Jim or what? Do I know?
Are you in that photograph?
Yes.
Which person are you?
In the middle.
And about what time of day was it? That's you in the middle?
Correct.
Okay. About what time of day was this taken?
Not sure.
Was it at an event of some sort, or just you were at a bar?
Just at a bar.
Okay. I want you to take a look at your right hand. Can you see from there?
Just at a bar. Just at a bar. What is he, 15, 16? I mean, just at a bar. No big what. Oops.
Clearly your right hand?
Yes.
What do you notice about your right hand?
It's cut up.
Your knuckles are injured, correct?
Correct.
How'd you get those injuries, Mr. Albert?
I was at a party, house party my senior year, and it was, I remember.
Yeah, he remembers exactly how he hurt his knuckles. Somebody tell me, because I'm not a boxer or a fighter, and I've never been in a fist fight. Praise be. But if you were to have pummeled someone with your fists, how long would it take for, I mean, first of all, would that bloody your knuckles up? And second of all, it was his right hand. Is he right-handed? I don't know. I'm not accusing this boy of anything, but it's so curious to me that he remembers exactly how he scraped his knuckles. Would they be bloody? The fist fights can be fun. Kindergarten cop, Scott. How long would it take for those knuckles to heal? Because from what I remember, this photograph was taken something like 4 weeks to 5 weeks after, I believe, or maybe 4 weeks, or maybe 5 weeks. How long would it take? Would they still be in that condition? I don't know. I'm asking you. Oops.
Being icy out, and it was kind of like a steep hill of a driveway, and I was walking up the driveway, and I slipped down the driveway, and I tried to catch myself, but I had something in my left hand, so I had tried to brace myself with my right hand, and I ended up sliding a little bit down the driveway.
What'd you have in your left hand?
If I remember, it was either my phone or a beverage.
So
a beverage. The drink. Somebody asked, "What's the drinking age?" 21. 21.
According to you, you fell on ice and injured your knuckles, as we just saw in that photograph, right across the top of your knuckles.
Correct.
Okay. So you fell onto, what, pavement, asphalt?
Yes.
And you braced yourself when you fell, your entire body weight, by putting your right hand down in a fist, and you injured your right fist, just the top of the knuckles on your right fist when you fell down.
Correct.
Seriously?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Got to protect the beer that's in the other hand. So, the knuckles went down on the driveway. He remembered nothing except for exactly how he scraped his knuckles. Exactly, he left that house at 12:10, and that he went up 3 flights of stairs when he got home to kiss mommy and daddy goodnight at a time when we know, I think, or we've learned that it is questionable whether or not Chris Albert was even home at that time.
You ever been in a fight, sir?
Other than with my brothers, no.
You've never been in a fight?
Nope.
Your entire life?
Other than with my brothers, no.
Someone walks up to you. I'm not going to do it. But if someone did, walked up to you and said, "I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass." You wouldn't take that as a threat?
If they walked up to me, yeah.
But if they didn't walk up and just shouted it across the street and stood there and said, "I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass," that's not a threat.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think you are sure, sir.
All right, so that I'll strike at the Commonwealth standing up and objecting.
This is insane. And if you didn't think that this court, this entire Norfolk County District Attorney's Office is in place to solely protect the Alberts and the McCabe's, then I don't know what to tell you, because this should prove it to you just about now.
It's very clear that these videos are highly, highly relevant, given the sanitized testimony that this witness has tried to present to this jury. He's indicated that he's never been in a fight, he doesn't have any violent proclivities, he doesn't have any violent tendencies. It's not in his countenance to do this.
There is no evidence here of a fight at all. There is no evidence that this witness was even present at the house at the same time as the victim. There's no evidence of any animus between this witness and the victim. There is no evidence whatsoever, as I stated, that he was even present at the same place at the same time on the night with John O'Keefe, on the night that John O'Keefe was killed.
Accordingly, evidence that Colin Albert is the third-party culprit is excluded from the trial. Wow. Wow. Wait a minute. You mean even after Julie Albert may have suggested to Michael Morrissey to make that hostage video, clearing her son, nobody ever knew he was there. Nobody even interviewed him until something like 18 months after January 20th, 2022. But hey, can't bring it up now. No, Colin Albert is allowed. Wow. I mean, if you had any doubt about who's being protected here, boop, there it is. There it is.
In terms of evidence of a fight, I don't know what Mr. Lau is talking about. He says there's no evidence of a fight in this case. John O'Keefe looks like he had been beaten to death. He's got two black eyes, a laceration over his right eye, a laceration over his nose, a giant wound on the back of his head, and he doesn't look like he was hit by a car. He looks like he was in a physical altercation. It's as plain as the nose on your face, and we have evidence that we have witnesses who are going to propound that evidence and present that evidence.
Not this trial, they're not. Nope, not this time. Oh, they're back in court. Here we go. Let's see what's going to happen next. Sound's not up yet, but perfect timing, you guys. Look at that. Look at us. We didn't miss a beat. Go give Flummoxification on YouTube a like and a sub. That's the name of the channel, or that's where you can find it on the @ sign. It's actually called something like, if you're searching it up, Distractors, Hyperbole, and Flummoxification. There's the defendant, Dr. Harry Tuerk. Perfect timing. I hope everyone had a chance to go get yourselves some a beverage. A beverage. Who says that at 18? A beverage. Oops, I gotta delete some banners. I'm only allowed to have 50. I've had more than 50. All right, let's see. Amange says, could Colin's glass be from the one from 34 Fairview? I don't know. Did he have a glass? That was a different time when he scraped his knuckles. It was not the same night. It was a different night at someone else's house. So I'm not quite sure what you're asking. I always thought they should have went in the house to see if the house had the same kind of drinking glasses inside the house. A lot of people have bar sets, right? Like, that could be a cocktail glass from inside the house, but nobody ever looked. Shocked, but not really.
Court's now in session. You may be seated.
All right, anything before the jurors come over?
Yes, please. May we approach?
Yes.
Well, they're approaching already. Justice for Katie McLean. The gallery has filled up on that side of the courtroom, which is the victim's family. Same as it was the O'Keefe side in the Karen Reed trial. That is the friends and family of Katie McLean sitting in that same location. Very smooth transition, right? I'm getting the hang of this YouTube thing. One of these days, I'm really going to get it in lemonade pickets, and it's going to be great. It's going to be great. Speaking of colon, Blackbird says, I need to schedule my colonoscopy. Yes, get the colonoscopy. Very important. Very, very important. Thank you, Sherilyn, for your Cash App, who says, Happy Tuesday. Is it only Tuesday? Doesn't it feel like a lot further away, further into the week than Tuesday? Let me take a look and see if I can figure out what's happening over there in the Karen Reed courtroom. Or if anybody's in the courtroom that happens to be in the chat right now, tell us. Scott McGinnis says, we see Kevin Reddington a lot outside of court when we're protesting. He waves, too funny. After all, he is Jen McCabe's attorney. He said very nice things about me in open court, Scott, so I don't have any beef with him. Look, criminal defense attorneys serve a purpose, right? And from what we've seen in this courtroom, he's a very skilled one. So I can't say that I have any beef with him. If we hated all defense attorneys because of who we represent, who they represent, we would hate Alan Jackson because he represented Harvey Weinstein, right? Yep, Colin is on the witness list. I don't think the Commonwealth's going to need to call him, though. The defense may call him, but they can't point to him as a third-party culprit, according to Judge Cannoni's decision. Oh, Reddington said Karen's innocent? Jilly, what? Where's the source for that? I'm intrigued. Tell me more. All right, there are 47 jurors today, according to Christina Rex. Apparently they had some people in there from yesterday. There's a juror from yesterday's pool. First one up. There's one holdover. Okay, they needed more information from her, and apparently she was dismissed or excused. She will not be seated on the jury. That was Christina Rex as of 2 hours ago. And is that her last tweet from 2 hours ago? Maybe they're at lunch right now. Yeah, don't they usually go to lunch at 1? So maybe nothing else has happened yet. And so that's the first one up. They've taken the entire morning to just excuse one juror. Yeah, you know what? The sweet YouTube is wonky lately and it unsubscribes people. So make sure right now while we have a little break before hopefully Harry gets on the stand, make sure that you hit the subscribe button because sometimes it happens. Reddington said that I'm awesome. What do you mean? Today where? Law Girls Not Attorneys podcast. Where did he say that? Did you see him in the hallway? Oh, I love that. Listen, I've done nothing but say what a great attorney I think he is. Because, you know, can't help who you represent, right? Whoever pays, I guess. I was the reason that he wanted to change a venue, one of them anyway, because of all the pretrial publicity. I mean, look, he needed to make an argument, but quite frankly, those of you who are local know that this case has received no pretrial publicity other than me. And perhaps, I think Broken Baker might be doing it also. And Law Girl says, we were up there and told him we were watching him on your channel. Oh, he's getting a little celeb. He's getting a little celebrity. Oh, they got 2 more jurors today? Why did Christina Rex not say that? Let's see. She said 3 hours ago, she said 96% of jurors here today have heard of this case. Highest percentage yet. Oh, what did I do? I'm not playing. Duh. Sometimes if you hit pause, you know, if you're not paying attention. All right, but they're still not back. 96% of jurors here today have heard of this case. Highest percentage yet. Last trial, the average was 75%. Well, after the first persecution and acquittal, that was not really an acquittal because, you know, double jeopardy, they don't give a duck, but double jeopardy in Massachusetts. Now it's up to 96% who've heard of the case. But again, it doesn't matter if they've heard of the case. The idea is, even if you have heard of the case, have you not formed an opinion yet about guilt or innocence? And can you be fair and impartial? So they've seated a male and a female today. Why is she not updating her Twitter. Christina Rex. I don't know. Unless it's in this same thread. Hold on. I don't know. I'll trust you guys because some of you are even in the courtroom. And look at it's Melanie Little's Magic 8 Ball. Right here. Oh, it's Taco Tuesday today. You're right. It's Taco Tuesday. Oh, so now they're up to 12, so they need 4 more. I don't know. Could it finish by the end of the week?
Yes.
I submit to you, yes, it could.
I have a question about Representative Zoll and your role.
Oh my gosh, Clerk Jim equals Satan's little helper. Alan says that Reddington said Melanie rocks. Oh, that's amazing. I love that. Listen, some of my best friends are defense attorneys. You know, when you're in the biz for a long time, when I was a civil litigator, I'm retired now, and hanging out with you guys on YouTube. Some of the defense attorneys that I went up against all the time, like who represented hospitals and stuff, because the defendants oftentimes in medical malpractice cases are hospitals and doctors. And also in civil litigation, the certain defense firms represent certain insurance carriers. So they're my best friends because I tried cases with them. I had cases with them for decades. And, you know, oh, thanks, little cupcake. You keep seeing the same attorneys over and over again. You're hanging out a lot together in court. There's a lot of hours spent in court. I used to think they should call lawyers waiters because all you do is wait around all day. You could burn a whole day just sitting around reading the paper and shooting the stuff with your friends. 6 males and 6 females. Okay, Wayne. I'll take that under advisement. I'll allow it. Howdy to Montana. Hello, Montana. Heard it's lovely there. Says Lally, the disgruntled paperweight is there. It lives in Montana or is in Montana. Law Girls is back. Not Attorney's Podcast says Little Law Girl said he has a great handshake and he was all smiles. Wow. Carol says, I think it's going to be tough to seat that jury. Defense only has 6 more strikes available. Well, did they use any today? Because as of yesterday, they had used 10. They have 16. Apparently, the Commonwealth used 11. They had 5. I don't know how many they used today, and I don't know that we will know until the end of the day. Good point.
All rise, please, your attention.
All right, jury entering. The suite says cannot comment. What do you mean? Yeah. You guys who are in the courtroom, next time you have a chance to talk to Reddington, could you please tell him to get to the mic, especially for closing? Thanks, Rainy Day.
All right, Mr. Reddington, do you want to call your next witness?
I would, Your Honor, thank you. Dr. Paul Zizell.
Oh, Dr. Zizell. I got all excited. I thought he was going to say Dr. Harry Tuerk, but isn't he a disgraced doctor? I don't know if he lost his license, but Dr. Zizell is the one we watched the voir dire of earlier.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dr. tell us your name, spell your last name for the jurors, and keep your voice up so everybody can hear you.
Paul Zeisel, Z-E-I-Z-E-L.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist.
And can you tell us your educational background in that degree?
I have a doctorate in clinical psychology from William James College. I have a master's from Harvard University, a master's degree from Boston University, and a bachelor's degree from Queens College.
And can you just briefly share with us your work experience? Have you worked as a forensic consultant?
Yes, I've worked as a forensic psychologist and consultant since 1993.
Who have you been attached to, or who have you worked for as a forensic consultant?
So I have been retained and worked for various district attorneys' offices throughout the Commonwealth, with the exception of Nantucket County. I've worked in every DA's office. I work for defense counsel who represent respondents. I'm here in the capacity of an expert today to see if I can be helpful to educate the jury for the defense.
And in reference to that, sir, when you say forensic consultant, what does that actually mean?
A forensic consultant in psychology is a psychologist who's trained as a clinical psychologist and works with the integration of legal matters. So whenever there is an individual who may be engaged in perhaps criminal activity, where there's some mental health concerns, someone like me who has a understanding of major mental illness can make recommendations pertaining to how an individual may understand the charges against them, if they understand them at all. And that refers to competency, as well as being able to render opinions about other things, such as criminal responsibility, which is often known as not guilty by reason of insanity.
Now, in that capacity, sir, have you also consulted or been a consultant to the Department of Correction as it relates to people that are sexually dangerous persons?
Yes, I probably have done about close to 800 or 900 cases of risk assessment for sexual dangerousness, rendering opinions about who is likely to be dangerous, who is not likely to be dangerous, and what the research variables are that point in either direction.
You're familiar with psychodiagnostic evaluation, sir?
Yes.
And in that capacity, have you had occasion to consult as well with a number of law enforcement agencies?
Yes.
Have you consulted with, for example, the DEA, Drug Enforcement Agency out of Washington, D.C.?
Yes, I'm a psychologist for the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Administration, representing their 19 New England offices.
So, in other words, if somebody was a DEA officer and they had some type of trauma in one of those 19 offices across the country, you would be...
Well, it would be the 19 offices within New England, though I have been on occasion requested to go to other parts of the country when the retained psychologist was not available, so DC and other states. So my role is if a DE agent gets involved in a shooting, they implement immediately the request for that psychologist attached to that region to go and help with the evaluation, do the debriefing for those involved. Conversely, if there's a DE agent who has suicide ideations and may have tried to make efforts to hurt themselves, we also get involved immediately.
All right. Is it fair to say that you have a significant amount of experience in that capacity dealing with trauma?
Yes.
Have you been attached as well to governmental agencies to provide comprehensive psychological support for people in war-torn countries?
Yes, I spent 38 months in Afghanistan from 2007 to November to 2011 in February.
What did you do in Afghanistan?
I was a forensic and clinical psychologist involved in providing care for the State Department employees. I was a State Department vendor, but attached to the military as well. So whenever there would be what's known as a TIC, T-I-C, troops in combat, I would be sent by a helicopter to that region to do as quickly as possible a debriefing of those people involved in that shooting or in those shootings.
And in that capacity as well, might be a little quicker. Fair to say that you also have been deployed to Iraq, Afghanistan, Sudan, Liberia, East Timor, Bosnia, Kosovo, Macedonia, Israel, Colombia, and Haiti.
Not all those places, but some of them, yes.
Okay, and would that be for duty evaluations as well as psychological or stress management?
Yes, so fitness for duty evaluations are often attached to embassies where I've gone to do evaluations for the security personnel, sometimes remotely, sometimes in person, to determine if they are able to continue their jobs, helping high-level diplomats, foreign visitors, secretaries of state, presidents, vice president, congresspeople who may be in those countries doing a visit or speaking with governmental officials.
And finally, sir, directing your attention to, you also have been a consultant to the United Nations, is that correct?
That's correct.
You've also been a consultant to the Department of State, the Department of Defense, and served in various countries without going through them all, like Afghanistan, Kabul, and places like that.
That's correct.
Teaching combat stress control, is that correct?
That's correct.
So it's fair to say that you are familiar with the concept of trauma and its effect on a human body, is that correct?
I think that's fair to say, yes.
So what exactly is trauma?
So trauma is when an individual is exposed to either a man-made or a horrific event that could be a natural disaster. So a hurricane results with the same outcome as a mass shooting in a mall might be. There are certain physiological responses and psychological responses that people have when they're exposed to very dangerous situations. Everyone reacts slightly differently, but generally speaking, the vast majority of people who are exposed to those types of trauma will respond in the same exact way. The people who don't are generally considered psychopaths, and that's roughly 1 to 3% of the population.
And as it relates to trauma, sir, would you explain to us, please, what stressors are as it relates to what is referred to as the, probably mispronounces, polyvagal.
Okay, so that's an event when we are exposed to a highly dangerous situation, perceived by us, but often indeed a realistic appraisal of that situation. So imagine being in a situation where you see things that just don't strike you as correct. There's something wrong with what you're observing. It may be hard to articulate it. It may be hard to verbalize it, but something doesn't seem right. You sometimes hear things. It's sensory integration. You will hear things that don't seem right, and sometimes you will smell things that don't seem right. So when that happens, there's a part of the brain that's known as the amygdala.
Can you spell that?
AMYGDALA, amygdala.
What is that? It's part of the brain?
It's a part of the brain. It's the size of a walnut. In Latin, it actually means walnut. I'm sorry, almond in Latin.
I did not know that.
But it's about the size of a walnut, and it's midbrain, sitting right between the left and the right hemisphere, but it's center brain. That's the part of the brain. It's essential for survival. If you don't have that, you will not survive. And it's essential for survival because it picks up all those cues that could be nonverbal. They could be verbal, but they could be nonverbal, where we make assessments and interpretations of what we might feel are dangerous situations that are impending.
Now, if a person is involved in an event that causes a situation of extreme stress, is there a particular reaction, in general, of the human body defense repertoire?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Sure. So when that event occurs, and we can call that a dangerous event of some sort, an attack, there's a non-cognitive response, no thinking involved, where your body reacts to this danger by increasing your heart rate, your blood pressure, your adrenal medulla glands, which are by your kidneys, start to secrete adrenaline, which gives us high energy for quite some time. It gives us strength, and it gives us the capacity to fight off an invader, whether it's a saber-toothed tiger from 5,000 years ago or some terrorist who's taking over the mall. It also changes our physiological response.
Or whether it's the girls on the Yellow Jackets team. If you know, you know.
To certain cues. So one of the unpleasant events that take place for people is that we lose unnecessary mass that we carry with us. So you'll hear stories, people don't like discussing these things, but you will evacuate your bowels without even having an awareness of that. You'll sometimes wet your clothing because you just get rid of unnecessary mass. You also have tunnel vision and what we call auditory exclusion. So you could be in a firefight. If you're sitting next to a person discharging a weapon, it will really damage your ear. You'll have tinnitus, your ears will be ringing for a while. But if you have this powerful adrenaline-based response to the amygdala, you often won't hear any noise whatsoever. And your mind, in a way, protects your body, it protects your brain. So those are the things that take place. You end up having extreme power. You have auditory exclusion. You don't hear things. Tunnel vision. You don't see things. You are reacting without thinking.
Now, that understanding, sir, would you agree that
He went to Harvard.
cascade of physiological changes that you talked about, shortness of breath, tremulousness, racing heart, sweating, tunnel vision, things of that nature?
That's correct.
Now, it also would create, I think you mentioned hyperarousal. Is that right?
That's correct.
How about intense fear? Does it generate intense fear as well that would impair cognitive function?
It does create intense fear.
What happens in that regard, sir, as far as it relates to, you ever heard of fight or flight?
It's a fight or flight reaction. Intense fear is essentially when the individual is worried about their safety, but it's not a nominal amount of worry. It's excessive, and it's related to the elevation in the belief that their lives are at risk. And there's not much thinking that goes on. It's visceral. You respond automatically. Imagine touching a hot stove top. You don't have to think, this stove is hot, my flesh is burning, it's extremely painful, it smells bad, I don't like this feeling, what should I do? You automatically pull your hand away. You automatically pull your hand away. No thinking involved. It's an automatic response. It's, if you will, Pavlovian. It's one trial learning. You will never touch hot stove tops again because the powerful learning takes place. That's what happens when the amygdala is reacting to dangerous situations where a person's survival and safety is at risk.
And at that stage,
This is what makes him a great expert witness, is that he can speak to the jury in a way that they can understand. I think we're all very engaged in what he's saying because he's easy to listen to and he's engaging. He's not speaking in words we don't understand. He's explaining things that we can relate to. That's what makes a great expert witness.
with all of these symptomology that you've described, that's when the person's ability to make intelligent or rational decisions would be impaired.
Objection as to form.
Okay, sustain. Rephrase it, please.
Thank you. What effect does this have on a rational person and their thought processes?
Objection as to form.
Okay, sustain. Rephrase it.
So if a person is involved with that type of a number of stressors, it would have an effect, would it not, on their state of mind and decision-making?
Objection. Can we approach?
Yes.
Remember, during the voir dire, he's not allowed to talk about the panty and how that affected people because the judge said that's in the common purview of the jury because they all went through it.
Basically, when a person is suffering from or involved with that type of stressor that you've described for us, does that impact their ability to have rational thinking?
Yes, it does.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Oh, so he can't think rationally. That's what the sole purpose of this witness, because he can't talk about the panty and how everyone freaked everybody out.
Dr. Zeisel, you're not equating living in Afghanistan to living in Dover, Massachusetts, are you?
I am not.
And in
think
fact,
my eyes
you're
just-
not here.
I think my eyes just rolled so far back into my head that they're on the floor behind me. So just excuse me while I go pick up my eyeballs from behind my chair. Is this McLaughlin again? I'm not in the courtroom and I can't tell the difference between McLaughlin's voice and Beatty's voice. You're not comparing Afghanistan with Dover, Massachusetts, are you? Let's hear that again.
Dr. Zeisel, you're not equating living in Afghanistan to living in Dover, Massachusetts, are you?
I am not.
And in fact, you're not here to provide any information about this particular defendant, correct?
That's correct.
And you're not here to provide any particular information about the facts of this case, right?
That's correct.
So this is general information regarding how all of our bodies work in times of stress, right?
In times of excessive stress,
In times of
life-threatening
excessive
stress. That's correct.
Okay. And you're talking about war zones.
Not necessarily war zones.
Are war zones included?
War zones are included. Most horrific trauma does not take place in a war zone.
All right.
But it could be a war zone. It could be a hurricane, an earthquake, a car accident. It could be a fight on the street. It could be someone attacking another person.
But our nervous system is designed to react in this way, right?
That's correct.
And you talked about the saber-toothed tiger, right?
I did.
Okay, so this is a long-standing system within our bodies, right?
It's evolutionary psychology. That's exactly right.
All right. But not everybody reacts in the same way.
There are, that's fair to say, not everyone reacts the same way, but most people, when threatened with their lives, will have a powerful response
When
to survive.
threatened with their life.
Threatened with their lives or feel that they're threatened with their lives. That's correct.
Okay, so you're talking about life-threatening situations.
That's part of it, of course, yes.
All right. And you're not saying that people lose free will, right?
Well, free will is an interesting construct because when we
Well,
have,
yes or no? Is that what you're saying?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that
You're
question?
not saying that everyone in a life-threatening situation loses free will.
You know, I'm not saying that.
Okay, thank you.
She got an answer. She finally's happy. I think this is Elizabeth McLaughlin, yeah? Not the same McLaughlin in the Karen Reed trial.
And certainly how people react in threatening situations might be different based on the physical geography or layout of the area, correct?
It's Beatty?
Hypothetically, I would say so, yes. I mean, it's,
I think
I'm not sure
confirmation.
what, my understanding of a
Yes, agreed.
layout of the area might be different than yours or anyone here in this courtroom. So it's hard for me to answer it. But not everyone looks at a environment and the field that they're on or the building that they're in the same way. People have different historical experiences that make them look at other places differently.
All right, so
Right. Everyone comes into it with their own personal experiences. A veteran of war is going to react to things differently than someone who's never been to war. And Mindy is correct. The pro sector needs to tread lightly here because many people suffer with PTSD. She didn't say pro sector. I did. Prosecutor. And you're right.
people perceive things differently. That's a true statement, right?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. And different people might perceive different rooms or different geography differently. That's what you were just talking about, right?
Yes,
But I'm talking about the same individual person might react differently in one physical space versus another physical space, right?
that's fair to say, but with danger, the response generally, no matter where you are, whether you're in the mountains of the Hindu Kush or whether you're on the beach in Chatham, fear will
Hindu Kush.
generate the amygdala's response. So the geographic area probably has less to do than with the threat that that person might be facing.
So even if our
Hindu
amygdala
Kush was not on my bingo card today. Hindu Kush was not on my bingo card today. What's going to be next? Buddhism? Piper, no. Who knows what I'm talking about?
is triggered, we're still taking information though, right?
Yes,
And so we're still able to perceive whether we're backed into a corner, right?
yes,
Or whether
no,
we're in an enormous football field, right?
that's fair to say.
We can still perceive those differences.
Yes.
Nothing further.
That's all I have, Doctor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. You may
Thank you,
step
Robert.
down.
That was quick. Oh, well, we're a little behind.
Thank you.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you want to call your next witness, Mr.
Yes, I
Reddington?
would. Harry Tuerk, please.
Harry Tuerk. Everyone tell your friends. Harry Tuerk is getting on the stand. Tell your friends. Shout it out. Here he comes. Defendant. Harry Tuerk.
Do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Oh, no.
All right.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
So tell us your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
My name is Harry Tuerk, Tuerk.
And how old are you, Harry?
I'm 63 years old.
63?
Yes.
Where were you born?
I was born in East Germany.
And you went to school in East Germany?
I did.
Was that communist East Germany?
That was communist East Germany, a colony of CCCR.
And how long did you live, as we would say, behind the wall in East Germany?
That is correct. I was behind the wall, and I lived there all the way until the wall came down.
And when the wall came down, what, if anything, did you do?
I celebrated.
I'm sorry. When the walls come crumbling down, when the walls come crumbling, crumbling. Now listen, ladies, if you were on Fumble and you were swiping one way or the other, just pretend you don't know what you already know about Harry, that he strangled Katie McLean. May she rest in peace. And I know Sophia likes when I make her laugh because it's hard for her to laugh during this time. So work with me here. Which way would you be swiping on Harry, not knowing what you know? And I don't know which is which, if left is right or right is wrong. I have no idea. We think in song lyrics here. Moving on.
I partied with my family and my friends.
And tell us about your education that you got while you were behind the wall. Was it a good education?
It was a good education because East Germany, and opposite to most East Bloc countries, had more resources, and it was somewhat comparable to Western countries.
What education did you have in East Germany?
I had school, typical school, all the way from first grade to graduating high school.
You graduated high school, what did you do?
After I graduated high school, I went to the military service.
And what kind of military service?
Military service in East Germany was mandatory. 18 months was the minimum we had to serve, and I went to the Air Force.
So you were in the East German Air Force for 18 months.
Correct.
And when you left the military service after 18 months, what did you then do?
I did apply for medical school, but I was accepted a couple years later, so I went and worked as a nurse assistant in an East Berlin hospital.
How long did you do that?
For another 18 months.
So after you worked as a nurse assistant in an Eastern Bloc hospital for 18 months, what did you then do?
I entered medical school in September 1989.
Where was,
1983, I'm sorry.
okay, where was that?
That was in East Berlin.
And did you complete medical school in East Berlin?
Yes, I attended Humboldt University, a prestigious university in Germany at this point in time, and I graduated medical school 6 years later, summa cum laude.
Okay. What did you do when you graduated from medical school?
I entered residency,
What a
How
shame.
long did you have a residency?
5 years,
What was the residency in?
in urology,
Urology?
the disease of the urinary tract.
Urinary tract. What did you then do to advance your career as a physician?
I graduated finished the residency in 1984, and I did 2 years of fellowship.
Where was that?
That was in East Berlin as well, on the Charité University Hospital.
And can you spell that for the stenographer?
Charité is a French word, and Charite with a dash above the E.
Okay. What did you do then?
I became an attending at the Department of Urology at the Charité Hospital.
What does an attending mean? What is that?
A full-fledged physician that was then training residents, doing responsible work on your own, do surgery on your own. You're basically done with your education and start working as an independent physician.
Were you doing surgery at this point?
I was.
Any particular focus? Was it all on urology?
I was all on urology, but my particular focus was first on transplant, on kidney transplant, particularly in children, which I did many hundreds of, and after that, in laparoscopic and robotic surgery, which I became a specialist.
What is laparoscopic surgery?
That is summarized as what we call minimal invasive surgery, minimizing trauma to enter the body to actually execute the surgery that you would do with big incisions. For example, I'm sure that many of you are familiar with a laparoscopic cholecystectomy, removing a gallbladder with small incisions. I just didn't remove gallbladders, I removed kidneys, prostate, bladders.
Okay. What did you then do with your career at that point?
I published a lot. I traveled the world as far as giving presentations is concerned. I did a lot of life surgery because I was one of the pioneers of laparoscopic and robotic surgery.
What is robotic surgery?
Robotic surgery is the next step of laparoscopic surgery. Laparoscopic surgery requires that you have still the tools in your hand. You're required to require significant dexterity as a surgeon. They are long instruments. They're introduced to what we call ports. So you make a small incision on the skin. You introduce cannulas if you want. They have valves because you inflate typically the abdomen of the human being when you do laparoscopic surgery with carbon dioxide, with gas. And then you introduce long instruments into the body, a camera into the body, you watch on the screen, and you perform the surgery inside the body, a closed body, while watching on the screen instead of cutting the patient wide open to access the same area. And the robot now on top of that replaces the limitations of the dexterity of a human hand.
Right.
So the robotic device, commonly known here in the United States and the rest of the world, so Da Vinci robot, Da Vinci robot, connects then to these instruments instead of my human hand, and has significantly enhanced dexterity compared to a human hand, while I'll walk over to a console and start manipulating the instrument remotely. I'm not on the body at this point in time of the patient. I'm actually sitting in a corner of the OR room on the console. It's a little bit like a flight simulator. I have my screen, three-dimensional screen, which is another advantage of robotic surgery compared to conventional laparoscopic surgery. And I performed then surgery via the robotic device on the patient connected to the instruments with significantly enhanced dexterity, meaning more accuracy.
He's very excellent about talking about how excellent he is or thinks he is, and he is highly skilled. He is highly educated. He's probably wicked smart. Monge wants to know, I may have missed it, but did he have any domestic abuse in his past? Not that it matters. I'm just curious. He came late to the party. Katie did have a restraining order, a 209A order against him for something that happened. I don't remember exactly when it happened, but she got the order in February, I believe, of 2020. That's why he was not living in the house. Nothing else was allowed in, and I don't think that was even allowed in. I think that was let out by mistake. So I don't know about any of his history with his prior wives. I can't remember right now if Katie was his second wife or his third wife. He was Katie's third husband. But I mean, what I find, well, this whole entire case is tragic, but imagine she meets this man. I've heard from many of her friends who've written me lovely emails about how wonderful Katie was and that she was just looking for love, you know, she was just looking for love, and to be totally duped by this guy, and bamboozled into thinking he was a great guy, and then he ends her life in such a horrific and tragic way and leaves her 3 children without a mother. The whole thing is disturbing on so many levels.
Now, when did you come to the United States?
First time I came to the United States was 2001.
That when the wall came down?
Sorry, what?
That when the wall came down?
No, the wall came down November 9 to November 10, 1989.
Okay.
I will never forget that.
Okay, and then you came to
Oh,
U.S.
Reddington.
Yes, I did my education, finished my education, became somewhat known in the field of my expertise, and I was asked or requested by the Norfolk Department of Urology in Virginia for 6 months to come there and to help training some of their physicians
Is this in the robotic surgery?
in laparoscopic and robotic surgery.
All right, so this was pretty much cutting edge medical treatment, is that correct?
Correct.
And in your career, you stayed in the United States, is that correct?
That was for 6 months, and a visiting professorship to teach, again, and several Virginia urologists to pick up that kind of technology. And then I returned to Germany for 1 year, and then I came back to the United States
All right.
for good.
And did you become an American citizen?
I did.
What year?
I believe it was somewhere around 2007 or 2008.
Did you speak English when you came to the U.S.?
I did not. I grew up in East Germany, which again was kind of a colony of CCCR. Russian was mandatory in addition to German, and I did not speak a word of English when I came to the United States.
How did you learn English? You
I taught myself.
taught yourself. Tell us about your career in the U.S. now at this point. Did you continue on with robotic surgery?
Yes, that's why I ended up in the United States. I was offered several positions in several academic centers to advance the technology of robotic surgery and bring it to the United States.
Right, it sounds like somebody's in the kitchen, like banging around utensils in my earbuds. Does anybody else hear that? What is somebody cooking? Like, are they doing hibachi in the courtroom right now? Law girls, did they call, is Benihana doing lunch? What's going on here?
I ended up at Lay Clinic.
Okay. So at some point, you became the chief of urology at St. E's Hospital?
That is correct.
And chief means that you're the head doctor in that particular department, is that correct?
Correct.
At some point, you were living in the town of Dover, right?
I'm pretty much the whole time.
The whole time.
Once I moved to the United States in 2003, my wife at that time, and
Krista?
that was Krista, and I moved to Dover and started a family.
Now, how long did you live with Krista in Dover?
15 years.
And you obviously got divorced from Krista.
Yes, unfortunately.
You continued on with your job, if you will, with the robotic surgery.
Yes.
Fair to say that you pretty much reached the pinnacle, if you will, of your career at that point, right?
No, it's fair to say, yes.
You had a pretty good reputation among other doctors and physicians nationwide, if not international, right?
Correct.
And that would be in robotic surgery.
Correct.
At some point, did you buy the property in Dover When did you buy that house?
You're referring to 29 Valley Road?
Yes, I'm sorry, 29 Valley Road?
I lived before in Dover, Belden Road, and unfortunately, our relationship ended in a divorce. I loved my children, and I didn't want to move out of the town. I wanted to stay close.
Did you stay in Dover?
Yes,
And that would be the Valley Road house.
correct. I bought the Valley Road house to be around Taylor and Nick.
When did you move into the Valley Road house? Did you buy it new, or was it somebody else's?
It was a new construction, and I bought the house and moved in August 17, sorry, 17.
Now, when you were living in August of 2017, you're living in this brand-new house in Dover, right?
Yes,
It's a beautiful house, right?
beautiful house, yes.
Love the neighborhood,
Yes,
nice people,
yes.
good friends.
Yeah,
Working in Boston as the chief of urology.
correct.
What did you do for entertainment? What did you do for excitement?
A lot of things. Being a surgeon is a pretty stressful job, and
Drank a lot.
unwinding was important.
What did you do?
I did a lot of sports. I worked out. I socialized. I loved riding my motorcycles.
Tell us about being an alternate on the bobsledding team. What team was it that he was allegedly an alternate on? The Olympic team? And then the other teammates didn't remember him? I wonder if he's going to bring that up. Because maybe it was just part of his fumble bio, but it wasn't really true. I need to know.
You had motorcycles?
Yeah, Harley Davidson.
Davidson?
Big fan of Harley Davidson.
And in that regard, sir, as a big fan of Harley Davidson, would you agree with me that it became almost your symbol? You wouldn't wear the headgear the doctors wear. You would wear the Harley Davidson leather cap with the logo on it, right?
Yes.
Now, I'm approaching you with a photograph. What is that photograph? Can you tell us?
That's actually taken in my OR, in my operating room, that was designed
Reddington. Look at my big
and
picture.
created at St. Elizabeth's when I joined that facility.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sitting in the operating room. You're seeing me in scrubs. And you see actually a piece of the Da Vinci robot that I used 4 days a week, 2 to 3 cases a day. And I think I was interviewed. Sorry?
2 to 3 operations a day?
Yes, I had a very high volume on surgeries.
He was also on a billboard. Most of my thumbnails for this trial have the billboard that he was on. For today, I put Katie on the thumbnail as well because I feel like Katie needed to be out there. Some ego, huh?
2 to 3 surgeries a day, 4 days a week.
Now, for St. Elizabeth's Hospital, is it fair to say that St. E's capitalized as much as they could with your reputation as a surgeon?
That is correct.
Handing you an item that has been already marked as an exhibit. Can't see it. Well, it's E for ID.
Here's the
What is it?
billboard. Come back to your
Oh, so
screen.
the jurors down here can see it as well.
So I worked at Lay Clinic, as I said.
So, yes, that's.
Sorry. I worked at Lay Clinic for about 5-6 years, and then I was approached by the CEO of Steward Medical, or Steward
All
Health.
right, I'm cringing. If you're not looking at your screen because you're driving or whatever, here's what the billboard says with a giant picture of him on it. Robotic assisted surgery made me famous. Bringing it to Brighton makes me proud.
Healthcare, and they thought that I would be a high-profile surgeon they wanted to acquire, and they did some advertisement for my arrival at St. Elizabeth's with that billboard that was over Fenway Park.
This is the billboard itself.
That is the photograph of the billboard that was right hanging over Fenway Park.
And what year was that, sir?
That was 2017.
So in 2000.
No, sorry, 2007, 2007.
How long did you live in the Valley Road house?
From 2017 to 2020.
All right, so let's focus on the date, because you've said 17 and 7.
I know, I'm sorry.
That's okay. 17?
2017, August 2017 until May 2020.
Yes. And during that period of time, 2017, 2018, fair to say that you continued on in your position with the hospital as the chief of urology?
Correct.
You continued on living life large in your house in Dover with your motorcycles and whatever else you did for recreation, correct?
And took care of my children, yes.
And then at some point, you met Catherine McLean.
That is correct.
When was that?
That was in November of 2017.
Tell us about that. How'd you meet her?
Dating website.
And did you go on dates?
Yes, we did.
And at some point, did you end up, have in mind, it's November of 2017.
No, I didn't say that it was cringe for
Correct.
someone to accomplish things in life. That's not what I said. I said what I thought and what I think that the jury might think is that because I am so accomplished and because I am a wonderful doctor and I've saved so many lives, that somehow I'm less responsible for murder just because I would never do that and risk everything so she must have really pissed me off. She must have deserved it. It doesn't matter what I think. It matters what the jury thinks. So, no, Farmer, that's not what I'm cringing about at all. I think it's fantastic that he's a well-accomplished doctor. That's wonderful. I think it's cringe that he took the life of a mother and left her 3 children motherless. I find that cringy.
If you could, pardon me, Your Honor, just hold that up.
I mean, you should know better as a surgeon too, right?
You see it? November of 2017, you met Ms. McLean, yes?
Correct.
March of 2018, what happened then?
She moved into my house, although it was April.
It was April.
It was middle of April.
So it was about 5 months later.
Correct.
Check this
She
out.
moved
They've
in-
got a giant chalk or exhibit with a timeline on it. This would be great for the Karen Reed case, but of course, will the judge allow it in the courtroom next door, which will actually be probably in this courtroom? And this is a giant exhibit / chalk with a timeline on it. And yeah, just how the history adds, that grin at his own picture is kind of gross. Yeah, the way he looked at himself in on that billboard. Yeah, agreed. Timeline in Karen Reed's case could be very helpful.
Into your house 5 months later, but you had lived together prior to that? No.
No,
You lived together after that for 2 years.
correct.
And after the 2 years, in December of 2019, what happened then?
Are you talking about the marriage?
Yeah,
Yeah, we got married.
okay. And you got married in December of 2019, right?
Yes.
So she moves in with her 3 children into your home in March of 18, and then in December of 19, she ends up marrying you in Las Vegas. Is that correct?
Yes, I went to Las Vegas for a medical conference, and she asked to accompany me.
Now, who obtained the marriage license?
Katie,
How did she do that?
online.
Why were you going to Las Vegas in December of 2019?
I attended the World Congress of Anti-Aging Medicine. That was the purpose of going to Las Vegas.
Was that at the Bellagio Hotel?
That was at the Bellagio Hotel.
And when you went to the Bellagio Hotel, tell us about the marriage. Did she tell you that she had a license or something, or how did that happen?
No, I had no idea.
What did you do?
So the medical conference, the World Congress
you
of
had no idea. You had a wedding planned for the previous August that you canceled, and so you're speaking at the Bellagio, and you had no idea that she got a marriage license. Okay, you think the jury's going to believe this? I can't wait for cross either. Let me know in the chat and in the comments whether you think him testifying was a good idea. He has to testify if he has any shot at a lesser included. Let me know how you think it's going for him. Yeah, she tricked him into marrying him in Vegas, even though they had a wedding planned for August, and Kurt testified about it. Katie told Kurt that she was mad that he called off the wedding in August. So I don't know if I believe this.
The aging medicine was for about 4 days, I believe. And on the second day, after the seminars and the lectures were over, we took the Jeep Wrangler that I rented and drove around the strip, the main strip in Las Vegas. And we stopped at a bar. I mean, we drove for a while
Who
around
drives
just to
in
look at
Vegas?
the,
Get
at the
Uber.
Las Vegas city, which is a pretty impressive location. And then at some point in time, we stopped and we walked into a bar.
Did you drink in the bar?
Yes, quite a lot.
Quite a lot,
that
and you were
was
driving.
a typical bar for Las
You make good
Vegas.
choices.
Big horse.
Sorry, I was talking over him, so I'm going to take it back.
Bar.
Did you drink in the bar?
Yes, quite a lot. That was a typical bar for Las Vegas. Big horse, what a horseshoe-shaped bar with the whole front open to the main strip. And I don't remember much, but I do remember we were sitting there and I met a cowboy.
I don't remember
and
much.
we started drinking. And she was sitting on the other side of the cowboy. And I had several martinis. She had some, Katie had some Cosmos. And
I got married because I was so drunk, and then I killed her because I was so drunk again. I'm on the jury. No sympathy for this guy. It's all about him. He met a cowboy, Robert Tellis, cowboy Robert Tellis, or maybe the naked cowboy from Times Square was there. I met a cowboy, so we drank a lot. Wow. Sweet woman says it was a shock to their friends at home that they got married. But they had had a wedding planned for August that he had canceled. Or it was a shock what happened, that he killed her.
Then all I remember is that I was talking to a woman hanging out of a window.
So would that be when you got married?
That's what I was told the next morning.
And where you got married, was that the Elvis Chapel in Las Vegas?
Yeah, the next day I drove one more time by to see what really happened. And it was a drive-in facility where you drive in, you lower your window, a person comes out of the window and marries you.
So the person...
So you drove through this chapel when you were so hammered and got married that you didn't remember about it the next day. Anybody else horrified by this? Mm-hmm.
came out of the window.
I mean, leaning out of the window, yes.
You're in the rental car, right?
Yes, we were in the Jeep, I believe.
And did somebody marry you, like a minister or a priest or anybody?
I don't really remember. I only remember it was a woman. That's the only thing I remember that talked to us. And the
He was
next
driving a
morning
Jeep
I was
Wrangler.
told I was married.
Got a rental car.
Right. Now, I'm approaching you with what is has not yet been marked for identification. Can you identify this photograph, sir?
No, we didn't go there.
You didn't go there, okay? How about this?
Wait,
That sounds looks familiar.
Okay. And when you had occasion to get...
Okay. Why did he just show him a full-on exhibit? Look at Judge Stanley Tucci in the background there. Come to your screen for a sec. He showed him a full-on exhibit that he doesn't recognize. And then he shows him another one that oh yeah, maybe that's it. Why would you make chalks or exhibits of things that don't have anything to... Is this a lineup? You're going to line up all the Elvis chapels to see if he remembers which one. And when he doesn't remember, you can point to his bad memory. Because now all we know is that he's got a really shitty memory. So when, he doesn't remember strangling his wife, it's not going to look good for him. What are we doing here? What are we doing? Case closed. Jury may have already checked out. Here's the giant exhibit that he doesn't recognize. Taking it back a second.
No, We didn't go there.
You didn't go there, okay? How about this?
Well, that sounds or looks familiar.
Okay. And when you had occasion to get married, do you recall that you actually went into what's called the Elvis Chapel?
No, we didn't go in. Again, we were in the car. I never remember that I actually got out of the car. I got married in the car.
You got married in the car?
In the car. That's what a drive-through chapel is doing. You're not getting out. It's kind of like you're buying a burger.
Okay. Is this indicative of the guy hanging out the window?
That's exactly how that looked like, except the guy was a woman.
Oh, come and look at this. It's like a McDonald's drive-through. It's like a McDonald's drive-through. There's a man hanging out the window, and you get married. And like some very intelligent person in the chat said, even if he doesn't remember, this is Kilo Charlie Tango, even if he doesn't remember the wedding, he could have had it annulled if it was so horrifying. Right? I mean, dude, you should have just spent a couple more years in Norfolk County Pokey before they transfer you off into the wherever you go until you reach the endless heaven buffet, as Kathy from Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo would say.
Wedding chapel that you went to, is that correct?
I'm not sure if it was exactly this one, but it is exactly how it looked. We drove
Stanley Tucci is horrified.
into that area. Somebody was leaning out the window and talking to us.
All right.
The window wedding.
After the wedding, would you agree, sir, that documentation was obtained to show that you in fact were married in Las Vegas? Did you have a copy of your marriage license?
At some point in time, I did.
Where did that come from?
That came from Las Vegas.
After you went through the drive-through and after you got married, you went back to Massachusetts?
Yes, once the medical conference was over, we flew back.
Continue with your job.
Correct.
Here's what I really want to know. How did your speech go? How did your speech go at the convention? Were you shaken? Were you still hammered for your speech? So many of you in the chat have said that this man has done surgery on your loved ones. Seems to me he has a drinking problem, so I hope the surgery went okay. And he didn't leave any sponges or anything inside your loved one.
Person you in the document, sir, do you know what that is?
State of Nevada, marriage certificate.
No objection.
Okay, maybe admitted.
Exhibit 337.
Now, let's fast forward, if you will, to after you were married, did she then move? She was already living with you with her 3 children, is that correct?
Yes, she was living in my house for quite some time at that point in time. With her 3 children, correct.
So in December of 19, December 14th, Merry Christmas, all that, you get married, right?
I get married by surprise.
Yes. January 31st, about 5 weeks later, is when you met with Attorney Laapasada, is that correct?
Yes.
Why did you meet with Attorney Laapasada?
Because at that point in time, and not just since December, it was already before that, it became clear that that relationship is not going in the direction that we were hoping. Both were hoping.
That was your state of mind at that point, correct?
I wanted a divorce.
All right, and then you went to see Attorney Laapasada.
Correct.
And did she send you something?
She sent me an email.
And when she sent you the email, you recall, as she testified, the date of the email confirming that you met with her, that you were going to get the marriage certificate, and that you were going to divorce Kathleen McLean? Do you know when that letter was, email?
That was on the 31st of January.
And did you read that yourself?
Yes.
What, if any, involvement did Kathleen McLean have with your communications with Attorney Laapasada?
She did not know.
At some point, did she, to your knowledge, find out?
She did.
How?
She went on my phone while I was sleeping,
And what did she do?
and she looked around and found my email communication with Attorney Laapasada.
Right, so it was
As a
her fault.
result of that, what, if anything, happened between you and Kathleen McLean?
As a result of that, she went to Dover Police and filed for a restraining order.
Did she get a restraining letter?
She got a restraining order.
Is that
Was
what
it
the
before or
police
after you beat her up in the foyer? Because we read the article in Vanity Fair. I think it was Vanity Fair or Boston Magazine. I don't remember, but we read the article. Right, he's the victim.
officer served you with it, testified that you were in your driveway, you were cooperative with the police, but you had your hands on your legs, and you're asking, do you recall the police officer serving you with the warrant? Or
Yes.
What do you call it, the restraining order?
Yes, I do recall that. It
Okay,
was,
the answer is yes.
yes,
And did you vacate your home?
I had to.
Where did you go?
First, I didn't know. I was calling some friends, and I ended up with an acquaintance in Dover.
That'd be Charlie Lax?
That would be Charlie Lax.
How long did you stay with Charlie Lax?
Approximately 3 weeks.
And at some point, you had to leave Charlie's home?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I again scrambled and called several friends or acquaintances, and I finally got a positive answer from Richie Kovitz.
And that would be the gentleman that testified here yesterday, right?
That is correct.
And Richie and his fiancee or girlfriend Carla allowed you to come into where they lived, right?
Very grateful that they let me come to their apartment, because otherwise I
Was it
wouldn't
an
have.
apartment or a condo?
I was a kind of a small condo.
And you stayed there for how long?
I stayed there for approximately 5 weeks.
During that 5 weeks, did you stay continuously there, or did you leave to go anywhere?
I left in the middle of March to travel to Germany.
Why did you travel to Germany?
I had a consultant contract with the robotic company by the name of Avatera in Jena, which is a German town in the southern part.
And also because after the Medicare fraud that I was, investigated by the Attorney General for, and I had to pay a $150,000 fine, I may not have been able to get another job in the U.S. I don't know, just saying.
Part of Eastern Germany, and I wanted to start my job as a consultant to develop a new robotic surgical device.
So now, would you agree that you went to Germany and you spoke to a gentleman by the name of Mr. Kupka, who was the managing director of Avatera Medicals, A-V-A-T-E-R-A Medical in Jena, J-E-N-A, Germany?
Yeah, it's pronounced Jena.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And this was so that you could
Something funny, Dr. Turk?
job.
Is something funny, Dr. Turk? Because really, there's nothing funny about this. Glamasu says both parties need to be present to get a marriage license in Nevada. I may Google that while we're waiting, but take this back just so you can see his little chuckle. And you tell me, as the mirror jury, are you buying what he's selling? Yes or no?
Managing director of Avatera Medicals, A-V-A-T-E-R-A Medical in Jena, J-E-N-A, Germany.
Yeah, it's pronounced Jena.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And this was so that you could have a job dealing with robotic surgery and mobile device management, correct?
Correct.
How long were you in Germany for?
I was there for approximately a week.
And did you come back to the U.S.?
I had to.
Why?
COVID hit, and Germany responded just as the United States, a complete lockdown. The company was closed. And also President Trump at that time asked for all U.S. residents to return to America.
And you did so.
I immediately after the company closed down and my job was not performable at this point in time. Drove to Frankfurt Mine, and took basically the last flight that was available to America.
When you got back to the States, sir, where did you stay?
When I came back, I stayed in Norwood, in a hotel in Norwood. That was my only option at this point in time.
And at some point, sir, this is when the pandemic struck, is that right?
That was the high point of the start of the pandemic, where we had no idea what is going on.
Did you
Excellent question, Susie Q. Seaport. If anybody has been in the courtroom, and I know some of you are in the chat who were in there, breakdown of the jury, can you tell us? Well, we don't know because there's probably some alternates, so we don't know because they don't pick their alternates in Massachusetts till, deliberations. How many men, how many women?
ask people, for example, did you have occasion to ask Mr. Kovitz if you could go back and live with him?
As soon as I arrived in Newark,
What's your answer, yes or no?
yes,
All right, now, what did you say?
as soon as I arrived in Newark, New Jersey, coming from Frankfurt, I called Richie and said, hey, listen, I had to come back. Can I come back to your condo?
What did he indicate to you?
He said, sorry, Harry, I can't take you in.
Did you say why?
He said, yes, his condo board
All right.
forbid to have anybody coming in.
What did you do then?
I stayed at the hotel at that point in time.
And that would be in Norwood?
That would be in Norwood on Route 1.
What was your state of mind about the pandemic, sir?
I was scared.
Why?
I started to, the news about thousands of people dying every day started to get to me, and I didn't feel safe in the hotel without my own personal space. I believed I potentially belonged to the risk population of being 58 years old and not being safe, not being exposed.
I don't know, you look pretty fit. You look pretty fit to me. I don't know. Should we sing all together now? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Hey, hey, hey. Goodbye. He hasn't even gotten to the night in question yet, and I already hate him more than I did before. I didn't think it was possible for me to hate him, and I didn't even know him. I hated him before because of what he did, and now I hate him twice as much. And so there's that. But that's just me. I saw one yes in the chat. Somebody said yes. They were buying what he's selling. Maybe the excuse is that, or the reason is because doctors knew more that this was like such a severe virus and so many people were dying that he would be more afraid than the average person. I don't know. What a waste of talent. But I'm going to bet you, I don't have any confirmation of this other than the fact that Katie got a restraining order about an incident that happened prior to this that I'm going to go back and read about now so I can tell you about it again. I'm going to bet it wasn't his first time. Just a hunch.
Sorry, what?
What did you do about that?
Oh,
Did you go somewhere?
I called around. I called many friends. At least I thought they were friends at that time, and asked if anybody has a couch, has a little room where I could stay. They said, oh no, until Mr. Guyon, another friend of mine, said, you know what, I have a camper, a trailer down in Florida.
So as a result of Mr. Guyon letting you stay in his camper, was it one of those big fancy ones, that's almost like a mobile home, or was it like a trailer?
It was kind of more like a trailer. It was not fancy and wasn't big,
Okay.
but it was a personal space, and that was important to me.
You were thankful for that.
I was very thankful that I had a place where I could actually stay myself and lock myself
So you did
down.
go to Florida.
I drive
How
to.
long did you stay in Florida?
I drove to Florida and stayed there for 6 or 7 weeks.
What's the time frame that we're talking about now?
I drove down to Florida on the end of March and came back on the 7th of May.
And during this period of time, you had engaged, after Attorney Laapasada, who sent you the letter that Ms. McLean saw, you engaged Attorney Hoffman, is that correct?
Yes,
And Attorney Hoffman was your attorney representing you in discussions and negotiations, trying to get this divorce settled during that period of time, is that right?
That is correct.
Now, when in time frame did you come back up to Massachusetts?
I came back to Massachusetts on May 7th.
Prior to May 7th, before May 7th, while you were in Florida, did you have any contact with Ms. McLean at all?
Not directly.
How about indirectly?
Yes.
How?
Kurt Pfannenstiel.
Kurt Pfannenstiel. Now, who is Kurt Pfannenstiel?
Oh boy, he's gonna love this.
He was a friend.
And Mr. Pfannenstiel,
When did he find out that Kurt was texting with Katie? Need to know. When you listen to Reddington's sarcastic Kurt Pfannenstiel, for those of you who didn't watch Kurt's testimony, it was the most uncomfortable witness I've ever seen on the stand.
while you were in Florida, did you have any contact with Ms. McLean at all?
Not directly.
How about indirectly?
Yes.
How?
Kurt Pfannenstiel.
Kurt Pfannenstiel. Now, who is Kurt Pfannenstiel?
He was a friend.
And Mr. Pfannenstiel helped you out during this negotiation phase, sir?
He, communicated in between us.
How did he do that? Did he call you, or what did he do?
He called me.
On a phone?
Correct.
And when was this?
It started mid of April.
Did you talk to Kurt, yes or no?
Yes.
As a result of talking to Kurt, did he then hand the phone to somebody else?
Yes, he did.
Who?
Katie.
What did Katie say to you?
Katie said to me, Harry, come back home. I still love you.
Did you continue to stay in Florida, or did you make arrangements to come back home?
I stayed at that time still in Florida
When did you come back home?
on May 7th.
I think I see what Reddington's doing. Is he going to make it seem like Kurt and Katie were conspiring to swindle him out of half of his gold, half his house, half his stuff, and that they were going to run off together in the end? That they orchestrated this whole plan? Maybe.
Where did you go to stay?
I went to Dedham,
That'd be the
but not
hotel
by
that we-
myself. Not by myself. Yeah,
It's the hotel that we all went to when we took a view, is that correct?
correct.
The Residence Inn in Dedham.
Correct.
Now, when you went
Not a great or very safe hotel. Don't ask me how I know.
to the Residence Inn, you took out, you signed the paperwork, it was in your name, right?
Yes,
You also said that you wanted Katie to have the key, is that right?
yes.
Did she go into that room with you, or two of you together?
She picked me up in New York.
Now, who was with her when she picked you up in New York?
Her ex-husband, Stephen Roca.
It's the guy with the beard, right?
Correct.
Now, what was your state of mind when you saw Mr. Roca driving the car?
Here's the thing. First of all, his name's Rocca, and you were with her for a couple of years, and her children. Hold on. I forget what I was going to say. Other than he mispronounced his name, he should not pronounce Rocca. I found out also from what I just read in Boston Magazine, it was the third marriage for each of them. No shade at all. Something also came up during the trial when Stephen Rocca testified, and it was objected to and sustained, that she may have filed restraining orders against him as well.
Now, what was your state of mind when you saw Mr. Roca driving the car when they picked you up in New York?
I was,
Objection.
Rephrase it, please, sustained.
You had seen Mr. Roca before that day, correct?
yes,
You had seen Mr. Roca picking up his children to visit with them prior to that, right?
Objection.
overall. Yes,
And where did Mr. Roca park his car when he'd pick up his kids?
on the street.
And yes or no, did you have conversations with Kathleen McLean about Mr. Roca, yes or no?
Many.
And how would you describe the relationship between Kathleen McLean and Mr. Roca while you were married to her, observing him picking up his children?
Objection.
Sustained in that form.
So you were surprised that Mr. Roca was with her?
Correct.
Mr. Roca drove the car.
Yes.
Why could you not drive a car?
I had problems with my back and my legs at this point in time.
What kind of problems?
I felt numbness and muscle weakness because of my back injuries.
How'd you get back injuries?
That's an occupational hazard of being a surgeon.
Okay. Like being a nurse too, bending over and
Correct.
checking people.
Bending over for hours at a time, you inadvertently will have disc prolapses, and that's what happened to me.
I just want to address this because I've seen you post this, like San Fran Joe. I've seen you post this like 3 times. I've highlighted it for later, but he said, I wouldn't hire Reddington to fight a traffic ticket. He's terrible. I'm just curious if you've watched the whole entire trial. Have you watched the whole entire trial, or are you just tuning in today? And this is the only like impression of him that you're getting? He's a great attorney. He's tried a great case. He's given what he's given. I'm sure his client wanted to testify. He has to testify for the defense here, for the defense that they're asserting. And this is one of those clients that's very difficult to control. I can just tell because I've been doing this for decades. He's got an ego. He wants to tell a story. I disagree with your opinion of Reddington, but I'm just curious if you've watched the entire trial or if this is your first taste of your first taste of Reddington. Just curious.
So during this period of time, can you tell the jury, what was your relationship with Ms. McLean? Did she allow you back into your home?
I stayed for a couple of days at the hotel, and on Sunday, May 10th, I went back to the Dover home.
And did she invite you back?
Yes, she asked me to come home.
Did you intentionally violate a restraining order and go in that house?
The restraining order was vacated at that time in time.
So she vacated the restraining order?
Correct.
And then invited you into the house?
Correct.
She's there with her 3 kids?
Correct.
During that period of time, would you agree, sir, that you were amorous, loving, having sex, that type of stuff?
Yes. I was very grateful that I could come back home to shelter myself because the camper was sold and I had to leave Florida because I did not have a shelter down there anymore. So I was loving, kind, and accommodating, very accommodating, and expressed my
Was one
love
of
to
the
her.
things that was requested of you that you do something with the house?
Yes.
What was that?
She asked me to put her name on the deed.
Did you do that?
I did.
Why did you do that? I mean, this house is worth a couple of $1 million. Why did you do that?
If I wouldn't have done it, I wouldn't have been able to come home.
So you signed a deed transferring interest to her, right?
Correct.
Now, you heard the testimony of Attorney Chiten. You know Mr. Chiten, right?
Yes.
You heard the testimony?
I knew of him. I didn't know him well. I knew of him.
So she was holding the proverbial gun to your head because you couldn't come back unless you signed over half the deed to her. But there was still a restraining order against you, but she did invite you into the house. So we know that. Not buying it.
Issue about her being on the deed, and if you die, that she'd end up getting everything, right?
Correct.
Did you also sign a post-nuptial agreement?
That was part of it that I had to sign to be allowed to come back home.
Did you sign that?
I did.
What were the terms that did you have to pay any money on that?
Yes.
Okay. And now you then moved back into the house, right?
On the 10th, on the evening of May 10th, I moved permanently back in the house.
And how are things working between the two of you?
It started off very well. We really tried to be good to each other and loving and kind, and we spent a lot of time together, had a lot of sex.
When you say you had a lot of sex, I don't know how to be gracious about this. Was there a number of times that she would request or demand sex from you?
Excuse me?
Were there a number of times that she would request or demand sex from you?
Yes.
Oh boy. Let's make her into
Okay.
the addict, the sex addict. No shame.
For example, did she send you text messages saying, let's fuck at 10:15?
What?
Yes.
Stop it,
There are a
Reddington.
number of text messages like that.
There were many of them.
Would you come home and then go to the bedroom and have sex with her?
I would come home often, and she asked me to go upstairs.
Did you do that during that period of time up until May 15th?
It started already in the Dedham hotel. As soon as we came back, she wanted sex.
And then in the Dedham Hotel, then you went to the house in
And
Dover?
Harry had no free will.
That's correct.
The
And you
amygdala
felt that things were
took over.
hopefully be okay?
I had really high hopes that things would work out.
All right. After she vacated the restraining order and got you back into the house, do you recall the evening of the...
She vacated the restraining order only after he put her name on the house, but I mean, that's what Dawn says. But yeah, did she maybe want to really reconcile with him? Why are we assuming that she didn't really want to reconcile with him? If she's got a history of being with men who assault her, which it seems like may be the case if she had restraining orders perhaps against her second husband. I guess her first husband is Raka. That was her first husband that she has the children with. Then she was married to somebody else. And now she's with this guy. And some people are saying in the chat, and I've highlighted this, and there are some people in the chat who may be able to help you with this answer, in which you asked if she was afraid of him, why ask him to come back? And Valley Babies may not understand the cycle of DV. I'm sure there's many of you in the chat that can help explain it to him or her. Maybe you've seen the movie. It ends with us. It is also it's a very the power wheel. What do they call that? The wheel of power and control. It is a very, very toxic cycle, and it is too deep and long for me to try to explain to you right now. But I'm sure some people in the chat can help you out. Tracy Russo, I got a break from this testimony for a minute because he's giving me agita on top of agita. Tracy Russo says, Reddington's doing the best he can with this guy on the stand. What are the odds he actually thinks it's a good idea for him to testify? He really has to testify in order to show that this was a heat of passion in the moment crime as opposed to something that was premeditated. He really has no choice. My guess is in the 0.0 range. Thanks for all you do. Thank you for watching. Joyful D says, what if his antidepressants affected him like Carly? Well, they're not using that. They're not using that as a snap defense, but that's a good point. Did he say what antidepressants he was on? I don't know, but that hasn't been in. Hasn't been in. Thank you. We addressed this earlier. And Mange. And Isabella Live says special. Okay, I love you. I love you right back. Thank you so very much. Dispatch Debbie says this is tough to hear. Thank you for your super chat. Carla Ohio, thank you for your super sticker. The suite became a new member, and thank you so very much for that. Sue says Jess Machado is the best to follow for live updates from court. Thank you. And the suite, yeah, I don't know. YouTube's been unsubscribing people. Make sure you are subscribed. And moving on.
2020.
I think you mean May 14th.
The 14th, I'm sorry. The wrong date.
The day was beautiful, was nice. I worked in the yard, actually with Sam and Grace together.
Wait, we're going on back to the night in question, so let's rewind a little bit.
14th, I'm sorry. The wrong date.
The day was beautiful.
I believe the 15th of May, 2020.
Thanks, Marianne, for
I think
pointing
you
out the
mean May
obvious.
14th.
The 14th, I'm sorry. The wrong date.
He had to correct
The day
his attorney again.
was beautiful, was nice. I worked in the yard, actually with Sam and Grace together. We cut out grass that was yellow from Cooper and replaced it. Cooper is our dog.
What kind of dog?
He's a yellow lab. So we cut out grass. I went before to Home Depot and bought sod and replaced the yellow spots in the backyard with new sod. And in the afternoon, I took a break and Katie started making martinis.
Did you start drinking?
Yes. I
Both
was.
of you?
Sorry?
Both of you?
Yes. She drank Cosmo and I drank martinis.
Did you then, the two of you and the children, engage in any activities?
Yes, after 2 or 3 martinis, we had dinner as a family in the kitchen on the family table, which was nice. And after that,
It was nice until it wasn't.
Sam, Grace, and I played a
She forced you to drink yourself into oblivion?
board game by the name of Game of Life.
And what time did you finish playing the board game? Did the kids then go somewhere after playing the board game?
Yeah, we played after dinner for probably 2 hours, kind of estimate, and we finished probably around somewhat 9 p.m. And then Sam and Grace went upstairs to their rooms, and Katie and I continued to have some drinks and went to the family room watching TV.
Okay. Now, have in mind that she was living with you for 2 years, then you guys get married for about 5 weeks. All of that period of time, she had her 3 children living in the house. Did you make improvements to the house? Just
A lot.
like what?
I built a pool in the backyard because she wanted a pool. I
Because she
finished the
wanted
whole
the pool.
backyard with walls, the cabana.
Look at everything I gave her. She wanted a pool, I built her a pool. She wanted a gazebo, I gave her a gazebo. She wanted a garden, I gave her a garden. She wasn't thankful enough, and then she tried to take my house, so I had to kill her.
Fireplace because she wanted to have parties in there. She was a very social person, and she wanted to have parties in the backyard. So I built that for about $250,000.
I did me.
Did you also have the gym in the basement and the?
Oh, he's a guy who
Well,
likes to
we
throw
finished the
around price tags too. Oh yeah, I built it for about $250,000. You hear that? It's got the price tag on things too. Disgusting.
No.
Listen.
I finished the whole backyard with walls, the cabana, fireplace, because she wanted to have parties in there. She was a very social person, and she wanted to have parties in the backyard. So I built that for about $250,000.
Did you also have
All with a
the
bad
gym
back.
in the basement and the movie theater in the
Well, we
basement?
finished the basement because Katie asked me to have an office in the basement for work. And I said, okay, I'm going to build you an office, and let's finish the rest of the basement as well.
So on that evening that we're talking about now, after the board games and after the kids went downstairs to do whatever they're going to do in the movie theater or whatnot, where did you and Katie then go?
After we watched TV or after the game?
And after the kids went downstairs?
Excuse me, can you repeat again?
After the game.
After the game, we went to the family room and watched TV.
Right. How long did you watch TV?
Approximately 2 hours
Where did you go?
in the bedroom.
When you got up to the bedroom, what
Ask
were
them
you
what they were
wearing?
watching. Weren't they watching Sons of Anarchy, or am I conflating my cases? Isn't that a pretty violent show? He's not going to ask them that intentionally. I wonder if they'll do it on cross.
If you remember.
I don't remember, T-shirt and jeans probably.
What, if anything, did you and Katie do in the bedroom?
She wanted sex.
You have sex.
We did have sex.
Now, you've seen a
'Cause she
spot of
wanted
blood
it.
on the bed, a round spot of blood on the bed. Do you know where that came from?
Yes,
Where?
she had a period.
And was that something that you had seen
She
before
wanted
the
it.
15th?
Yes, that actually happened on May 10th when I came home from the hotel.
Hmm.
Tell us about that night after
She was
you
45.
had sex. Everything going along well?
That so far is, went well. Then we were laying after sex in the bed. She was reading something and I was looking on my phone.
What happened then?
I told her that I saw a text from Kate Kelly.
Who's Kate Kelly?
Kate Kelly is an old friend of mine. I knew Kate Kelly since over 15 years. And
What did she say when you told her?
Katie
the text
was
from
always jealous of her.
What did she
And
say?
I said to Katie, even Kate Kelly tells us good luck with our reconciliation.
What happened then?
She got extremely angry.
What did she do?
She demanded the phone from me.
Did you give her the phone?
She said, give me the phone, I need to see the texts. And I said, I said to her, please don't do it.
Did you give it to her or
Because
did
there
you
were-
fight her over it? Did you physically fight her over the phone? Come on, tell us, Harry. Oh man, I would get up there on cross and I would push this guy's button to the point where he'd be jumping off that stand to choke me. And I'd be like, nothing further. Can you see? Can you see how you could push this guy's buttons? I can.
All the text messages from before,
Months before.
yeah, during their separation months when Kate Kelly was communicating with me and trying to help me going through that time. And there were certainly some critical words written about her. And I told Katie, please don't look at that. That's old stuff. You proposed clean slate.
Did she look at it?
She did, and
Listen to my questions.
Yes.
When she looked at it,
she
what
did.
happened?
So you did want to reconcile with her, Harry. You proposed clean slate. Don't look at my messages, even though they may be improper with another woman. So you're trying to blame her, but now you're kind of giving the jury the reason to think, oh, she found some inappropriate stuff. No wonder she got mad at you and threw something at you. Doesn't mean you could still kill her. Even if she did throw something at him, which I don't know that she did. Somebody in the chat said that she didn't agree to have relations with him, that he forced the relations on her. I don't know. I wasn't there. So I can't really say. But let's keep going.
She demanded the phone, and I gave it to her.
She proceeds to look at the phone.
She did.
The Kate Kelly text.
Correct.
What did she then do?
She got even more angrier.
Did she do anything at that point?
She screamed.
At you?
Yes,
Where were you when this was going on?
in the bed.
Did you have, by the way, alcohol? Were you guys still drinking?
Oh, I started drinking, or we continued drinking again after the game, and we continued drinking in the bedroom, yes.
And did you have, were you drinking with a glass in your hand while you were talking to her after you guys?
We both had glasses in our hands, correct?
And at some point, while she's yelling at you, what happened then?
Well, I tried to calm her down and said, please, Katie, stop. Please, please, Katie, please stop. And she was in the bed, and I kind of walked around and tried to calm her down, and I went on my knees and begged her to stop, please.
You went on your knees?
I went on my knees.
And you begged her to stop?
Yes.
And what did she say?
I said, fuck you.
What happened then?
She hit me
With what?
with the glass.
Did you know that? Did she hit you with the glass?
Yes,
And where did she hit you with the glass?
right on my head.
When she hit you with the glass, did you get cut?
Yes, I bled.
I'm showing you what has been marked as Exhibit 294. Behold that.
He's turning on the waterworks now. Now he's going to start to cry. Let's see if he needs a tissue. He was on his knees begging her to stop.
That up for the jury and point out exactly where the injury is to your head on that photograph, sir.
Right here is the cut.
Now, show all of us down here too, please. All right? So that would be the right side of your head,
Yes,
right? Right here.
right here.
Now, when she struck you with the glass, did the glass do anything?
It broke.
And where were you when the glass broke?
I was on the floor.
Was she a lefty? Because if she was a righty and she had the glass in her hand and she went to smash it against your head and she was facing you, it would have hit the left side of your head, not the right side of your head. Am I right about that? I'm right-handed. I'm smashing a glass into someone who's looking at me. That would be the left side of his head. Didn't he just say this was the right side of his head? Anybody know if she was a righty or a lefty? Hold on.
Hold that up for the jury and point out exactly where the injury is to your head on that photograph, sir.
Right here is the cut.
Now, show all of us down here too, please. All right? So that would be the right side of your head,
Yes,
right?
Right
here.
side of his
right
head.
here.
Now, when she struck you with the glass, did the glass do anything?
It broke.
And where were you when the glass broke?
I was on the floor,
What was your
kneeling.
state of mind at that point?
I was scared to hell.
What did you do as a result of getting struck with the glass, causing you to bleed while you were on the floor? What did you do then?
I snapped. I kind of blacked out.
What did you do?
I grabbed her.
I call bullshit. I call bullshit. He's kneeling in front of her, looking up at her. She's on the bed. She smashes him with the glass, unless she's a left-handed, which is possible, but I don't think so. He's scared to hell. He's like twice her size. Really? All it would take is for him to just reach up with one hand and take her life within minutes. Wow. Really? Anybody think he was scared? Was he scared of her, do you think? His guns have been taken away because there was a restraining order against him. Scared to hell. Okay, here we go. Taking it back just because I want to hear it again.
What did you do as a result of getting struck with the glass causing you to bleed while you were on the floor? What did you do then?
I snapped. I kind of blacked out.
What did you do?
I grabbed her
Where?
on the neck.
How? Did you
He's
say
demonstrating.
Oh,
What did she do?
she just flailed around, and then she kind of flailed around and fell. We fell on the floor together, I think, because that's when I came out of my blackout. That's where we were on the
What
floor.
happened then?
She was not responsive. She was, passed out, and I asked her, Katie, come on, please, Katie, wake up. Please, Katie, wake up.
Did you realize she wasn't waking up?
And her children were in the
Didn't wake up.
house. Her children were in the house. 3 of them. He snapped. He blacked out, grabbed her around the throat, and they both fell to the ground. His fingers on a carotid. Really? She would have been out. How long would it take to put somebody out? Do you think she would have been able to fight him to the ground? I don't. Let's hear it again. We have the benefit of rewind. The jury doesn't. They have to rely on their notes.
She just flailed around, blacked out.
What did you do? And where were you when the glass broke?
I was on the floor,
What was your
kneeling.
state of mind at that point?
I was scared to hell.
What did you do as a result of getting struck with the glass causing you to bleed while you were on the floor? What did you do then?
I snapped. I kind of blacked out.
What did you do?
I grabbed her
Where?
on the neck.
How? Did you say anything?
Oh,
What did she do?
she just flailed around, and then she kind of flailed around and fell. We fell on the floor together, I think, because that's when I came out of my blackout. That's where we were on the
What
floor.
happened then?
The
She was
gratuitous,
not
when I came out of my
responsible.
blackout, that's where we were. Interesting. Listen.
She kind of flailed around and fell. We fell on the floor together, I think, because that's when I came out of my blackout. That's where we were on the
What
floor.
happened then?
She was not responsive. She was, passed out, and I asked her, Katie, come on, please, Katie, wake up. Please, Katie, wake up.
Did you realize she wasn't waking up?
She didn't wake up.
What did you then do, sir?
Lifted her up and put her on the bed.
What did you then do?
To be comfortable, and then I tried some CPR on her.
Did that help?
It didn't work.
What happened then?
I was just sitting there and crying.
What happened then?
I panicked.
What do you mean you panicked? What did you do?
Wait a second.
I
Did he
tried
say
to
he did
figure out-
CPR? Hold on a second.
Realize she wasn't waking up?
She didn't wake up.
What did you then do, sir?
Lifted her up and put her on the bed.
What did you then do?
To be comfortable, and then I tried some CPR on her.
You tried some CPR on her. Did she have any fractured ribs at autopsy? Anybody know? How hard did you try? Did she have any bruising to her chest? Does anybody remember the medical examiner's testimony? I'm going to have to go back and watch. Yeah, no trained doctor, says Zoe, is going to move the patient from a floor to a bed to do CPR on the bed. No, 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 says Zoe B. Marcus says, or he was already choking her and she broke the glass on his head trying to stop him. Great points. Taking it back a little bit.
She was not responsive. She was, passed out, and I asked her, Katie, come on, please, Katie, wake up. Please, Katie, wake up.
Did you realize she wasn't waking up?
She didn't wake up.
What did you then do, sir?
Lifted her up and put her on the bed.
What did you then do?
To be comfortable, and then I tried some CPR on her.
Did that help?
It didn't work.
What happened then?
I was just sitting there and crying.
What happened then?
I panicked.
What do you mean you panicked? What did you do?
I tried to figure out what to do about that situation.
What does that mean?
The police, right?
Yes.
This is
Sometimes YouTube does that. It jumps. We were a little behind. It just jumped. So now we got to go back to where we were.
Option at this point in time.
And at some point, sir, this is when the pandemic struck, is that right?
We were past this, right?
Was that something that you had seen before the 15th?
Yes.
You walked back into the house, sir?
And I said to Katie, even Kate Kelly tells us, good luck with our...
Okay, it was after that.
What happened? If you remember.
I tried to kill myself.
How did you?
Oh, wait, a little back.
I walked through the yard and to help me going through that time, and there were certainly some critical words written about her, and I
Was one
I
of
loved
the
her.
things that
space. I believed I potentially belonged to the risk population of being 58 years.
It was after this.
now, what was your state of mind when you saw Mr. Roca driving the car?
After that.
In the kitchen on the family table.
After that.
Couldn't find her.
So what did you do?
I carried her out of the house.
Okay, wait. Sorry, guys.
I tried to calm her down and said, please, Katie, stop. Please, please, Katie, please stop. And I went on my knees and begged her to.
What did she say? Did you know that? Did she hit you with the glass?
Yes.
And with what?
It's the glass.
Did you know that? Did she hit you with the glass?
Yes.
And where did she hit you with the glass?
Right on my head.
When she hit you with the glass, did you get cut?
Yes, I bled.
For the jury and sir.
Right here.
And we were past this.
So that would be the.
On the floor.
We watched that about 4 times.
What did you do?
I grabbed her.
Where? How? Did you say anything?
Oh.
What did she?
Yelled around when I came out of my blackout. That's where we were on the
What
floor.
happened then?
She was not responsive. She was, passed out. And I asked her, Katie, come on, please, Katie, wake up. Please, Katie, wake up.
Did you realize she wasn't waking up?
She didn't wake up.
What did you then do, sir?
Lifted her up and put her on the bed.
What did you then do?
To be comfortable, and then I tried some CPR on her.
Did that help?
It didn't work.
What happened then?
I was just sitting there and crying.
What happened then?
I panicked.
What do you mean you panicked? What did you do?
I tried to figure out what to do about that situation.
What does that mean? What did you want to do?
I wanted to kill myself.
What happened then?
I decided that I needed to put her somewhere else.
Why?
One of the main thoughts that I do remember is that I can't have her children find her.
So what did you do?
I carried her out of the house,
Where did you put her?
put her in the car,
Where did you go?
put her on the passenger seat of the Jeep. When I drove,
Where did you go?
I drove to the pond.
Is that the pond that's next to the house where the real estate guy testified here a couple of days ago that she wanted to buy a house, but it wasn't big enough to put a pool, but she wanted you to look at a house?
That's correct.
Sustained in that form.
Is that the house? Did you go look at a house with her?
We looked at that house 2 years prior, yes.
Right, and she went by herself first,
Yes.
and then that brought you?
Then she said,
Mr. Form.
Okay, so did you go look at the house?
Tell like confetti. Barry points out if he's a trained medical professional, wanted to take his life, he would have. This is all a show and it's disgraceful. Well, not only is he a trained medical professional, he's a surgeon. He's a surgeon. We saw the bloody steak knife in the Residence Inn, and we saw the scratches to his wrist. Yeah, it was not a good faith effort. Let's just put it that way.
So she asked me to look at the house with her.
Did you?
Yes,
All right. Is that the pond that you went to?
yes.
What did you do when you got to the pond with the Wrangler and with Katie?
I put her in the water.
When you put her in the water, did you take her top off?
No, I did not.
What happened to the top?
I have no idea.
Did you see photographs that show that it was snagged on a branch by the edge of the pond?
You told me I didn't look at that photograph.
Look at it.
No.
Okay. At some point, did you realize that she was floating?
Yeah, kind of was surprised that she
What did you
wasn't.
do as a result of that?
I walked through the yard and tried to look for something that may,
Weigh her
bring her
down.
down.
What were you wearing for footwear?
I was wearing flip-flops,
What were you wearing for clothes?
boxers.
Boxer shorts?
Yes,
Why were you wearing boxer shorts?
because that's all I had on after we had sex.
And you went in your boxer shorts in the Jeep to the pond, and the only thing you were wearing was a pair of boxer shorts and some flip-flops. I may be in the minority here, and you may not like what I have to say, but I don't think men should wear flip-flops. I just don't. Nobody needs to see your toes, all right? It's just a personal preference. Because we have to laugh sometimes, otherwise we're just going to cry. So you put her body in the passenger seat, in your boxer and your flip-flops, your boxers and your flip-flops, and you drove in your flip-flops and your boxers to the pond next to a house that was for sale because because she dragged you there to look at it 2 years before because she wanted you to buy her a new house. And then what? Then you look for rocks because you wanted to weigh her body down. Big rocks because we saw them. And you put them in her yoga pants. Okay, great. Fantastic. Men in sandals, not even, it's the flip-flops. Birkenstocks, okay. I can deal with the Birkenstocks. I don't know, something about the flip-flops I don't like. No Crocs either. No Crocs. Like, I don't know loafers. I'm just saying. Sorry. Hate. Come for me in the comments.
Found some rocks?
Well, I stumbled through that yard and looked for something heavier, and I came across dead rocks, yes.
That's what you used to weight it down.
Well, I ultimately used dead rocks, yes.
And where did you go?
I drove to the hotel.
Okay,
Well,
after you drove to
I
the...
tried to drive to the hotel, yes. Sorry,
Prior
what?
to going to the hotel, before going to the hotel, did you go anywhere else?
I realized I forgot my phone, and I wanted to say goodbye to some friends, and I went back to the house and get my phone.
So you went back to the house with your sandals and your underwear, and you walked back into the
No,
house.
flip-flops, not sandals.
Yes, and that time I also put clothes back on, yes.
Now,
Oh,
when you-
thank you for putting clothes back on. He wanted to say goodbye to some friends before he took his own life with the steak knife at the Residence Inn. I am not buying a thing that he's selling right here. The kids were teenagers. I'm not quite sure how old. I gotta hear this again.
Going to the hotel, did you go anywhere else?
I realized I forgot my phone, and I wanted to say goodbye to some friends, and I went back to the house and get my phone.
You
So
forgot
went
it?
back to the house.
You
with-
forgot it, or you didn't bring it with you because, GPS and whatnot. What do you think? Do you think he left his phone there on purpose because he didn't want to take his phone with him while he disposed of his wife's body? Or do you think he really forgot it? Because, I don't know, shows a little bit of premeditation if you left your phone there, maybe after the fact. I don't know. Maybe the covering up. I don't know.
With your sandals and your underwear, and you walked back into the house, sir.
Yes, and that time I also put clothes back on, yes.
Now, when you were walking into the house, strike that, when you were leaving the house, if at all you noticed anything, did you notice any marks on the floor?
Oh, I carried her in front of me. I didn't see anything.
All right, when you went back to the house, did you have occasion to see if there's any marks left by your footwear on the floor as you went up the stairs to get your phone and go back down?
It appeared that way, that there was something there, yeah.
Did you get your phone?
I
Again,
did get
these
my
black
phone.
marks on the floor, they were cut out of the floor. They were never tested. Why are we focusing on these black marks on the floor? Does it really matter? I don't know. I'm having a problem with this, like Higgins Jeep.
What did you do with the phone once you got it?
I first drove to the hotel, I think, and I texted goodbye to some friends.
Texted goodbye to your friends.
Yes.
What friends did you text goodbye to?
As far as I remember, I saw he's a friend, Kurt Pfannenstiel, and then some other friends.
Is that when you said to Kurt that you apologize and you're sorry and she was a devil and she played us all and love you, Harry?
Yes.
Now, what did you then do? Did you go to the hotel?
I went to the hotel, although I don't remember a lot of that stuff. I was very intoxicated at that point in time.
So now, at the time that you had the glass smashed against your head and had the argument with Ms. McLean, were you intoxicated at that point?
Yes.
And when you left the house and then
Not an
went to the
excuse.
hotel, I think there's been some photographs that showed a Glenfiddich Scotch bottle, is it Scotch? Whiskey?
Whiskey.
Yes. On the passenger seat of the car? Did you
That's
drink out
what
of
the
that?
picture shows, yeah.
You drink out of that?
Yes, I drank so much because I just didn't want to deal. I was just shocked.
There's a knife that's underneath, up against the back seat of the car. Do you recall that knife?
I saw a picture of a knife on.
Where'd that come from?
We typically had knife in the car in the glove box as a tool.
So that wasn't a weapon or anything like that?
No.
When you went back to the hotel,
Typically had a knife in his glove box.
if you remember,
I tried to kill myself.
how did you do that?
Tried to cut myself.
Where did you obtain the knife to do that?
I don't know.
The
Must have been
Residence
there
Inn.
in the kitchen.
They have
I'm showing
cutlery.
you what's been marked as Exhibit 290.
Residence Inn has cutlery. That's why they call it the Residence Inn. It's like a residence. We need to take a short break from this because I'm beside myself. Auntie Bev's Newport says, Melanie, how much would a super chat be to have to? How much would a super chat have to be to get you to talk some Residence Inn? Well, when I went to the trial for Karen Reed last time, I stayed at the Residence Inn in Dedham. Do not recommend. Do not recommend. Let me just I'm gonna leave it there. And really, it's not that great a story. It's just that it's not that great a hotel. Fire on Acid is here and says, I was married in Vegas in 2016 from Iowa. We had to go to the courthouse. No online certificate. You have to have all your documentation to get a marriage license, right? So I don't know. Thank you, Fire on Acid. And this was in 2019. It was December 2019. Nina says, a surgeon doesn't touch or do anything that could injure his hands. Great point, Nina. Even though he was a robotic surgeon, that doesn't mean he was doing surgery on robots. Somebody that just thought that the other day, and I'm not laughing at you, I'm laughing with you. You still have to use your hands to put them in those little gloves to get those little tools to go inside the laparoscopically and do, it requires fine motor skills. Julie gifted a membership. Thank you, Julie. And DC became a member again, because I think you've been here for a long time. Isabella Live is tuning in from Canada. It says the knife obtained from the crime store. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Back to the show. Harry's back at the Residence Inn. He doesn't remember where he got the knife, but he always had a knife in his car in the glove compartment, in the glove box, because, he needed a tool.
I tried to kill myself.
How did you do that?
Tried to cut myself.
Where did you obtain the knife to do that?
I don't know. It must have been there in the kitchen.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 296. You recognize that, sir?
Yes.
What is that?
Left wrist.
And you still to this day bear scars?
I have
linear lines?
a big scar right here.
Oh,
And
Jerry,
this
feel
was what
sorry
you
for me.
did
Look
to
at my
yourself.
scar. We couldn't see it.
Tried to cut myself, yes.
And
Kill
that would
myself.
be the knife that was depicted on the table with the blood on it, right?
I assume so, yes. I don't really remember much of that.
Now, when you were admitted to the hospital, the medical records would show that one of the observations that were made is that you were attempting suicide by alcohol poisoning. Do you recall your state of inebriation when you went into the hospital, if you even remember?
I was gone. I don't remember any of that.
I mean, were you as
Do you
drunk
remember
as you
being in
were
the
the night that you got married at the Elvis drive-through chapel? I mean, what's the barometer here? What's the barometer? How drunk were you? Were you as drunk as you were the night that you forgot that you got married at the Elvis drive-through chapel? He was big on drunk driving, Kathy, right? No shame. Yeah, let's hope the residents then got rid of the cutlery. Thank you, Chick Eastwater. Sometimes we need to laugh or we're going to cry.
When you went into the hospital, if you even remember? Attempting suicide by alcohol poisoning. Do you recall your state of inebriation when you went into the hospital, if you even remember?
I was gone. I don't remember any of that.
Okay. Do you remember being in the hospital?
When I woke up,
Do you remember the police coming to talk to you?
yes.
And when you spoke to the police, what was your condition when you spoke to the police? Were you awake? Were you aware? Were you tired? What
I
you
was
feel?
totally hungover. I had a massive headache and I was very confused. I was shocked about the whole thing. Actually, I was shocked that I woke up. I didn't want to be there. I didn't want to live.
So you spoke to the police, we heard your statement to the police, correct?
I spoke to the police, yes.
At the time that you had the glass smashed off your head, cutting you, causing you to bleed, and you came up with your hand and grabbed her with your hand by the throat, did you intend to cause her harm and kill her?
No. Never.
Sure, give him a minute. Give him a couple of beats to get the crying in. Well done, Reddington, well done. Except we're seeing right through him. I see right through you. I walk right through you. Alanis Morissette, one of the greatest angry women of all time. I see right through you. Let's just, I mean, because he did the performance, let's rewind it and watch the performance again. Let's give it a rewatch. It's getting a 0 on Rotten Tomatoes. Ready? Ready? I'm going to cue the crying. Ready, Harry? Go.
At the time that you had the glass smashed off your head, cutting you, causing you to bleed, and you came up with your hand and grabbed her with your hand by the throat, did you intend to cause her harm and kill her?
No. Never.
That goes to intent. Did you intend to do it? No. Let me sob a little bit. Not a real tear. Sniffle. Throw a sniffle in for good measure. Shake your shoulders a little bit. Tremble. Could you tremble? Throw in a tremble. Yeah, let him keep crying. Good, good. Let's bleed it for all it's worth. Cusco Wright is going to call the residents in and see if the Turk room is available for the weekend.
Excuse me.
Do you need a minute?
Oh, I'm good. I'm good.
So you met Katie on Bumble?
That's correct.
Here's Cross. Here's Cross. Here it comes. And here's Cross. You met Katie on Bumble?
So you met Katie on Bumble?
That's correct.
And she was kind of a free spirit, right?
Very much so, yes.
She was a Reiki practitioner?
She called it Reiki, but it's not what she really did.
She called it Reiki, but that's not what she really did.
Oh, now you're going to disparage her career? She called it Reiki, but that's not what she really did. Because I was a surgeon. I was a real healer. I was a real practitioner. She called it Reiki, but that's not really what she did. Wow. Wow, if you thought you gained any points with those crocodile tears and that amazing performance of how you didn't intend to kill her, you just screwed yourself by disparaging her career. Okay, go on with your bad self. Because at the end of this, we're going to sing na 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 na, hey hey goodbye again, all together.
She considered herself a healer,
She was a medium, a psychic.
and she considered herself a healer.
I'm not sure about that.
She helped people.
She connected people with dead family members, yes.
And her clients felt that she had a healing power, right?
Excuse me?
Her clients felt that she had a healing power.
She helped her, by connecting with dead family members, yes,
And she had many friends who were devoted to her.
yes,
And in May of 2020, she had 3 children.
yes,
Sam was 13,
yes,
Grace was 17,
correct,
and Sophie was 18.
yes,
And Sam had just enrolled in the Landmark School, right?
yes.
And the Dover Public Schools were paying for that.
I helped with that, yes.
Well, that wasn't my question whether you helped. What I said was that the Dover Public Schools were paying for the Landmark School.
That's correct.
And Katie loved being a mother.
Most of the time, yes,
She was devoted to her children.
most of the time.
Fuck you.
And her friends and her
I'm sorry.
family
I'm
were-
sorry. I'm sorry. Earmuffs. You guys know I don't curse on this show. She was devoted to her children most of the time. Is that what he just said? Because admittedly, I was talking to one of my children. But I need to rewind this because my head has popped off and rolled down the floor and is out the door right now. It's down the street, I think, at this point. Thank you for allowing it. Thank you. I try not to because not because I don't do it in real life, because people like to watch my channel with their children in the room or at work without their headphones on. So I'm really sorry if like Tropical Smoothie just got blasted out by my curse words. I think I'm breaking out in hives right now. And I do need a timeout, football fan. I need a timeout. Sco buffs. I'm horrified. Look at his face. My freeze game is on point right now, you have to say. I know we're a little behind. Please do not spoil it if you're ahead on another stream. We have double the amount of people watching here than they do on Law and Crime, so I'm not worried about that. But all you people, all 3 of you maybe in the chat who were feeling sorry for Harry and thinking, this was a heat of passion sort of thing, and he didn't plan it out. And have you changed your mind after that answer? Listen, I'm taking it back. Please, Sophia, I know that you watch the channel. I hope you never watch this testimony ever. But if you do, know that what this man is saying is not the truth. That is not the truth. He's trying to save his ass by not going to prison for life. And what he said right there, not true. And I didn't know your mother, but I know people who have known who knew your mother, and that is not true. Why would kids watch murder trials? Oh, well, her children are watching, but children in general, some people like to listen to true crime. Maybe their kids are in the car or whatever. I don't know. Some people tell me that their toddlers know the words to my theme song, and their pets get very happy when I come on and they hear my voice. I don't know. Go figure. Okay, listen. Here we go. I got to hear that again. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to press this.
To her.
Yes.
And
She helped her, by connecting with dead family members, yes,
she had many friends who were devoted to her.
yes,
And in May of 2020, she had 3 children.
yes,
Sam was 13,
yes,
Grace was 17, And Sam had just enrolled in the landmark school, right?
Yes.
And the Dover Public Schools were paying for that.
I helped with that, yes.
Well, that wasn't my question whether you helped. What I said was
See
that
that?
the Dover Public Schools were paying for the landmark school.
That's correct.
And Katie loved being a mother.
Most of the time, yes.
She was devoted to her children.
Most of the time.
And her friends and her family were right to be surprised when she was missing, right?
Objection. All right, sustain, rephrase it.
You were asked about that in the interview, right? Do you recall that?
Ask about what, please?
About that she wouldn't just leave her children, right?
Oh, she did.
So in the beginning of the interview, do you recall the interview at the hospital with Sergeant Kwiatkowski and with Detective Gonski?
I don't recall all of the interview, sorry.
You don't remember all of the interview?
No, I remember
Do
pieces
you
of it.
remember the section when Detective Gonski said she wouldn't just leave her kids? Page 32?
Can I see it?
Sure.
We're a little behind, so it's the binder clicking. That's what it is. It sounds like.
What page was it?
32. Is that refresh your memory?
The jury has a transcript of the confession statement that he gave to Trooper Kwiatkowski and Trooper Gonski in the hospital, conference room, wherever they did it. The jury has a transcript of that because we listened to the audio of it. There's only audio and it was hard to hear. But in this case, the jury's going to get a transcript. They can bring it back with them for deliberations in addition to all of the exhibits that we saw. Go figure what a difference a judge makes in Norfolk Superior. When's the last time we even heard Judge Stanley Tucci say a word? It's been a while. I forgot he was there.
And Detective Gonski said she wouldn't just leave her kids. And you said right.
I said no.
You agreed with Detective Gonski she wouldn't just leave her kids.
Yes.
And it's not unusual when someone's getting divorced that one person has to leave the house, right?
No, not by restraining order, I don't think so.
So, in divorces, there are two people living in a home. It's not unusual that one person has to leave.
She should have pivoted.
Right.
She should have said, well, maybe if she didn't need to get a restraining order against you, you wouldn't have had to leave the house. Because if you didn't beat her up the first time, perhaps you would have been living in your house, Dr. Turk. She could have pivoted from that so well. I got to hear it again.
So, in divorces, there are two people living in a home. It's not unusual that one person has to leave, right?
At some point in time, certainly.
And did that happen in your first marriage in Germany?
Did that happen in my first German marriage?
Yes.
Oh, that was totally different.
Did you have to leave the home?
Actually, my
Can say by.
They're going sidebar. So let me just rewind it to the point that I actually wanted to rewind it to, which is the part about the restraining order, which she should have ran with.
Well, when someone's getting and it's not unusual when someone's getting divorced that one person has to leave the house, right?
no, not by restraining order, I don't think so.
So,
That was your chance. Why don't you run with it? He opened the door. Hello?
in divorces, there are two people living in a home. It's not unusual that one person has to leave, right?
At some point in time, certainly.
And did that happen in your first marriage in Germany?
Did that happen in my first German marriage?
Yes.
Oh, that was totally different.
Did you have to leave the home?
Did you beat her
Actually,
too?
Can say by.
Did you beat her too? I'm sure there's a no prior bad acts ruling in the motions in Lemonade, which we didn't go through in this case. But MassDOT, if you're here, maybe you could tell me.
Correct.
Oops.
Ultimately, yes, but not.
What about, did you have to leave?
Their
You were
volume
divorced in
just.
Germany, right?
Yes.
Did you have to leave the family home in that divorce?
No.
And what about in your second divorce?
Ultimately, yes, but not, first not.
But you moved out, right?
Correct. Ultimately, I did.
And then you purchased a second home. That's the 29 Valley Road, right?
That's correct.
And you were upset, you mentioned just the
That's the way it
restraining
works. They were
order.
married,
You
Ann.
were upset when the restraining order issued and barred you.
And let me explain something to you. And tell the truth. And tell the truth says the person who owns the home shouldn't have to leave. They were married. They were married at the time. It's just as much her house as it is then, as it is his at that point. So there's that. She has children. There's not a court in Massachusetts. You think a court in Massachusetts would have kicked her out of that house with her 3 kids? Is that what you think when they were married? You feel sorry for him? I don't.
You from living at 29 Valley Road, right?
Officer Wilcox said I was sad. I was sad.
I'm not asking about what Officer Wilcox said. I'm asking how you felt.
I was sad.
Were you upset?
I was not upset, but sad that I had to leave my home.
All right. And then you struggled to find a place to live.
Correct.
And you felt that the house was yours, right?
I bought it. It wasn't my name.
But did you feel like it was your property?
Yes.
And you still feel that way, right?
Well, I shared the deed with her. I don't know. House is long gone.
And then you killed her.
And you thought that Katie should be.
You shared the deed with her, and then you killed her so that when she was dead, your house would revert back to you. Listen, this to me, I mean, he's walking himself right into premeditation. The date of him signing the deed over was something like, I have the notes somewhere. It was within a few weeks of when he killed her. And then, because of the way that it was held, tenants by the entirety, I think, right? When she dies, he gets the house back. My freeze game is on point again.
And you still feel that way, right?
Well, I shared the deed with her. I don't know. House is long gone.
All right. And you thought that Katie should leave, right?
Sorry, what?
You thought that Katie should leave, right?
Excuse me.
You thought that Katie should leave 29 Valley Road, right?
I didn't think anybody should leave when we planned the divorce, or when I planned the divorce.
I'm sorry, I missed that last part. When you planned the divorce?
When I planned the divorce, I did not see that anybody had to leave until the end of the school year.
Okay. So you planned to get divorced, stay living together until the end of the school year?
That is what was somewhat discussed, yes, with her actually.
And then who was going to leave at the end of the school year?
I was leaving to Germany, was selling the house, and Katie and her 2 children would move into the condo of Belmont of her mother.
Okay, but you weren't going to leave in that plan, right? You were going to stay at 29 Valley.
I would move to Germany.
But you weren't going to leave until you went to Germany.
Nobody was leaving until I went to Germany, until the school year was over.
Okay. And then on April 15th, you were living at that time in, where were you living on April 15th?
April 15th, I was living in Florida, in a trailer.
In the trailer park. And that was the trailer that Bob Guyan owned?
Yes, it was a small camper, actually.
A small camper?
Yeah.
All right. And Bob Guyan, how did you know him?
Bob Guyan used to be the COO or CFO of Stewart Healthcare, and he became a patient of mine. He had aggressive prostate cancer. I did.
So he had a fair amount of resources, right?
Excuse me?
He had a fair amount of resources, Bob Guyan?
I do not know for sure.
He's the COO of Stewart Healthcare?
I don't know about his resources. We were friends, but I didn't worry about his resources.
And he
The
lived in
COO of Stewart Healthcare. I'm sure he had a couple of beans.
Florida was a camper.
Okay. he also lived in Newport, Rhode Island?
Oh, Newport, Rhode Island.
Yes, he had purchased a house in Newport.
All right. And this camper, it's not like a standalone camper. It was at a particular over 55 area, right?
It was a standalone camper.
But it wasn't a standalone camper in the sense that there were no other campers around it, right?
No, it was a camping ground, an RV ground, or RV park, something like that.
And there were trailers also?
There were other campers, RVs, and there were some few, I don't know how you would call them, cabins.
It's an over 55 community?
I do not recall over 55 community.
There was a pool,
That was closed at the time because of COVID.
but there was a pool?
It was closed.
I'm not asking if the pool was open or closed. I'm just
There was a
asking
pool
whether-
without water, yes.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure you're understanding my
There was a pool without water. It was empty. It was closed up. Nobody was allowed to go to the pool because of nobody was allowed to congregate.
She's trying to show that it's not a trailer park. He's trying to make it sound like he was living in a trailer park, like, you know, some trashy kind of place. She's like, yeah, it had a pool, right? It was an over 55 community, right? Like these were luxury type trailers, but he's saying it's a camper. It's not as bad as, you know, you're making it seem to this jury, right? Midnight Mike, thanks for giving a membership. The Sweet says blackout. What a load of rubbish. And Monge says, only reason he didn't want to live is because he killed her, not because he loved her anymore. No matter what he wants the jury to believe. Thank you for that. And Isabella Live 2.0 says, here comes the water, tears to wash away his sins. Yep.
Because of COVID. We were all by ourselves in the campers.
But this isn't a camper in the middle of nowhere. This is a camper that's part of a planned community, right?
Yeah, but the community didn't exist at the time of COVID.
Oh, for Christ's sake.
Nobody
stop.
was
Just shut up.
congregating. Everybody was staying in their own campers because COVID
Poor you.
and the
Here's the
shutdowns
violin,
and
Harry.
everything just demanded that.
Don't
We
beat your
didn't hang
wife and
out
you won't get kicked
together.
out of your house. How about
I
that?
was by myself
I'm just
By
saying.
yourself in Florida,
in the camper, yes.
in the camper. Okay. You weren't happy in that situation, right?
I was scared.
Were you happy?
No,
All right. So you weren't happy.
no,
You were scared.
yes.
And then you said that you wanted to reconcile with Katie, right?
Kurt Fennenstiel called me before that.
Kurt called you before that. And so you're testifying right now that it was Katie's idea that you should get back together.
Kurt told me that Katie let him know that she believes that, you know, she wants me to come home, or she missed me, she missed the family, and he just wanted me be aware of that.
And this is prior to April 17th. That's what you're testifying to?
Yes.
Yeah, Florida was open, Lauren, right? Wasn't Florida open?
Yes.
I don't know. I live in New York. We were locked down tight. Ding, 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 ding. Susie from San Francisco gets it. He wasn't scared. He was bitter that Katie had the house and he was stuck in a trailer. But it wasn't really a trailer because they had a pool there. But the pool was closed because, you know, COVID. Although, from what I understand, Florida didn't have many restrictions. In a van down by the river, Libby. You are, Libby, ding, ding, ding. Comment of the day so far. He was living in a van down by the river. Was it Chris Farley that used to do that SNL skit?
You just talked
I'm like throwing up a little in my mouth as this goes on.
You just talked about the restraining order and the circumstances that led to the restraining order. Katie didn't go directly to a courthouse to get a restraining order, right?
My understanding is that she went to the police in Dover, and the police drove her to the courthouse.
Your understanding of that? Well, remember, Harry, because I do, because we went over this pretrial. When she was at the police station, you happened to be across the street and you saw her car at the police station. And so when her car left, but it was really your car, right, Harry? Because you told her to sell her car and that she could drive your car, the Mercedes, right? And then you went into the police station to say, oh, I think maybe my wife might have been in here to tell you a story about, you know, get a restraining order or something against me. So I want to just come in here and like give you my side of the story, remember? You saw her car there. You happened to be across the street having lunch, right? Anybody remember this part of the story? I'm not conflating my cases, right? Okay.
And she went to
The police.
get a restraining order. Katie didn't go directly to a courthouse to get a restraining order, right?
My understanding is that she went to the police in Dover, and the police drove her to the courthouse.
And she went to the police and said, I'm
Didn't drive her
getting
there.
divorced and I think you should know, right?
I believe that's correct.
And then the police said, wait a minute,
I'm
we
gonna,
need to
I'm
talk
gonna
about
object
this,
to all
right?
this now.
I think he opened the door to this. Well, he's not going to let him. The police did not drive her to the courthouse. There was an officer in Dover, and shout out to Dover PD because this officer, and I can't think of his name right now. If I did, I would give him a shout out. He was so in fear for her that he like went in his car and she followed him to the courthouse. He like showed her where the courthouse was and how to get it and what to do and where to go because he was in fear for her. And then Harry marched into the police station and said, I just want you to know I'm getting a divorce. So if anything happens, you know, I'm getting a divorce. But it kind of sounds like he opened the door here, but let's see. The judge says.
My understanding is that she went to the police in Dover, and the police drove her to the courthouse.
And she went to the police and said, I'm getting divorced and I think you should know, right?
I believe that's correct.
And then the police said, wait a minute,
I'm
we
gonna,
need to
I'm
talk
gonna
about
object
this,
to all
right?
this now.
Sustain, rephrase it, please.
Yeah, that's what happened.
She
She
didn't
went there.
call the police from the 29 Valley Road to report anything, right?
No.
And after the conversation that she had with the police, then that was when she went with the police to the district court to get the restraining order, right?
That's my understanding.
And then after that, that's when the Dover police took out the charges, right?
Yes.
And part of that led to a no contact order as well, right?
Correct.
That no contact order was in place on May 15th of 2020, right?
Correct.
And that was something that you were concerned about when you went back to 29 Valley Road in May, right?
No, by that time, the restraining order was vacated.
The restraining order was vacated, but the no contact order was in place, right?
I'm not sure.
And you took efforts to make sure that you were only driving the Jeep back and forth to the hotel, right?
I wouldn't call it that took efforts. It was the fact that Katie came with the Jeep to pick me up on Sunday night on the 10th. And then we drove the Jeep back to the house, and then though we had just the Jeep at the house.
But first you went to the hotel because the Mercedes ended up at the hotel, right?
When Katie picked me up from New York, we went to the hotel, yes.
In the Mercedes.
Correct.
And then you drove back and forth between the house at 29 Valley and the Residence Inn in the Jeep, right?
No.
You didn't drive back and forth between the house and the hotel in the Jeep,
No.
okay? And you wanted to make sure that the neighbors knew that the restraining order had been vacated, right?
Katie wanted to make sure.
Well, you texted Katie and told her to make sure that the neighbors knew, right?
I believe she did that before, but I asked her, hey, do the neighbors know that it's okay to be here? And she said yes.
Because you knew that there was still the no contact order, and you didn't want to get into trouble with the court, right?
That is true, yes.
And part of signing the post-nup was so that you could get back in the house, right?
That was the main part.
And you wanted to resolve the divorce, right?
It was part of the post-nup.
Okay. You wanted to resolve being able to be back in the house.
I wanted to have safe shelter, yes.
100%.
And then there were provisions.
He signed the post-nup to get back in the house. That's what he just said. That's the only reason he signed it. And then, because the way the deed was written, tenants by the entirety, if he killed her, he would get his house back. Ta-da! Premeditation. And Bev's Newports wants to know, Melanie, if crossing him, would you try and get him to display his anger? 100%. 100%. He'd be jumping over that bench to choke me the way that defendant did that in whatever court that was in Florida and choke that judge. Or like Taylor Shabusiness attacked her attorney the other day, which was wild. It was a jump scare from hell.
About getting the girls through high school.
Correct.
There were provisions about selling the house
There was, yes.
and about your retirement accounts.
I don't remember that, but you say so, yes.
All right. And you divided up the motor vehicles too, right?
Excuse me?
You divided up the motor vehicles too?
No.
In the event of a future divorce, you kept the Mercedes and were responsible for the maintenance costs, and she kept the Jeep?
I'm not sure. If you say that it's on there, then it's probably true. I don't remember about the cars. I just remember that she put that post up in front of me and said, please sign, otherwise you can't come home.
He had an attorney, and yeah, she made me do it. And so the only way for me to get my house back was to kill her. I see the premeditation here, Mass Dad. I got to agree with you. I'm not saying the ADA is good. What I'm saying is he's bad. And the more he talks, the more he's making me think it was premeditated because he wanted his house back. It's the only reason he signed the posting up. And he knew that if she died, he would get his house back. I don't know. I'm seeing it. I think the jury's picking it up. I'm going to do a poll in the chat.
And there was never any provision in there, or alimony was not going to happen, right? That wasn't part of it.
I'm not sure what if that was part of it. It was about the house deed, about staying there for 2 years for Grace to finish high school, about her getting money, and of that stuff. Sorry.
And you told the police in the interview that you agreed that she should feel secure in the home.
That was part of the post-nup agreement, correct?
And you told the police that you agreed with that, right?
Yes. I wanted to make things work. Yes.
Your bedroom is a very large bedroom, correct?
Yes.
And it would be easy to walk out of that bedroom, right?
I'm not sure if I understand what you mean.
At the point that you were having the argument with Katie, it would have been easy just to walk out the door, right?
That's an option, certainly.
You also could have locked yourself in the bathroom.
Yes.
You could have locked yourself in the big walk-in closet.
Yes,
You didn't do any of those things.
that is correct.
And you weren't afraid of Katie at that point in time, right?
I was afraid of being thrown out again. She threatened me to be thrown, that I'm going to kick you out of the house. She asked me, get the fuck out of my house.
So you were afraid that you were going to have to leave 29 Valley.
I was afraid of dying of COVID.
You were afraid of dying of COVID, and you were afraid of having to leave 29 Valley.
I was afraid of dying of COVID.
And there was some mention in one of the emails you had with Mr. Hoffman about how you thought that maybe you had COVID. You recall that?
I was negative.
You actually didn't have COVID. How tall are you, sir?
6'3".
How much did you weigh in May of 2020?
Probably 230 pounds, 235 pounds.
6'3", 235. You think he was, that's kind of slim for someone who's 6'3", right? 235s. I put I put a poll in the chat. I think I did. I don't know why it's not coming up in mine. If you were on the jury right now, would you find him guilty of first-degree murder requiring premeditation, but just for purposes of this poll? The second option is guilty of a lesser charge like manslaughter, like this was a heat of passion sort of murder. Or 3, not guilty at all, meaning you would either just nullify the law and his confession, because you felt like it. Okay. So if you're not looking at your screen because you're driving or whatever, or you're just not because you're rage cleaning, rage crocheting, just come to the chat and participate in the poll, please, because I'm curious to know. There's almost 3,400 people here, so I'm curious to see where you guys stand right now.
So you'd agree that Katie was much smaller.
Yes,
She wasn't nearly as strong as you were, right?
that is correct.
And you knew that.
Yes,
And you've had some pretty significant medical training, correct?
yes,
You're a board certified surgeon.
correct.
And in medical school, you had courses in anatomy, right?
Yes,
You're aware of the structures of anatomy.
absolutely.
Some of those have been discussed during the course of this trial.
Excuse me?
Some of those have been discussed in the course of this trial.
What?
Discussed.
Discussed,
Testified.
yes.
And you're aware of where the arteries are.
The carotid arteries?
Any arteries in the neck. You're aware of those are.
Wait a minute. Tell me she didn't
Yes.
say carotid arteries like the last ADA that we saw from Norfolk County in the Penny McGee trial. She called it the carotid arteries, and we cringed every time. I got to hear what she said.
Discussed in the course of this trial.
What?
Discussed.
Discussed,
Testified.
yes.
And you're aware of where the arteries are.
The carotid arteries?
Any
said
arteries in
arteries.
the neck. You're aware of those are, where they are.
Yes,
And you're aware that if the brain isn't getting enough oxygen for any reason, death occurs.
if I'm not intoxicated, I know that, yes.
If I'm not intoxicated, I know that. Oh, you're not responsible for what you do when you're drunk. It is the Jekyll and Hyde. Jekyll and Hyde. Anybody ever been in a relationship with an alcoholic? Anybody ever have an alcoholic parent? Anybody know any alcoholics at all? Two different personalities? Anybody picking up what he's laying down? Oh yeah, but if I was drunk, I wouldn't know that because it's like I'm like a different person when I'm drunk. Wayne, we do have a Rage Crochet Club here. We do. And somebody else in the chat is Rage Beating. So there's that.
You know that if the brain isn't getting enough oxygen for any reason, death occurs.
Yeah, when I'm not drunk, I know all that, yes.
But when you are drunk, you don't know that if your brain doesn't have oxygen, you die.
Probably do.
You probably do what?
Do know. I do know, but anyway, yes,
That's a basic medical concept, right?
yes,
And certainly it's important to protect the airwaves so that suffocation doesn't occur as well, right?
that's correct.
And you know how to perform life-saving measures.
Yes,
You've been trained in CPR.
yes,
And you didn't tell the police, however, that you performed any CPR on Katie, right?
no,
Thank you, Donna. A lot of people want to
you were
change. A
aware
lot of
in
people
May
want to
20
change their answer after that. A lot of people want to change their poll result after that last answer. Alcoholics lie all the time. He's using it as a pass. It's an excuse. Forget it. I mean, I already thought he was guilty of first degree. And trust me, when I started this trial, I thought that if we had heard some evidence or some testimony that, like, right before this happened, he found those messages from Kurt and found out that maybe she was cheating on him with Kurt, and it may have pushed him over the edge because of all of his other problems and everything that he had, getting fired, being, in trouble for the Medicare fraud, having to pay 150 grand, and, maybe he was, maybe he snapped. Now, he's a raging alcoholic with a problem telling the truth, and he thinks that it should be his excuse for everything. He's probably skated through his whole life because of his brains. Maybe some people thought he was good looking, his talent, he's a doctor, he had it all. And now I think he's a raging alcoholic with a problem telling the truth and a domestic violence problem, and I hope he rots in hell and prison for the rest of his natural life. Sorry, Kevin Reddington, I just do. And it has nothing to do with you and the job that you did, because you did the best you could with the narcissist that you have for a client. Yeah, he's famous on a billboard. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, if I wasn't drunk, I might have known. We've all known people like him. Ladies, he's single. How many women do you think are like already pen paling him in prison? Well, he's not in prison yet. He's in jail. How many pen pals do you think he has? Do you get to use Bumble in jail, or is it just Tinder or JDate or whatever the Mormons use? And no shade to Mormons. He's going to be out in 20 years, you think? I don't think so. Hope they lock him up for life and throw away the key.
20, that if you had called 911, that medical professionals could have come and helped Katie as well.
Yes.
That's right, Cass. You know it. Amen, sis.
And you didn't do that.
No.
Didn't call 911. No, you dumped her in a pond and you put giant boulders in her yoga pants to make sure nobody found her.
Met with you at the hospital, they were respectful. That's correct?
Yes.
They didn't hide why they were there, right? And in fact, the hospital staff told you before you met with the police that the police wanted to speak with you.
Briefly before, yes.
And you chose to go with the police, right?
Yes.
This is after 5 o'clock on the 16th, right?
I don't remember exactly what day it was.
All right. It's on Saturday, though, right?
Wow, the poll is split
was the
right
day when
now.
I
I didn't
woke
end
up
it yet,
from the
but
coma.
we've got premeditated first-degree murder 53%, and then we have 46% heat of passion, manslaughter. Wow, you guys are split, not guilty. 2%. There's 2% of you actually found not guilty. Maybe you your fingers hit the wrong button. I'm not sure, but there's only 761 votes, and we've got something like well over 3,000 people in here. So get your votes in, folks. Get your votes in. We're almost at 3,500 people. Get your votes in.
All right. And at that point in time, you've been given IV treatments with fluids at the hospital, right?
I do not recall that. I was out.
That would be pretty standard, though, when you're admitted to the hospital, unresponsive, that just saline IV fluids would be given, right?
I would assume so, yes. I would have done it as a physician, certainly.
And that would be
Remind the jury
helpful,
that you're a doctor.
if you're having a hangover, right? Or if you've drunk too much. That's helpful treatment.
Well, hydration in general is a good treatment, but not for hangover necessarily. No.
There are people who just go get IV treatments after a night of partying, right?
I'm not aware of that. I'm a urologist.
You're not aware of that?
I'm not aware of that. I'm a urologist. Wait a second. What was the question? There are people who go get IV treatments after a night of drinking. I wouldn't know about that. I'm a urologist. I was in Vegas. I don't know. Was it last weekend, the weekend before? You know, with our friend Andrea Burkhart and her husband. She's a law tuber too. For, you know, the Dead and Company shows in Vegas. And there was an IV place right in my hotel. You don't know about that? You got married in Vegas at a drive-through chapel. Because you're a urologist. Way to remind the jury that you're a doctor and that you're on a billboard.
General is a good treatment, but not for hangover necessarily. No.
There are people who just go get IV treatments after a night of partying, right?
I'm not aware of that. I'm a urologist.
I'm not aware of that.
You're
I'm
not
a
aware of that?
urologist.
And so when the police said that they wanted to speak with you, you weren't confused about why they were there, right?
I was confused in general what was going on.
But you knew that you had killed Katie, so it made sense that the police were there.
I had caused her death, and I
had caused her death. I
feeling
didn't
very
murder her.
guilty and
I caused her death.
very shameful.
See what he did there? The semantics, the
But it made sense
wordplay.
that the police would show up, right?
Yes.
Okay. So going into the interview, you knew what this was about. You didn't think it was about a stolen car or anything, did you?
No, I assumed it was about Katie.
All right. And they provided you with Miranda warnings.
I think yes.
And
He signed
you
off.
were provided those in writing, right?
I think I signed something.
You signed something, right?
Yes.
And they were read to you.
I believe so, yes.
And you understood them, right?
Again, I was not in great condition, but I said
Whether or
okay.
not you were in a great condition, you understood those basic Miranda warnings, right?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure.
No.
He's not sure that he was read his rights.
If I really understood what was explained to me.
Hey, sweetie, let me tell you something, Doc. Sweetie pie. Your attorney, Kevin Reddington, he's excellent. He's very good. He made a motion pre-trial to get all your giant your 3-hour confession thrown out based on the fact that you weren't properly Mirandized. And guess what? He lost. So I don't know if you're trying to preserve your right to an appeal or something, but we all know you signed a waiver of your Miranda rights, and being drunk is not an excuse. Okay, moving on.
I signed what they asked me to sign. I don't think I said I understand.
Mm-hmm. They forced you to sign off on your Miranda rights, just like she forced you to kill her. She forced you to drink that day. She made you martinis. She forced you to spend $250,000 on the backyard fire pit and the home theater and all that stuff she forced you to do. She forced you to sign over half the house to her, and the only reason you did it is because you wanted to move back in. This guy makes me sick.
What's printed on that form?
The whole thing from the beginning. Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Office of the Norfolk District Attorney, State Police Detective Unit, waiver of Miranda. I, IT, make the following voluntary statement to T.R. Koskowski of MA State Police to promise or threats have made to me. No promise or threats have been made to me, and I've been advised of my Miranda rights as follows. Number 1, that I have the right to remain silent. Number 2, that anything I say can and will be used against me in court of law.
It sure will.
Number 3, that I have the right to talk to a lawyer or to have a lawyer with me while I'm questioned by the police.
And you had an attorney. You
4,
had that. You had 2 attorneys coming to testify for
If I
you.
cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent me before any questioning.
This is fantastic having him read this.
5, that if I begin to answer questions, I have the right to stop the questioning at any time.
Yes, Carrie, yes.
I understand each of these rights and have those rights in mind, waive them voluntarily, and wish to make a statement. Signatures.
And your signature is on that.
Yes, correct.
And that was read out loud to you by Trooper Kotkowski, right?
I believe he did, yes.
And then he said to you, you understand those rights? And you said, yes, sir.
I don't know if I used that word.
Do you still have the transcript?
Sorry, what?
Do you still have the transcript? Page 2?
Page 2?
Yes.
You understand those rights? I said, yes, sir.
All right. And then Trooper Kotkowski followed up and he said, all right, having heard your rights, do you wish to have a conversation with us?
Yes.
What did you say?
Saying yes.
Thanks, Mimi Sue. She says, seems plain to me.
You availed yourself of one of those rights at a certain point.
Such hubris. Love listening while I work. So glad that I can entertain you while you work, and that Harry Tuerk's trial, Hammer Haircut Harry, is keeping you company.
In the interview, right?
I did what, sorry?
You took advantage of those rights, correct?
I'm not sure what you're asking
for a
for.
break.
I asked for a break, yes.
And what happened?
I went and discharged my bladder.
You got a break?
Yes.
I went and discharged my bladder. Spoken like a true urologist. I went and discharged my bladder. For 45 minutes, it was a 45-minute break. It was a 3-hour confession/interview. But he went and discharged his bladder. He's scary, right, Green-Eyed Southern Girl? Good afternoon. Hammer Haircut Harry. He got the prison special. It's the Baba at the Norfolk County Pokey. Where do you see the side view? This is nothing. I mean, you're just getting to admire it from the front. Where do you see the side view? It's quite something. It's like you had a fight with a lawnmower and lost.
Didn't provide a lot of information about where Katie was, right?
Correct.
You didn't tell them that you had killed her.
I don't know if they asked that at that time.
They didn't just start the interview by asking that question,
Yeah.
right? But when they said, do you know where she is, what did you say?
I don't know.
And you said that a lot, right?
Yes.
I heard it.
And you remembered what had happened at that point in time when they were speaking with you, right?
Remembered of what, sorry?
You knew what you had done,
I did remember some of what happened, yes.
but you said that you didn't
I was confused in the beginning of the conversation.
You were confused?
Yes.
All right. Were there things that you actually did remember that you actually just didn't tell the police?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Well, you knew that you had killed Katie.
I have caused her death, yes.
And
I caused
you
her
said
death.
that you didn't remember.
Oh my God, the word salad, the word play. You remembered that you killed Katie, right? I caused her death. Somebody had a great comment in here that said, if it takes him 45 minutes to take a leak, he needs a urologist himself. Well done.
Probably. Again, I don't recall all the conversation. At some point in time, I admitted everything.
It's just the haircut, Michael.
At some point, you admitted
It's not his fault.
a lot of what happened. But in the beginning, you said that you didn't remember the night, correct?
There was a lot of hastiness there, yes.
But what you said to the police is that you didn't remember the night, right?
Again, in the beginning, I wasn't all there. It got better with time.
So you're saying that your memory got better during the conversation?
I think it was 3 hours, so I got more and more out of the hangover.
The hangover improved?
Yes.
Rex Sherman's, thank you. That's what I was. Rex Sherman had the same barber. He's in the Long Island serial killer.
At the beginning of the interview,
Maybe it's a traveling barber.
you were asked whether there was an argument, asked about the argument. Trooper Krakowski said, tell me about the argument. And at that point, you said you didn't remember, right?
There it is. Canone's Baloney gets credit for that, Jadzia. 45 minutes to discharge
But I'm
splatter.
not sure about that.
Needs a urologist himself.
And then you were asked a couple of different times where Katie was. And you said you didn't know.
I'm not sure. I think I asked it most of the time.
I'm sorry?
I think I said I'm not sure.
All right, page 19. Trooper Krakowski says, where can we go find her? And you said, I don't know.
Yes, I see that, yes.
Okay. But you did know. You knew where she was, right?
It came back to me, yes.
No, when you were having that conversation at that point in time, it's about, 28 minutes into the interview, you knew where Katie was, right?
In principle, I did know, yes.
In principle?
I do remember, yes. I did remember,
All right, you just didn't want to talk about it yet, right?
probably.
I did know that, Ms. Doug.
And a little bit later, page 33, the police asked, Detective Gonski, where can we find her? Again, you said, I don't know.
Yes,
This is more than an hour into the interview at this point in time, right?
I do not recall. I just knew it was a long time that I was.
Peggy says supposedly 12 jurors had now been chosen for Karen Reed's trial. Latest update. Yes, but Peggy, it's supposedly. Supposedly is the way Hank Brennan would say it. So supposedly, yeah, I heard they got 3 today, but they lost 1, so it's a total of 12. Thank you. Thank you. But it's supposedly.
Asked.
They asked you how you got the scratches, right?
Yes,
And you said you didn't know about that either.
that's correct.
You said you didn't remember going to the hotel, right?
Yes,
And you said you didn't know whether you were trying to harm yourself.
I didn't remember much of that, correct.
But that's what you said, that you didn't remember whether you were trying to harm yourself.
I didn't remember.
And now you have a clear memory that you were trying to harm yourself.
I got a lot of my memory back, yes,
You got your memory back?
yes.
Drying out will do that to you, maybe. I don't know. Do you think he's drinking toilet hooch like Sarah Boone, making hooch in the toilet in prison?
The police were
Jail?
incorrect about their facts, but that didn't confuse you. Like when they talked about using the name Kyle instead of Kurt.
I never didn't remember, heard of anybody like Kyle, that's
Yeah,
correct.
you knew that. You knew that they were wrong about that. That didn't confuse you.
But I was confused. I don't know any Kyle.
I sent Kyle a text. You knew they were wrong.
I don't think I.
You said I don't know Kyle.
Which page is that, please?
Look at page 30.
30.
Page 31.
Yeah. So Trooper Koskowski asked me, Harry, tell us about text you sent to Kyle. And I said, text what?
Yep.
And then Trooper
I'm going to stop.
Sorry.
If you go all the way down to page 31, you said, you go back and forth a little bit, and you say, no, there's no friend named Kyle. I don't know a Kyle. And then Detective Gonski says Kurt. She's fiddling around with her notes, and finally she finds it, and she says it's Kurt. You didn't get confused. You knew there was no Kyle.
Well, there was some confusion before you jumped to that. There was, I do not remember Kyle. To who?
She got you, Harry. She
There was
got
a
you.
lot of confusion first going on.
He didn't get it. He's like, well, yeah, I don't know Kyle. And she's like, yeah, you weren't confused because you knew his name wasn't Kyle. And then he caught on and he's like, well, there was some confusion before that. He's not as smart as he wants everyone to think he is.
Until I recognized that I don't know Kyle.
But that confusion didn't lead you to make any false statements.
We're picking up what you're laying down. Don't worry, sis.
I'm not sure what you're asking right now, sorry.
I'm saying you understood the conversation that you were having, and you knew, I don't know anybody named Kyle.
After several
I
minutes.
didn't send anybody named Kyle a text, right?
After several minutes, I recognized that I don't know Kyle. Correct.
And similarly, when the police talked about the woods, you knew Katie wasn't in the woods, right?
No. I mean, I did know that she
Jen
was not in the
McCabe.
woods.
No,
correct.
I mean, yeah.
Confused, because they had been relying on the ping and all that kind of stuff, so they keep talking about the woods. But you knew she's at the pond,
Yes,
and still the
Looks
police were
defeated.
patient with you.
yes.
They repeatedly requested information, but you understood that that was reasonable considering the circumstances, right?
Can you repeat the question, please?
You understood that them repeatedly requesting information was reasonable considering the circumstances.
Yes,
And you understood that they were just doing their job.
yes.
So the first thing that you said regarding assaulting Katie around the neck was that you said you grabbed her around the neck, but you weren't sure. You
What
recall
page
that?
was that?
You recall that?
Somebody said, does Reddington
Can I look at the page?
prep all of
please?
his clients to ask for what they're looking at and point them in the right direction? And yes, I think he does. Yes, I think he does. This is right out of the Jen McCabe playbook. Can you tell me what page that's on so I could see it? No. Amber Jones, he has not said that he's sorry she was dead. Nope. He hasn't. Gonna fast forward it a little bit behind, but not too much.
And then later on page 44, you said, I think I grabbed her around the neck, I believe, but I'm not sure either, right?
I'm not sure. I think I grabbed her around the neck, I believe, but I'm not sure either.
All right, this is over 2 hours into this interview with the police, and this is the first time that you are talking about grabbing Katie around the neck, right?
I'm not sure how long that was in, but yes, it took a while that I
And you
said
did
that.
not say that you grabbed her with one hand, did you?
I wasn't asked.
But you were given a lot
I
of
wasn't
opportunity to
asked.
speak.
Wow. Wow, Jen McCabe. It is the Kevin Reddington way of prepping his client. If they just catch you in a question where they say, you didn't say this, just say, I wasn't asked. Did you hear it? Did anybody else pick that up? This defense attorney, Kevin Reddington, did represent Jennifer McCabe in the Karen Reed case. Listen.
Her with one hand, did you?
That I
And you
said
did
that.
not say that you grabbed her with one hand, did you?
Listen.
I wasn't asked.
I wasn't asked.
But you were given a lot of opportunities to speak in this interview, right?
Yep.
But I knew that I
You did
grabbed
tell
her
me.
with one hand.
I'm not asking you what you knew. I'm asking about what you told the police.
I grabbed her. I think I grabbed her, I said to the police.
You think you grabbed her?
McCabe methodology.
I said, I'm not sure. I think I grabbed her around the neck, I believe, but I'm not sure either.
And you don't say anything about one hand at this point, right?
At this point, no.
In fact, in the entire interview, you never said one hand, did you?
That was never really specifically asked.
Again.
I was never specifically asked.
A lot of time to speak, right?
Yes.
There were very long pauses at certain points in time.
Yes.
No.
Even at the end of the interview, you were asked, was there anything else that you should be talking about? And you didn't bring it up then, did you?
It was logical to me. I didn't realize that, again, I wasn't asked about the specifics, just told her I grabbed her.
I wasn't asked. No, she can't ask him, did your lawyer tell you to say that? Because that would be privileged, right? And any communications between him and his attorney would be privileged. She can't ask him that. But Sydney's got a great point here. But she was fully dressed after they had relations, and he was only in his boxers. He wasn't asked if he redressed her afterwards, right? Was she found in jeans? I don't recall what she had on the bottom. Do you guys remember? Let me know in the chat.
And it's right after you say that you grabbed her around the neck that you asked for the break, right? Page 45?
Yes.
And then you got one.
Yes.
That's right. She was in yoga pants. She was in yoga pants. Did he redress her? Did he forcibly force her into, the act? She was wearing yoga pants. That's right, because the rocks were put in the yoga pants. Thank you.
When you came back into the room, there was a different police officer in the room.
I don't recall that, but the transcript says that was somebody else, yeah.
All right. Detective Gonzi left, right?
Yeah, she wasn't there.
She wasn't there,
Yes.
and Detective Porro was there.
There were two men there, yes.
There were two men. And you told the police that you choked her, right?
What page is that, please?
Do you remember telling the police that you choked her?
Reddington's
I
like,
don't
if you need to
recall
buy
again
time,
the whole interview.
just
Sorry,
read the
but
transcript.
Can I see the page, please?
Yeah, can I see the page? The poll is like 49% to 49% right now. But it's only 1,200 votes, so get your votes in, folks. We only have like 1/3 participation right now. So I'm really curious to see where you guys stand on this. I'll let it go for a little while longer.
61?
61.
I'm sorry, 56.
56?
Yep.
I said, I think I choked her.
Right? And then you told the police that she passed out.
Right.
And you said she was fighting first, and then I was continuing, and then she passed out, and I realized we went too far, probably.
Which is that, please?
56.
56?
I realized we went too far. What part
Yes.
of her choking was she responsible for?
This interview had gone on at this point in time for almost 2.5 hours. Is that correct?
I really don't recall time.
You know who else didn't recall time? Jennifer McCabe. I didn't Google that at 2:27 a.m. No, it was in the morning.
Yes. Jurors, if you want to stand up.
Yeah, I want to stand up. Let's all take a 7th inning stretch. 7th inning stretch. What time did Judge Stanley Tucci go until, for the love of the traveling Mary? I mean, we're not that far behind. And it is right now 5:13 on the East Coast. This judge is hard working. Judge Stanley Tucci. He's getting it done, Mark Hallal. Giving the jury a seventh inning stretch.
Prior bad acts,
Wait a second.
working off the model homicide, remainder of the charge after that.
Okay, what? What just
And then I'll
happened?
give the remainder of the charge after that.
They're talking about jury instructions now? What just happened?
Arguments, and then I'll give the remainder of the charge after that.
Are they done with him?
I'm working off the model homicide instructions as I'm essentially required to do.
I'm sorry, but oh, you know what? They must have been talking at sidebar this whole time. Hold on. What was the last thing that he said?
What page is that, please?
Beverly Cannoni is no Stanley Tucci. You're right. There's a glitch in the matrix.
61. I said, I think I choked her.
Right? And then you told the police that she passed out.
Right.
She passed out.
And you said she was fighting first, and then I was continuing, and then she passed out. And I realized we went too far, probably.
We went too far.
Page is that, please?
56.
56? Yes.
And this interview had gone on at this point in time for almost 2.5 hours. Is that correct?
I really don't recall time.
Yeah, can we approach?
Yes.
Well, I don't know. I feel like
Sirs, if you want to stand up.
he gives them a seventh inning stretch, and then what happens? Then they come back, and then he starts talking about, okay, we're going to go to closings, and so I guess tomorrow is going to be closings and like the charge conference. Let's see.
Think about that. It's off the model homicide instructions as I'm essentially required to do. So it's a matter of what stays in and what comes out, if you want to think about that. I received some special requests from the Commonwealth. I don't have them in front of me, but I know there was a request for motive. There's a request for humane practice, which would include, I know the Commonwealth is asking if the Miranda portion of humane practice be included as well. I don't know if there's an objection to that portion.
No.
Okay. The direct and circumstantial evidence, expert witness, I would give both of those.
I guess they sent the
No
jury
objection,
out
Mr.
during that little
Reddington.
break. Are they done with Turk?
Prior bad acts,
I don't understand where that's coming from, so at this point, yes.
Your Honor, that was us requesting it where there's been references.
Kim Jong Cannoni says, did Jen McCabe prep him?
Today referencing
No, but her lawyer did.
now the complaint
But
and
bum.
209A orders. We're covering our cases there.
I can't hear you.
Sorry.
Cover your base, but there's nothing about taking out charges. He's talking about the restraining order.
I believe there was.
Just tell us
if
what
I'm
time we're
not
coming back
mistaken,
tomorrow so we can plan our schedules
There was
accordingly.
a reference to consciousness of guilt. The Commonwealth is requesting that, I'm assuming, with respect to the body being placed in the pond.
Yes, Your Honor, concealment of evidence.
Mr. Reddington?
I'm aware of, Tony and the other cases. I'm aware of the instruction that innocent
Talking about jury
people can have
instructions now.
feelings of guilt. I'd be hard pressed to object to
All right.
that instruction based on the evidence.
All right, the emotional disturbing photographs instruction, I would give that. I would give the motive instruction unless there's a objection to it. I would hear from both of you, meaning the Commonwealth is not required to prove motive as an element of it. No objection?
I don't think we need that, no.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
I said I don't think we need that.
All right, is the Commonwealth requesting it?
Yes.
All right, I would give it if the Commonwealth is requesting it.
I don't object to that because I feel that that's just adding a layer to the burden of proof, if you will, but in effect, where the government does not have to prove motive, why even raise the issue? Why would the court comment on it to a jury?
Because it's
The
typical.
government doesn't have to prove
It's not a
motive.
typical instruction.
In other words, I think it's better left unsaid. So, I'm just going to object to it when we get the instruction.
Yeah, he's going to give
All
it.
right, there is I believe there was a case cite with that request. There is not. If you can get me a case cite, please.
I can, Your Honor.
And email it to Mr. Reddington as well. and I'll take a look at that.
That would be fine. And then I think the last one that we may have skipped over was the Commonwealth just asking a reiteration of instruction that you previously gave on state of mind evidence because it came in throughout the trial.
Is the acoustics in here, or what is it?
State of mind evidence, the instruction on state of mind evidence.
To what extent, and what we got?
Ms. Monahan?
That the alleged victim's prior statements, as they came in through the testimony of the witnesses and text messages, went in for the purpose of showing her state of mind as to the relationship, deterioration of the marriage, essentially what Your Honor previously gave. I'm not asking for anything different from than what was given at the beginning of trial.
So there were a lot of statements, a lot of evidence that I elicited as it relates to the state of mind of the defendant. So I had no problem if the court couches it in state of mind evidence to be evaluated by the jury as it relates to the defendant and the victim. But I would rather not have the court comment state of mind on the victim. I just think that it should be both of them with this evidence as to state of mind on both of them.
The SJC case on point indicates that it's a more or less a required instruction. So I would be prepared to give that with respect to the victim's state of mind. If you can find me some authority on the defendant's state of mind or a case on it, I'll look at that in the morning as well.
And Your Honor, I would just note for that, even if I'm not aware of a case, but my concern, I'll put on the record, is that where the defendant's statements came in as part of the opponent's substantive evidence, that might become confusing with the instruction on state of mind, because some came for substantive, some came for state of mind. So that would be my concern with it as to the defendant.
Whose statements for state of mind?
The defendant's statements came in for
That
substantive
again
evidence.
dovetails right into what I just told you. Why would we focus on the victim's state of mind, where the government obviously is well aware of the fact that the evidence is not just the victim, but also the defendant. So you can instruct the jury on state of mind as a tool that they may apply to evaluating the evidence.
I don't know, Mike. Let's see if he puts a time limit on the closings.
The victim's state of mind. I don't see why we have to just focus on the government's end of the case.
I think we're talking about two different exceptions to the hearsay rule. One being the victim's state of mind, not offered to prove the truth of the matter, correct?
Hopefully the jury instruction
My
will
understanding is
clear that
anytime
up.
you have state of mind, it's not offered to prove the truth of the
Right.
matter. It's offered
However,
That's Biasbury.
however, the defendant's statements, why wouldn't they come in as statements of a party opponent, substantively?
Well, you could, I mean, the government has not argued that, first of all.
I think she just did.
Well, I think clearly you're still talking about state of mind. Whether or not it's coming in substantively, the fact it's coming in substantively does not in and of itself remove it from the realm of when you instruct. In other words, jury may not believe or determine that it's coming in substantively, but they may determine that in fact it's helpful as mind. All I'm saying is that if you're going to instruct on state of mind, you should instruct as it relates to both defendant and the government.
All right, I'll look at it. I'll look at it tonight. I'll try to have a draft for you in the morning when you get here, if you want to take a look at it. Mr. Reddington, I'm assuming you're asking for a manslaughter instruction?
Oh, absolutely. Voluntary and involuntary.
Voluntary. and
What is the theory on involuntary?
Commonwealth versus Santa. Commonwealth versus Santa, and I'm dating myself because Santa was actually my case.
Oh, of course it was
Commonwealth
okay.
versus Santa, the Supreme Judicial Court indicates, and I quote, where a defendant has been convicted of murder, the Supreme Judicial Court has addressed the argument that because of the level of a defendant's intoxication, and everyone is well aware that there's significant evidence as to impairment by way of intoxication.
Wow.
I quote, a jury should have been given an instruction on involuntary manslaughter. Commonwealth versus Santa.
That's how they're making the case law.
Mass 92. Put differently, it's an argument the jury could find the defendant did not subjectively know of the circumstances that objectively created the risk of harm, which is exactly what I would argue in this case. Then the jury should be allowed to convict the defendant on the theory of involuntary manslaughter because of lack of subjective knowledge of the circumstance.
So he knew the house
What
was
book are
empty
you
because they
reading
had
from?
looked at it to buy.
You probably have a more
It hadn't been
up-to-date
sold
volume,
yet.
but it's the Law of Homicide in Massachusetts, second edition, Justice John Green, SJC. The flash book.
As to involuntary manslaughter, Your Honor, I'd like to just leave it about it overnight, considering the testimony that he gave today and read the case law on this. At this point, for the voluntary manslaughter, where the defendant has testified in this case in an abundance of caution, while I think there could be arguments made about the objective elements on voluntary manslaughter, the Commonwealth would not object to the voluntary manslaughter, again, in abundance of caution where the defendant has testified.
And Mr. Reddington, you're asking for self-defense?
Life. Swiss Miss, he's looking at life if he's convicted of first degree.
Believe it or not, I agree. Yes.
What's the Commonwealth's position on that?
I'm sorry, did he say yes?
I can't hear him.
That's a change.
Can I
Change,
suggest
you can hear him.
the charge conference until the defendant is finished testifying? I mean,
Oh, he's not finished
We
testifying.
can. I'd like to have a draft, however, in the morning.
but, you know,
Oh.
he's still going to be
I
testifying
understand.
tomorrow, and they're picking apart every single issue that they're only going to try to backfill into a cross-examination.
We'll call it a very rough draft in the morning.
Right, he's right. But you know what else? You can also now, if you know what the jury instructions are going to be, you can redirect and try and rehab him a bit based on the jury instructions. So it can work to your advantage too.
And then we can discuss it further, okay? All right, thank you.
All right, what time we come back tomorrow, Judge? Judge Stanley Tucci, what time we coming back tomorrow? Well, I guess we'll know when we see what time Law and Crime puts it up for. Wow, just wow. Okay, let me end the poll. Take this down. Let me end the poll because we are at 1,400 and oh, you guys are voting now. Now there's some more voting going on. We have swayed some people apparently. So we are ending the poll at 48% first degree, 50% heat of passion manslaughter, 48 first degree, 50%, and then 1% not guilty. And we had about 1,400 votes. I'm surprised that it's split so closely. But again, that's why there's a jury. That's why it's a good thing that we are not. And we are the mirror jury, I guess. You are the mirror jury. And I find that very, very, very interesting. What do you mean there's press releases about Christy Brinkley? I don't know anything about that, Peggy. Because I've been with you guys for 7 hours, 25 minutes, and 33 seconds. But here's what we've got from Christina Rex. Karen Reed says opening statements are expected to be on Tuesday of next week. See you next Tuesday, Judge King Jung Kanone. Alan Jackson will be giving the opening for the defense. She tweeted this at 2:35 p.m. Last trial, David Yannetti did that. What do you think about that? Alan Jackson giving the opening. Going to start on Tuesday. That's good. It fits in with my schedule because I do have a conflict on Thursday. But the jury's they're not finished picking yet. They have 12. They still need 4 more. And today is what? Today is Tuesday. So they still have 3 days to pick up 4 more jurors in the Karen Reed trial. Thank you, On Top, for being on top of the super sticker. We're coming back in the morning to watch. Harry's going to be on the stand again. I'm very sorry, Amy Lou. I put this up earlier. She says, I was in an abusive marriage with a physician. I still deal with his vengeance. I was lucky I got out. Yes, you are. We are praying for you. You are lucky. Thanks for your 5. Isabella Live. True evil has no warmth in its cold, dead heart. Thank you for that. And it's past 5. Bev laying prostate on kitchen floor, White Claws and muck. I don't know. There's some typos in there, but I think I'm picking up what you're laying down on top. Thank you for the 5, and then for the additional deuce in the super sticker fashion. I'm blown away by this man's testimony. I think he walked himself right into a premeditation, but the chat is split. So now we have to wait until tomorrow. We have to wait for Harry to finish his testimony. Then they're going to do closings. They may talk a little bit more about jury instructions. Then jury instructions. Maybe the jury gets the case tomorrow afternoon. Maybe he'll let them stay late and we'll have a verdict hopefully tomorrow. I hope we don't have to come back and do it Thursday because, like I said, I got a conflict. Judge Tucci, I got a conflict. Kim Robinson says Jackson opens and Alessi closes. I think Jackson should open and I think Yannetti should close. He's a Boston guy. He's local. I think Yannetti should close. I think if you guys have watched his closing that he did on, was it the Jeffrey Curley case? I don't want to misname the victim of that horrific child abuse incident. He did a closing on that left us all in tears because we watched a recreation that he did. Rest in peace, Katie. Thank you, Patriotic. This poll has nothing to do with Karen Reed. Don't worry about the poll. This poll has to do with manslaughter or murder. We know he did it. He confessed. It's just a matter of, what. So don't worry about that. It should not affect Karen Reed in the slightest. We need to see when the foreperson is selected. Yes. But I do think based on United's closing that he did on that, I think it's Jeffrey Curley, right? You guys? Yes, Jeffrey Curley. Thank you. Very tragic case about a young boy who was abused by these two men and then tragically killed. I think that United should do the closing. It's like the Velvet Hammer. That is my opinion. I don't know. Could be Jackson doing both. Could be Jackson. I don't know. I don't know. But if Karen Reed said to Christina Rex that Jackson's doing the opening, I'll allow it and I'll believe it. Thank you to the moderators for keeping it classy today. This is tough. It's tough to be in Norfolk County because, they know where we are and they like to come and find us. Prayers up for the family of Katie McLean, who's going through something that no family should ever have to go through, to her 3 children, to the rest of the people, her friends and family who loved her. She didn't deserve this. And based on what I saw today, I think he's looking at a first-degree murder conviction, but we'll see. Never know what's going to happen when you leave your fate, in the hands of 12 strangers. Everyone smash the like button on your way out. Do all of those things that YouTube likes. Share the stream out. Comment respectfully. Be kind to each other. Stay cool. Stay kind. Stay classy. I'll see you in the morning. You want to hit that bell so you know what time, because I don't even know what time yet. Prayers up for the family and Sophia. We're with you. We stand with you. Justice for Katie McLean. Good night, everyone. Peace. Oh, thanks to Ed for the Venmo. Appreciate you.